right? You're looking in amazement.
Just can't believe that.
This is
It's
this
right in front of your face the whole time, and
this
you don't ever.
right. This is what they show,
Nice.
right? And they show us this view of the Earth. Nonsense, right? And then Artemis, right? The ISS travels at 17,500 miles per hour, right? Artemis made it to the moon in 8 days, a distance of 238,000 miles. That's 1,239 miles per hour. Okay. The ISS is supposedly going 17,500 miles an hour. Artemis traveled 1,200 miles an hour to the moon. Apollo made it in 3 days, 3,000, of course, 3,300 miles per hour. Right? What's going on here?
They're telling us they're actually saying that the ISS is traveling at 17,500 miles per hour.
That's what they tell
And
us.
what happens?
Yeah.
And does it stop? Like when people go up and they don't people like ships connect to it? How are they connecting to it when it's moving?
They're going 17,500 miles an hour, so it's like they're not even moving. They're just moving in sync with each other. It's like two cars on the highway going 100 miles an hour right next to each other. You can climb from one to the other. Okay. But there's no air, so you don't even notice it. Right? It's so stupid. Right? Perseverance went to Mars, right? 300 million miles away. 300 million? Yeah, 300 million. It took 7 months. That works out to a speed of 59,000 miles per hour. Okay. Is that crazy? It's a little crazy.
And what is the stuff I've seen about that nobody's ever actually taken a picture of Mars, that it's like a gas ball? Is there any truth to that?
Well, I mean, the stuff that NASA shows us is all just computer graphics. But when you look at Mars, it here's a here's a P1000 shot of Mars. Now people say it's out of focus. Um, what are we seeing here? It is a little out of focus, but sometimes putting something a little out of focus will show you things that you can't see. But this doesn't look like a solid ball to me, right? Here's a little Mars thing. You know, the rover's on Mars, so this is a a, a picture
A bug?
zooming in. Yeah, you saw the bug. You saw this, right?
I played that on LFA TV last week. Just as like a little teaser, just that one little second of that.
So there's two
Called
responses
Life on Mars.
that the sick space fans have is, um, it's not a bug, or and the other one is, yeah, there's life on Mars,
Yeah,
or
there's life on Mars. That's what I said.
this is Devon Island. This is just Devon Island. So this is Google Earth, and we're gonna zoom in to Devon Island on Greenland, and we were just looking around there, and we saw some weird stuff. Right? So you zoom in, we found this little camp, and this is way out there. Um, and when you look around, there's some interesting vehicles, and everyone's faces are blurred out, but that just might be a thing. But this vehicle right here is has the has a NASA Mars logo mission patch on it. That yeah. Um, and then there's the other one. Hold on, let me find the other one. This one over here. Oops. Oh. Well, that has the Mars mission patch on it. I can't get it to stop right there. But then another funny thing is, and if you look at these pictures, these look like Mars, but when we zoom out, there's a little tag, and when I click it, it says the Arctic Camp. That's it. And then we found another one, roving the Arctic. And then we have pictures of the rover on Mars, on here, them testing the rover on Devon Island. Isn't that crazy? I
I
mean,
don't
when,
even know what to
when
say. Oh
where
my
you look at
gosh, man.
stuff, this is the rover landing on Mars. Now, Mars has 1% of the atmosphere. You know anything about parachutes? They don't work in 1% atmosphere. Like when, the Red Bull jump, when he jumped from 127,000 feet, his parachute wouldn't open until like 50,000 feet. It wasn't enough air, right? There's only 1% air. And this is supposed to be the sun. What, what is this? I mean, this is all the proof that people need.
They're just not willing to accept it.
Yeah.
They can't handle it. You
Right.
notice, have you ever looked on Google Trends? You got your computer in front of you?
I do, but I can't pull anything up, unfortunately. What do you need?
What? No, just when you get done, look at flat Earth. Search flat Earth on Google Trends and go back to 1980 and look at the graph and you tell me what you see. You don't have to do it right now. Just whenever you get time, you'll be interested. It'll
In
be funny.
2017, the search term for flat Earth on YouTube beat everything. It beat Donald Trump, which was number one, and when it overtook Donald Trump, same day they took down the scoreboard. No longer do you get the number of results when you search on YouTube. The day that flat Earth became the number one search term on YouTube.
Have you ever read that book about Barron Trump
Oh,
that basically predicts the future?
oh yeah,
That's pretty gnarly, man.
it is pretty crazy.
It made me think of that when you said that about that Mars book and about Elon.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, flat earthers are willing to admit they don't know.
Hmm.
Okay.
What do you got here?
I think this is Mars also, um, through a P900, super slowed down. Right? Pretty weird stuff. And then if you look at Mars, Devon Island, right?
No.
Yeah, this is from their website, and then this is a picture of Devon Island. And now they'll say, "Oh, they added the clouds in and colorized it." No, they decolorized it, added a sepia tone. Yeah, they want you to believe crazy shit. Excuse me. This is the helicopter. Now, how do you have a drone in super cold conditions in no atmosphere that can fly, right? We can't even fly a helicopter to pick up people on the top of Everest, where the atmosphere is 20, 30 times strong, thicker, more than Mars. But this drone is taking a picture of its shadow. Well, they say that the blades go really fast. That's how it flies. How's it getting a sharp picture of its legs and the propellers?
Wait, say that one more time.
This drone took a picture of its shadow. This is Mars and a shadow of itself.
How is the drone flying in zero atmosphere, 1% atmosphere?
And how is it getting a picture of its blade, the shadow of its blades? Like if I put my drone up, just hovering, and with close to the ground, and the sun's above it, you can't see the blades. You don't see the blades. Look how sharp this is. Okay. I mean, people will believe anything. Okay.
Anything.
Which one's Mars? Which one's Devon Island? Well, obvious, but just look. This is Devon Island. This is Mars. That's what they say. Right? Mars.
So do you watch every, like, now when NASA puts anything out or SpaceX, you got like, do you even get to watch it? If you don't watch it live, how long before people are sending to you in your community or tagging you in things? 2 seconds?
2 seconds. But whenever we watch stuff, there's just so much nonsense. So much nonsense. It's unbearable. It's literally unbearable. Couple more, and then
Like
unless you have more questions, we can probably start to wrap it up.
yeah.
Here it is, rockets. This is Where is my where's it going? I'm looking for oh, here we go. So have you ever watched any of the SpaceX rockets? Where this thing's falling back to Earth, these little milk crates are steering it, and it's going to land on a raft in the middle of the ocean, 800 miles off of Florida. And somehow it's never big swells out there and it lands perfectly, right? Here's the video on the raft. What's this square that showed up? What is this? See it?
Mm-hmm.
While it was landing, this layering square. Watch. What do you think about that?
What in the hell is that?
Yeah, it's a layering issue. This is all CGI. And I don't know if you've ever been out in the ocean. Rarely is it calm, right? This thing is falling out of the sky, going through wind streams of hundreds of miles an hour in the upper atmosphere, and somehow it lands on a raft perfectly with this little flame upright. This thing, a car can drive underneath this thing. This is gigantic. Okay. Right?
I was at SpaceX last week or last month.
It's all a show, man. It's all a show. Right? And it lands on this raft upright, bullseye, doesn't tip over. This thing is, multiple stories tall. A person can walk underneath here. This thing just lands out in the middle of the ocean. It's always calm. Right?
What sea is that in?
What's that?
What ocean is that in?
In the Atlantic Ocean off of Florida, right? And then it gets pulled in, right? This thing's floating out there. How is it staying in the perfect spot for that thing to fall out of the sky and land on it perfectly? Okay. I don't even think it could do it on the ground, but it's always on it. And there's never any humans out there. It's only a drone ship, and it always loses its connection, with the the feed. And they're like, oh, look at this. What is this? You believe that's happening? You ever watch a Harrier jump jet trying to land with multiple thrusters? This thing has just got one little thruster and it just lands. So this is what they show us every time. So this is the second stage going up. This is the first stage falling back. Now look how high it is, right? These are clouds down here. This thing is free falling. It weighs multiple tons. Now watch here. They keep switching from one camera to the other. Look at the Earth. Looks pretty flat there, right? We'll go back in a second. So now this one, it's these little steering things are going to steer it so it finds that drone ship and lands right on it. Okay? This thing's free falling at maximum speed, and this little flame is going to stop it and land it on this target. Are you going to believe that? Right? And then it cuts out, right? So here, now watch. Look at this curve. Oh, look, there's the curve of the Earth. And then they cut to the next camera. Oh, but I'm not going to show it again. It'll come back. So here we go. This is the onboard camera. This is the drone camera. It's coming. It's finding this thing. There's no currents. There's no winds knocking it off target. And this is all we see. And people are like, oh, yeah, he landed it on a ship in the middle of nowhere with no people watching. All by computer. Okay. Here we go again. This is what they show us. Oh, this one blew up. Therefore, it has to be real. Oh, no, that one is one that blew up. Sorry. But this is all the evidence they show us, and people just eat it up. Oh, look, it landed. I'm sorry you didn't get to see it land. The camera cut out. It's a little off center. Okay, but the raft doesn't tilt at all. Right? So here we go. We got a concave Earth. And now we have a curved Earth. Watch again. This thing is going to just land on that raft. Here's the raft. It starts shaking for some reason. And it lands. Isn't that beautiful? Where are the engineers that can come out and say that this is impossible? Just because you don't understand it, Dave, doesn't mean it's impossible. Maybe this one will show it. Look, we have a convex Earth, right? Nobody sees that. They just see the curve. Oh, there's the curve of the Earth. When they're so programmed to only see the curve of the Earth, when they see something contradicting it, flat or convex. Oh, what happened here? Here we go. Whoops. The camera is buzzing out. Oh, there we go. Try to find. I want to show you one where okay, here we go. Convex Earth. Right, because it's a corner, I'm trying to imagine a ball, right? Camera, where the heck is the hold on. Another ridiculous landing. All right. Curved Earth. We have there's a sphere. And then that was our landing. That was our landing. Crazy, right? I had like a whole series where it shows both. Again, stupid. Somebody could literally be holding that and just bringing it down, a little model, right? Because you can't never see the top.
They just CGI it. It's all fake.
It's all nonsense. It's all absolute and total nonsense. But if you just go to any SpaceX, you'll see this curved Earth, and then here curved Earth, and then flat or convex Earth. It goes back and forth just to confuse your mind.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. Curved, convex, curved, convex. Yeah. They have all sorts of stuff. Now, this thing is supposed to go in 17,000 miles an hour. Get your flat Earth, curved Earth. Watch right in here. Okay. There's a piece of something comes off. Now, there was one time where an actual rat.
That was a mouse.
But since we brought that out, then every launch after that, they had another something in there. Like, oh, it's just frozen oxygen. It's like frozen, frozen gases. And they literally tried to do it. But then recently, this happened. Okay. Where is it? Feeding forward to a little bit. Okay. Right here. Watch.
Oh, what that was that?
Here we go. Now, look how slow that thing's moving. I thought this thing was going like 17,000 miles an hour or faster. What was that? Right? So good. You're mind blown. Are you there? Are you muted?
No, my mind's just running. I'm thinking, I don't know where I'm even thinking. I got so many thoughts going through my head. I can't even keep them organized.
Right.
My buddy Kyle that I told you about, that's the FBI whistleblower. There's 3 of these FBI whistleblowers that came out, and one of them is a flat earther. And he's able to have a conversation with me. So I thought, like, I kind of just feel how people you kind of talk about it a little bit. And Kyle's one of my good buddies, and he just is the one that's like, man, I don't have time. Like, I'm dealing with this. We got this going on around the world. He's like, I just don't have the mental capacity to waste 2 hours talking about something that's just obviously not true or doesn't matter. And I'm just like, I'm just curious if like I could get him to come in an interview with you and sit down for a couple hours and see, because he's like an FBI agent. He asks questions. He's a lot more intelligent than me. I'm sure he thinks that he could prove that the Earth is a globe. I'm almost confident that he is, and I'm just curious if I could get that set up. I could convince him to spend a couple hours with us and sit here with you in an interview, and have you just.
We could do that, and I'd like to bring actually a couple other guys with me, and we could really have an amazing conversation.
Wow, he actually might be open to that. If I could do that, that would be a really good video, I think, because he's an investigator. I mean, I want to say it on here because I'm recorded, but I'll tell you a story about just, people that we meet online that claim to be their so-and-so. And this guy, in a matter of like an hour, had everything about these people. I mean, their histories, their parents, their relatives, their houses, their cars, their taxes. I mean, everything. I was like, oh my gosh, it like blew my mind. I'm like, I don't want to get on the wrong side of you, man. Like, he's really good at what he does. And I would be very interested to have that conversation, just to, the people that I look up to and respect, I give weight to their opinion on things. You know, it's those people that you kind of like, I want to wake up and I would like to have on our side and realize that this is a lie. And I just, when I was able to wrap my head around that the earth was not a globe, it was like, am I crazy kind of feeling? Like I didn't want to be, like, it's like taboo. And then I just kind of kept going back to, well, I mean, everything else was taboo 6 months ago and now it's all true. So I feel like that this makes more sense than anything. And I don't know how you can learn about it and then go back. Like I can't shut my brain off now. I can't not see it. I can't not laugh every time I'm go to my dad's house and he's watching the news and NASA's taking off. It's just like the India moon landing last week was pretty. That was my first one, like being awake and actually watching, and I was just like, oh my gosh, dude.
Yeah, they do it. It's a little mind trick they do. They show you something ridiculous, like the graphic of the moon landing. And then a little while later, they show you a video of the rover coming out that's an actual video. And it's horrible. It's literally a briefcase on a stage somewhere. And your mind says, that was fake. This is real video. Okay. And so you have this false binary in your head. If that was fake, this is real. No, they're both fake. One of them is a fake animation. The other one's just a fake stage prop. Right. And they're doing the same thing with, aliens. For example, the Mexicans just showed you these paper mache friggin' ETs. Okay. And you're like, oh, that's fake. Then they'll do something that looks real, like a Bluebeam, Project Bluebeam or something. And you'll be like, oh my God, that was fake. This is real. When in fact, they're both fake. Even if the alien things in Mexico were real, I'm not saying that they are, they look fake. So it doesn't matter. It does the same mind trick. Because if you show somebody something so obviously fake, then you show them something that's, looks pretty good. If you showed them that first, they'd be like, that looks fake. But their comparison is something so stupid, so fake, so 1970s Atari, that they look at the other thing and go, oh, that must be real. That must be real.
And you had mentioned that back in like the 1920s, they were teaching us that the earth was flat. Has anybody, I know you had showed me a list on your app there about all the flat earth books. I just actually ordered a bunch of science magazines from the 1930s off eBay, which I was just trying to do a little bit of research and see if they left something in one of these old antique magazines. Have you guys come across any educational content from like the 1920s that they were actually teaching in schools, books that had flat earth?
We're actually looking at stuff like that. We found a 1959 Encyclopedia Americana that talks about the dome. And somebody just sent me an ebook to a PDF of pictures of an old book that showed the flat earth in it and all sorts of stuff from the mid 1900s. So there is stuff out there that we're slowly finding more and more, but they're good at eliminating stuff. Like the story of the Iron Republic was in Florida Magazine in a series of articles, and you can't find a single copy of that magazine anywhere, which is weird, right? You can find a copy of anything, right? Go on eBay, whatever. It might cost you a lot of money, but every single real copy of that magazine has been removed from the public.
And what was that topic?
It was the Iron Republic, which is, there's a book in the book section. It's about a politician out of excuse me, out of New York. That guy in the 1800s got tired of politics and sold everything, bought a ship, went to Antarctica, found some opening, goes through that, and then back out in the sea. And then they were lost for a couple of months. And then they found land. They saw a city. They pulled up. They waited till the morning, and a boat came out, greet them. They're like, hey, where are we? We're from America. Where are we? And they're like, well, you're at the Iron Republic. And they said, well, where's that? He goes, well, it's on the other side of the ice wall, about the same distance as America is. Didn't quite understand. He went in and he took notes and everything. He actually stayed there for, I think, 10 years because he ended up meeting a woman, got married. Then his wife died. And he came back. He got his ship back, and he came back. He landed in Florida, and he wrote all of his notes down, saying, this was an advanced civilization. They had flat screens and electric cars that hovered or in midair, and all sorts of stuff that, like, he's writing that in 1901, right when it was published, and it was quite an interesting story that rings true. Whether it's true or not, kind of doesn't matter. It kind of does matter, but he was talking about more land beyond Antarctica in the late 1800s. So there's something to it. There's a whole bunch of books. Another one called The Smoky God, same thing, and others. But they're all listed in the app on the book section. Here is when I was interviewed Ruth, I interviewed her in Florida, and she was telling me about how they taught her the Earth was flat. And when I told her, that the Earth is flat, because she just believed it when they told her it wasn't afterwards, and that we're at the center of creation, she literally broke down in tears of joy, so happy. And she's like, I always knew it, and it was crazy. It was crazy. That's on my channel, DITRH. Just search Ruth. Really good stuff there.
That makes me think too, like what do they call it? The lost city of, gosh, where is that? The lost city of, what is it?
Atlantis?
Yes, that makes you think that that's outside the ice wall.
Well, there, I don't know. I think it's in the Atlantic Ocean. But where did all these people go, right? And there's a lot of theories. I did a talk with Sophia Smallstorm, who's another great researcher, and we were just theorizing about the outward flow of civilizations. If you read I think it's the Vostok Saga, it talks about how all life began in the north. And if we look at, imagine all of the world is frozen, okay? It's just a frozen. And then a sun is born under the star, the North Star, and it starts circling around and melts out a pond here. Okay. And then that sun starts going out farther, and now it circles all the way out here into one part, and it works all the way back in to our summer solstice. So now it's just circling out here. So the middle might be a little frozen, and out here might be frozen. Okay. But then let's say this sun decides to travel out here, and another sun is born in the center. Just speculating, right? So now we have two suns, and the world could look like this, right? You got one sun here and another sun out here. Well, as that sun traveled out before the second sun was born in here, this is frozen. So all of these civilizations, they migrated outwards. They migrated to the warmer lands. They followed the sun. And so maybe this was frozen for 50 years or 500 years or whatever. And then a new sun was born, and the people that were remained there all of a sudden, had a new sun. I don't know. It's just a interesting way to look at the world. Maybe the suns never did that, and maybe they just moved out there and there was already another sun out there. Maybe this is the same sun that's always been here. Pretty crazy. Again, here's the thing. A lot of people get pissed when I talk about other lands outside, but I like talking about it because it's very, very interesting. Hey, we've been going forever, but I want to go through one more thing. I've been doing a lot, but I don't think you've seen it. Have you seen?
I'm in no rush, man. I'll talk your ear off for as long as you want to talk. So whenever you get tired, you call it.
Yeah. I don't want to go forever. But have you learned about? Have you heard me talk about Kiribati?
I have slightly, just very, very brief.
Okay. Let me get rid of that. Where is that? There we go. So here's a ship tracking map of the world, and you could track cargo ships and click on them and get all the information. And we found one 730 miles inside the shoreline of Antarctica. 730 miles from the closest bay. How does a ship get 730 miles in and 1.9 miles higher, according to Google Earth? If it is in there, and Antarctica is what they tell us, It's 1.9 miles higher than the ocean. How did it get there? Right. Then we found another one, 905 miles. That's almost in the middle of Antarctica. How does a ship, an active ship, if the Earth is a globe, get 905 miles in shoreline? Well, we clicked on one of the ships and it said it was registered on the island of the nation of Kiribati. Okay. So the nation of Kiribati, where's Kiribati? Right?
Down in the Caribbean, isn't it?
Well, it's down in the middle of the Southern Ocean. It's tiny. I got a pin on it so you can see it. And it's literally a sandbar. Okay. Right. And America and China and other countries say that the Kiribati is a very important trade route. Why do they have to stop here? Why would ships stop here? Right? This is mostly unpopulated. Okay. There's just people over here. Like, well, why is it an important trade route? Right. Another funny thing is on Kiribati is the Captain Cook Hotel. Captain Cook's the guy that tried to circle around Antarctica. It ended up taking him 3.5 years, and he clocked over 68,000 miles. Antarctica was only supposed to be 12, 13,000 miles around, but he went 68,000 miles, kind of like he's going all the way around the perimeter of a flat Earth, right? That's strike two in my book, right? And then when we checked the ships that were actually at Kiribati and at their port, they all had their destination either unknown or Christmas Island. That's weird. Okay. Unknown or Christmas Island. So where are these ships? Where are they migrating? Where are they going? And my wondering is, well, if you're at Kiribati and you're going that far, this would on a globe would show you on Antarctica when maybe in fact you're reaching these other continents. Maybe there's other civilizations out there that we're trading things for. Maybe we're trading computer chips, tuna fish, children. I don't know. Maybe there's several trade routes. Maybe there's another one from here that goes out here, right? Maybe there's one from here that goes out here. Who knows what's out here? Now, this to me fits a biblical flat Earth because this could be the whole Earth. Here are the four corners of the Earth, and the dome would come out here. They've just got us here. These are possibilities. These aren't reasons to believe the Earth is flat. This is just going beyond flat Earth, trying to figure out what's going on. We want the right to go explore. We want airships back. There was giant airships in the 1800s and before that traveled worldwide, the size of cruise ships with thousands of people on them. Okay. Traveled all over the world. We want those to go explore, but they won't let us. We want the right to go explore and verify if any of this is true. We don't need to go anywhere to prove that the Earth is a level stationary plane. I've given you all the tools. I've shown you the experiments. You can do them yourself, and we've done them for you. They prove that we're on a level horizontal plane.
Why can't you fly over Antarctica? I get you can't walk over it. Why can you not fly over it? And couldn't you fly to the left or right of it?
So they've got us, I don't know where you are with the jet fuel hoax, but they have us believing, only having vehicles. Like they demonized airships by blowing up the Hindenburg, and demonizing hydrogen. And guess who controls all the helium in the world? That would be NASA.
NASA.
Yeah. So they don't want you having access to these technologies this way. Let's say they're like, okay, get any plane you want. We'll even give you free fuel. We'll fill you up. You want a 747? All right, we'll fill it up. You're going to fly. Where are you going to fly? Well, you fill it up in Santiago. When you get out about here, you're going to run out of fuel. Okay. How are you going to come back? Where are you going to land? How are you going to navigate? There's no GPS. There's no compasses don't work. Where are you going? Right? It's not technically possible for you to fly out there. And there's also all sorts of interesting stuff where there's like places in Antarctica that nothing works, no engines work. They call it the dead zone or something. Again, we don't know because we can't verify because we're not allowed to go. We want the right to go explore. That's all. Right? Why isn't there a expedition where they take people straight out and see what's happened? The reason is because if they did that, we would find out that the earth is not a globe, and that would end their whole reign. Because their entire control relies on the fact that we are lost in space, spinning out of control, and don't know who we are. Because once we discover this, no flat earther is falling for any of the garbage anymore. We don't fall for it. We've learned how to take ourselves out of the system. There's so many things, people are like, well, there's nothing I can do about that, death and taxes and this and that. But everything is not what they say it is.
Where do you think Elon is going with his actual, like, the spaceships that take off and we see kind of arc and then just disappear?
There's two.
How can anybody with a telescope, right? Like, you got these telescopes, you can see the moon, it looks great. How are people not watching his rocket?
You can't, because you can't. They go right out into the Bermuda Triangle where there's no boats. And not that far away, it all just merges into the horizon. And they do 2 stages. So when it goes up, you see the one stage come down. That's the whole rocket coming down. The rest is CGI.
Yeah.
That's the whole rocket.
Blue beam. Blue beam.
It's all complete and total nonsense. I have a great video, but my file got corrupted or something. I can't show it to you. So Here's my launch video. Oh, here's one. So we look at this rocket. Wow. All my stuff got messed up. All right, I can't show you any rockets today. Bummer.
Yeah, you're talking to me. I'm pretty much on the FBI's hit list. So anytime I do any type of big interviews, they normally end up having issues.
Yeah.
Everybody does.
It's crazy how
after we interviewed Tara Reid from Russia, things have been going south ever since.
Why isn't that showing? That's so bizarre.
Can you clear cat? Are you on a Mac or Windows?
On a Mac, but the videos, all my rocket videos are not showing.
You don't have your website on an AWS server somewhere, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay, good.
All right, so I think we're gonna wrap it up because I'm kind of losing my voice. And anybody that wants to have me, I also do shows with Jaron from Jaronism, the two of us together. We go over a lot more stuff. So if anybody wants to have us, just go on my website, say find book Flat Earth Dave. We'll start a conversation there. Send me a link to your show and tell me what you want to do, and then we'll get you scheduled. Check out the app. Check out the crash course on my website. Check out Flattoberfest. You should come to Flattoberfest. You'll have a great time.
I'm gonna make that happen. I want to ask you a few more questions. Where are your regular shows? Do you do a show once a week, once a day? What is your schedule for posting? Tell us all about that because I want to promote it all.
Yeah, no, I don't. I used to have a show that I do regularly, but now because so many people want to interview me, I just go on other people's shows because it breaks the algorithm. My show is so shadow banned and hidden that we're really just preaching to the choir. But when I go on shows like yours and Stu Peters and all of these other shows, the algorithm doesn't know what to do, and it goes all over the place. That's how you found me. So
the Andrew Tate model. That's exactly what Tate did. He became the most Googled man on the planet.
Oh yeah.
Yep. It's literally exactly what he called it, a podcast circuit. And then he just went on to and when they tried to deplatform him, they couldn't because they were literally, I mean, he's like, I didn't even have a TikTok. Some dude in his mom's basement had like 1.9 million followers. They thought it was me. They just nuked him. It's like poor little kid, Yeah. It's just, he never had any of those accounts and they took him off like 5 different platforms and he wasn't even on like 3 of them.
So all my YouTube channels, I have a bunch of YouTube channels. I also have a excuse me, have a Web3 server So if on the more on the web button, this right here, this has all the videos that go on the featured videos, all my interviews, all my videos. They're all on flattearthdave.tv, which can be found using this button or just that website. And these are all my interviews. All my interviews will end up here. So when you send me a link to our interview, it'll be on the top of this list. And that's how people can find it. Everything for me can be found at flatearthdave.com. Check out my Twitter, my Instagram, everything. All the links are on flatearthdave.com.
Dave, it's an honor to have you on the show, man. And I look forward to anytime you want to come back. Hopefully I'll be at Flattoberfest. I'm going to bring out all my gear. I'm a professional videographer and photographer, documentary maker.
Right.
I'm big into all those things. So I'll bring out all my gear and film a bunch of stuff and post it everywhere and promote the conference and promote your channels and stuff for you. So I really appreciate what you're doing, man. Thank you. Sounds good, Dave. Thank you, man. Have a great day.
All right. Thanks.
Flat Earth FAQ by Eric Dubay. Chapter 1. How do you know Earth is not a spinning globe? Flat Earth has long been denigrated, derided, and disparaged as being the most crackpot of all conspiracy theories, marginalized, mocked, and ridiculed for centuries as being an ignorant, ancient, unscientific worldview. But the facts of the matter are far from what you have been told. When thoroughly examined and diligently researched with an open mind, any skeptical, critical thinker will find it is actually the tilting, wobbling, spinning spaceball Earth promoted by NASA and taught in schools that is truly ridiculous and unscientific. The following are 20 ways anyone can prove for themselves that Earth is a level, stationary plane. 1. Common sense. It cannot be overstated or overemphasized. The most important thing to realize, and most obvious way to know you are not spinning on a ball, is your own common sense and lived experience. You have always, and will always, experience yourself as living right side up on a motionless Earth, with the sun, moon, and stars revolving over and around you. This is common sense, and what everyone in the world personally experiences every day of their lives. We are taught to believe otherwise, however, many things completely contrary to our own common sense and experience from a very early age. We are told that people living down under the spinning ball Earth in Australia are actually living upside down relative to those residing in the northern hemisphere, while an invisible force, strong enough to hold people, buildings, and oceans stuck to the underside of a rapidly rotating ball, but weak enough to allow birds, bugs, and planes to take off and fly with ease, keeps Earth's atmosphere spinning in perfect balance and holds everyone firmly to the surface without crushing us. We can clearly see that the horizon is horizontal, but we are told it curves. We can feel that the earth under our feet is motionless, but we are told it moves. We can observe the luminaries revolving around us, but we are told it is us that revolves. It is obvious that stars are stars, but we are told that stars are suns. We can see the sun is bigger than the stars, but we are told stars are bigger than the sun. We can see the sun and moon are the same size, but we are told the sun is 400 times larger. It is obvious that up is up and down is down, but we are told there is no such thing. As stated by flat earth author David Wardlaw Scott, with the modern astronomer, there is theoretically neither up nor down, though his experience belies his assertion every time he looks up to the heavens or down to the ground. Such aberration of intellect is really to be pitied. The 3rd century philosopher Lactantius was similarly perturbed about the idea, stating, "A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground? The ancient wonder of the hanging gardens of Babylon dwindle into nothing in comparison to the fields, seas, towns, and mountains that pagan philosophers believed to be hanging from the earth without support. Truly, the idea that people are standing, ships are sailing, and planes are flying upside down on certain parts of earth, while others are tilted at 90 degrees and all other impossible angles, is utter absurdity and an affront to common sense. In fact, common sense is the first casualty of globe belief. No child or unindoctrinated man would ever conclude or even conceive, if given to their own devices, based on their own personal observations, that Earth was a spinning ball revolving around the sun. When children are indoctrinated from a very early age to abandon their common sense and lived experience of a geocentric plain Earth in favor of this nonsensical, heliocentric globe model taught in schools, a schism occurs in their psyche. No longer can they trust their own senses and experience, and instead must trust information completely contrary to it, taught by supposed experts and authority figures who insist their version of reality is correct. When children see that every adult around them believes wholeheartedly in the spinning globe, and hear that only our ignorant, unscientific ancestors believed otherwise, they readily abandon the empirical evidence of their senses and adopt the prevailing nonsensical model. As stated by flat earth author E. Eschini, the one thing the fable of the revolving earth has done, it has shown the terrible power of a lie. A lie has the power to make a man a mental slave, so that he dares not back the evidence of his own senses, to deny the plain and obvious movement of the sun he sees before him. When he feels himself standing on an earth utterly devoid of motion, at the suggestion of someone else, he is prepared to accept that he is spinning furiously round. When he sees a bird flying and gaining over the ground, he is prepared to believe that the ground is really traveling a great number of times faster than the bird. And finally, in order to uphold the imagination of a madman, he is prepared to accuse his maker of forming him a sensiferous lie. 2. Fake photographs. One of the main reasons the average person believes the world is a globe is because of the globular Earth images and video footage provided by NASA and other space agencies. Hundreds of such pictures and thousands of videos featuring a globe Earth are freely available on the internet, yet most people never critically examine them with a skeptical eye. From the earliest photographs to the latest live streams, NASA and the world's other space agencies continue to be exposed for their Hollywood-style trickery. When conscientiously compared, contrasted, and investigated for inconsistencies, it turns out every single image and video showing a globular Earth has been manipulated in some way. All globe videos, for example, are achieved using either a fisheye lens to curve the horizon or created completely through CGI technology. One clear instance of the latter is NASA's 1990 time-lapse video of Earth supposedly filmed by their Galileo Space Telescope from 1.3 million miles away. This video features the Earth globe spinning in space uncut for 25 hours and shows the exact same clouds present without ever dissipating, changing shape or location the entire time. In reality, if you watch clouds in the sky for several minutes, three things will inevitably happen. The clouds will all move, some will morph, gradually changing shape, and others will dissipate and disappear completely. In NASA's official footage of the spinning ball Earth, however, the entire world's cloud cover doesn't dissipate, morph, or move for 25 hours, which is, of course, impossible, and proof of fakery. A good example of fisheye lens fakery is the famous 2012 GoPro Red Bull jump, where skydiver Felix Baumgartner was lifted to a record-breaking 128,000 feet in a stratospheric balloon, then jumped back to Earth. 7 GoPro cameras on the outside of the craft and strapped to Felix himself recorded the entire ascent and descent. Astute observers will notice that from ground level all the way up to the 24-mile apex, the horizon is significantly curved and remains equally so for the entire ascent. This is because the curve is artificial and being caused by the GoPro camera's standard-issue fisheye lens. Once Felix reaches his peak altitude and the door of his craft opens, an inside camera mounted behind him without a fisheye lens reveals the truth, showing a perfectly flat horizon still at eye level, 128,000 feet high. As for the hundreds of supposed photographs available of the globe, NASA readily admits that these are composite images and not actual photographs. They claim the composites are made by taking strips of data sent from satellites, spliced together in Photoshop, and colorized for the final creation. NASA's senior program analyst and lead data visualizer, Robert Simon, admitted in an interview that they are photoshopped because they have to be. When compared side by side and viewed with a discerning eye, the inconsistencies become obvious. The coloration of the land and oceans and relative size of the continents drastically changes between images, and they often feature far too little land mass for 50% of a globe. Several of NASA's blue marble Earth images have repeat instances of exact cloud patterns clearly copied and pasted into place. Computer enhancements done on Earth images taken during the Apollo missions also show similar photo trickery. When hues are removed from the black backgrounds and brightness enhanced, distinct rectangular artifacts appear around the globe where they were pasted in, again proving them to be doctored composites. Furthermore, when NASA's Earth pictures are compared with those from the Russians, Chinese, and other space agencies, the differences become evident, and the fact that they are all simply Photoshop images becomes obvious. If NASA and the world's space agencies could provide real, legitimate photographs and videos of a globe, they most certainly would. So the fact that they continue producing and pumping out nothing but fisheye fakery and CGI cartoons is strong evidence that Earth is not what they claim. 3. Water. The natural physics of water are that once contained and undisturbed, the surface will always remain horizontal. This fundamental physical property of water is why it has been used as a leveling tool by builders and engineers for millennia. Whether in a bucket, bathtub, pond, lake, or an ocean, the surface of water at rest always remains flat and doesn't have the ability to show convexity or any shape whatsoever upon its surface. This fact is easily demonstrable and empirically verifiable, but completely at odds with what we are told about the globe. For Earth to be globular and over 70% covered in water, the oceans must be somehow curving around and sticking to all sides of a rapidly spinning ball suspended in space. It is simply impossible to make water behave this way. As anyone can experiment for themselves, bodies of water will not stick to the underside of a ball and cannot show convexity or any other shape upon their surface. Globe defenders will often point to water droplets, meniscus, surface tension, or adhesion, claiming these are examples of water bending or sticking to a surface, which is nothing but a fallacy of false equivalency, as these only happen at a very small scale, the size of a coffee cup. The claim is entire oceans wrapping around and sticking to the underside of a spinning ball, not a water droplet or the meniscus in a glass filled to the brim. NASA has also recently taken to faking CGI water balls using augmented virtual reality technology in an attempt to convince the public that water can behave this way. This kind of demonstration, done in a reference frame inaccessible to 99.99% of the population, however, is unrepeatable by the world's scientists and skeptics, and is therefore not scientific or permissible as proof of anything. First, they claim only massive objects the size of Earth have this attractive property. Then, as evidence, they show a phenomenon allegedly outside of our earthly reference frame. In other words, they are claiming bodies of water can bend around, stick to a ball, and show curvature upon their surface, but only at a scale too big for the public to recreate. Then they are claiming water can ball up and float suspended in air, but only in a reference frame too far for the public to recreate. As for water level, globe defenders have actually attempted to completely redefine the term level just to fit with their dogma. The true definition of level is a flat horizontal plane with no deviation in elevation along its surface. Water always reliably seeks and maintains its own level, and that is why it has been used in spirit levels and construction projects from time immemorial to create perfectly horizontal structures, no matter their size. Globe zealots, however, unsatisfied with this obvious truth and clear definition, have attempted to redefine level to instead mean curved. Their globe-friendly version of level means equal heights around a ball when measured from a central point. The fact of the matter is, however, that nobody has ever reached this hypothetical center point of the hypothetical Earth globe, so their redefined term cannot be tested or falsified. Until that day, rest assured there is good reason we call it sea level and not sea curve. 4. The horizon. The horizon is always perfectly horizontal, 360 degrees around the observer, regardless of altitude. If Earth was actually a globe, no matter how large, as an observer ascended, the horizon would remain fixed in position and fall below the observer the higher climbed. In reality, all amateur balloon, rocket, plane, and drone footage filmed without a fisheye lens at maximum altitudes of over 20 miles high show a completely flat horizon still rising to eye level. Only in NASA and other space agency footage does the horizon ever curve or appear below the observer's eye level. In the heliocentric model, the horizon is claimed to be the physical curvature of their globe, and the reason boats receding from a shore-bound observer disappear from view. This was actually one of the original alleged globe-Earth proofs presented by Aristotle and still parroted by believers today. But by using modern zoom technology, we now know that the horizon is not the physical curvature of a globe, and those boats can be zoomed back into full view. This is because the horizon is not an objective physical phenomenon at all, but rather a subjective optical phenomenon based on an individual observer's perspective. If the horizon was actually the objective physical curvature of a globe, then objects receding beyond it could not be zoomed back into view, and it would remain fixed as an observer ascended. In reality, however, the horizon rises along with the observer no matter how high, and modern zoom technology can bring objects receding beyond it back into full view. This proves the horizon line is not some objective point of curvature on a convex Earth, but rather the subjective vanishing line of perspective from a given observer's point of view. Quoting Earth Not a Globe by Dr. Samuel Robotham, on the shore near Waterloo, a few miles to the north of Liverpool, a good telescope was fixed at an elevation of 6 feet above the water. It was directed to a large steamer, just leaving the River Mersey and sailing out to Dublin. Gradually the masthead of the receding vessel came nearer to the horizon, until, at length, after more than 4 hours had elapsed, it disappeared. The ordinary rate of sailing of the Dublin steamers was fully 8 miles an hour, so that the vessel would be at least 32 miles distant when the masthead came to the horizon. The 6 feet of elevation of the telescope would require 3 miles to be deducted for convexity, which would leave 29 miles, the square of which, multiplied by 8 inches, gives 560 feet, deducting 80 feet for the height of the main mast, and we find that, according to the doctrine of rotundity, the masthead of the outward-bound steamer should have been 480 feet below the horizon. Many other experiments of this kind have been made upon sea-going steamers, and always with results entirely incompatible with the theory that the Earth is a globe. 5. Gyroscopes. Gyroscopes are precision instruments consisting of a wheel mounted inside 2 or 3 gimbals which provide pivoting support and allow the wheel to rotate about a single axis. As the entire contraption moves and shifts angles, the gimbals move and shift accordingly, but the inner wheel never changes its angle with respect to its initial reference frame. This unique property is called rigidity in space, meaning the inner wheel maintains its orientation and axis of rotation in relation to space and not to the surface of the Earth. This means that the base of a gyroscope set in motion with its axis in a vertical position, then placed on a table for 6 hours, should rotate 90 degrees with the spinning globe Earth. As the globe turns under the gyroscope for 6 hours, the axis should slowly turn from vertical to horizontal. This experiment has been tested many times with several full-length videos available online, and never does the gyroscope's vertical axis shift whatsoever. If the heliocentric model were true, not only would the gyroscope detect the alleged 1,000-mile-per-hour spin of the globe, but also the 67,000-mile-per-hour revolution around the Sun, the entire solar system's 500,000-mile-per-hour spiral around the Milky Way galaxy, and the entire galaxy's multi-million-mile-per-hour journey through the universe. Since these hypothetical motions never register on precision gyroscopes, it is clear that they, just like the spinning ball Earth they're based on, do not exist. Gyroscopes are also the technology behind inertial guidance systems and airplane artificial horizon indicators. When military jets are performing loops, barrel rolls, and other dogfighting maneuvers, the artificial horizon allows pilots to easily see their exact orientation relative to Earth without having to rely on looking out the window. If Earth was truly a sphere, by simply flying level, airplane artificial horizon indicators should show a steady decline unless pilots constantly correct their altitudes downwards so as not to fly straight off into so-called outer space. For example, a pilot traveling 500 miles per hour over a globe Earth 24,900 miles in circumference would have to descend an average of 2,777 feet, or over half a mile per minute. Otherwise, in 1 hour's time, the plane would be 31.5 miles higher than desired. In fact, if Earth was really a ball, there should be no reason to use rockets for flying into outer space, because simply flying an airplane straight at any altitude for long enough would already inevitably send you there. 6. Compasses. The mariner's compass is another precision instrument which can only work on a level plane Earth, and is an impossible and nonsensical tool for use on a globe. It simultaneously points north and south over a flat surface, and must be held flat to work, yet claims to be pinpointing 2 constantly moving geomagnetic poles at opposite ends of a spinning sphere originating from a hypothetical molten metal core. If compass needles were actually drawn to the North Pole of a globe, the opposing south needle would actually be pointing up and off into outer space. Likewise, observers holding a compass in Antarctica would be at the bottom of the ball, so to show north, the needle would have to point down at their feet. If the so-called South Pole in Antarctica were truly the southern pole of a magnet, observers would be able to walk in a circle with their backs to the South Pole and have their compass needles show north being in front of them in every direction. This feat has never and will never be achieved because the so-called South Pole is simply an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice, marked with a red and white barbershop pole and topped with a little metal ball Earth. The actual type of magnetism present on Earth is similar to a ring magnet found in loudspeakers, which have a central North Pole, with the opposite South Pole being all points along the outer circumference. This perfectly describes the magnetism of our flat Earth, whereas the alleged source of magnetism in the globe model is emitted from a hypothetical molten magnetic core in the center of the ball, which they claim conveniently causes both poles to constantly move and thus forever evade independent verification at their two ceremonial poles. 7. Plain sailing. Ship captains in navigating great distances at sea never need to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their calculations. Both plain sailing and great circle sailing, the most popular navigation methods, use plane, not spherical trigonometry, making all mathematical calculations on the assumption that the Earth is perfectly flat. If the Earth were in fact a sphere, such an errant assumption would lead to constantly glaring inaccuracies. Plain sailing has worked perfectly fine in both theory and practice for thousands of years, and plane trigonometry has time and again proven more accurate than spherical trigonometry in determining distances across the oceans. It is so commonly used at sea, Navigation in Theory and Practice states that, in practice, scarcely any other rules are used but those derived from plain sailing. The great and serious objection to plain sailing is that longitude cannot be found by it accurately, although in practice it is more frequently found by it than any other method. So both latitude and longitude are found most often and most accurately by assuming Earth to be flat, more accurately even than assuming the Earth to be spherical. Quoting 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe by William Carpenter, "If the Earth were a globe, a small model globe would be the very best, because the truest, thing for the navigator to take to sea with him. But such a thing as that is not known. With such a toy as a guide, the mariner would wreck his ship of a certainty. This is a proof that Earth is not a globe." 8. Construction. Surveyors, engineers, architects, and builders are never required to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their projects. Plumb bobs are used to establish plumb vertical datums, with spirit levels then used to establish horizontal datums and lay flat foundations across great expanses. If Earth was actually a globe of given proportions, builders would find themselves constantly deviating from both their established vertical and horizontal datum lines. But in reality, canals, railways, bridges, tunnels, and other large projects are always cut and laid horizontally, often over hundreds of miles, without any allowance for curvature, and no deviation from established datums. As stated by surveyor T. Westwood in Earth Review magazine, quote, "In leveling, I work from ordnance marks, or canal levels, to get the height above sea level. The puzzle to me used to be that over several miles, each level was and is treated throughout its whole length as the same level from end to end, not the least allowance being made for curvature." The Suez Canal, which connects the Mediterranean Sea with the Gulf of Suez on the Red Sea, is one clear proof of both the Earth's and water's non-convexity. The canal is 100 miles long and without any locks, so the water within is an uninterrupted continuation of the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea. When it was constructed, the Earth's supposed curvature was not taken into account. It was dug along a horizontal datum line 26 feet below sea level, passing through several lakes from one sea to the other, with the datum line and the water's surface running perfectly parallel over the 100 miles. Another good example is the Dunyang Kunshan Bridge, the longest bridge in the world, just over 102 miles long, which runs parallel to the Yangtze River and connects the Shanghai and Nanjing provinces. This bridge is approximately the same length as the Suez Canal, and was also built without factoring the alleged curvature of the Earth. If Earth was actually a globe 24,900 miles in circumference, spherical trigonometry dictates that the center of both the Suez Canal and the Dunyang Kunshan Bridge would bulge over 1,666 feet higher than either end. Engineer W. Winkler was published in the Earth Review regarding the Earth's supposed curvature, stating, "As an engineer of many years' standing, I saw that this absurd allowance is only permitted in school books. No engineer would dream of allowing anything of the kind. I have projected many miles of railways and many more of canals, and the allowance has not even been thought of, much less allowed for. This allowance for curvature means this, that it is 8 inches for the first mile of a canal, and increasing at the ratio by the square of the distance in miles. Thus a small navigable canal for boats, say 30 miles long, will have, by the above rule, an allowance for curvature of 600 feet. Think of that, and then please credit engineers as not being quite such fools. Nothing of the sort is allowed. We no more think of allowing 600 feet for a line of 30 miles of railway or canal than of wasting our time trying to square the circle. Railroads are another example of large-scale construction projects spanning hundreds or even thousands of miles, working from an established datum line and without deviating for the entire length. The Manchester Ship Canal Company, in an official statement published in Earth Review magazine, confirmed, quote, "It is customary in railway and canal constructions for all levels to be referred to a datum which is nominally horizontal, and is so shown on all sections. It is not the practice in laying out public works to make allowances for the curvature of the earth." As an example, the London and Northwestern Railway forms a straight line 180 miles long between London and Liverpool. The railroad's highest point, midway at Birmingham Station, is only 240 feet above sea level. But if Earth was actually a globe of given proportions, the 180-mile stretch of rail would form an arc with its center point at Birmingham raising over a mile, a full 5,400 feet above London and Liverpool. A surveyor and engineer of 30 years, published in the Birmingham Weekly Mercury, stated, "I am thoroughly acquainted with the theory and practice of civil engineering. However bigoted some of our professors may be in the theory of surveying according to the prescribed rules, yet it is well known amongst us that such theoretical measurements are incapable of any practical illustration. All our locomotives are designed to run on what may be regarded as true levels or flats. There are, of course, partial inclines or gradients here and there, but they are always accurately defined and must be carefully traversed. But anything approaching to 8 inches in the mile, increasing as the square of the distance, could not be worked by any engine that was ever yet constructed. Taking one station with another all over England and Scotland, it may be stated that all the platforms are on the same relative level. The distance between eastern and western coasts of England may be set down as 300 miles. If the prescribed curvature was indeed as represented, the central stations at Rugby or Warwick ought to be close upon 3 miles higher than a cord drawn from the two extremities. If such was the case, there is not a driver or stoker within the kingdom that would be found to take charge of the train. We can only laugh at those of your readers who seriously give us credit for such venturesome exploits as running trains round spherical curves. Horizontal curves on levels are dangerous enough. Vertical curves would be 1,000 times worse, and with our rolling stock constructed as at present, physically impossible. 9. Long-distance photography. We are consistently able to observe objects at incredibly long distances, far beyond what would be possible if Earth was actually a globe of given proportions. By inputting the observer height and distance viewed into an Earth curvature calculator, it is easy to check how much a target should be obstructed on a globe Earth. For example, it is often possible to see the Chicago skyline from sea level 60 miles away across Lake Michigan. In 2015, after photographer Joshua Nowicki photographed this phenomenon, several news channels quickly claimed his picture to be a superior mirage, an atmospheric anomaly caused by temperature inversion. While these certainly do occur, the skyline in question was facing right side up and clearly seen. unlike a hazy, illusory mirage, and on a ball Earth 24,900 miles in circumference, should be a full 2,400 feet below the horizon. In Genoa, Italy, from only 70 feet above sea level, on clear days, it is possible to see the distant islands of Elba, Gorgona, Caprea, and Corsica, which are 81, 99, 102, and 125 miles away. If Earth was truly a globe of given proportions, all 4 islands could never be visible for such an observer, and would be hidden behind 3,300, 5,200, 5,600, and 8,700 feet of curved water. From Anchorage, Alaska, at an elevation of 102 feet, on clear days, both Mount Foraker and Mount McKinley can be seen in their entirety, standing straight from base to summit with the naked eye from 120 and 130 miles away, respectively. If Earth was really a ball of given circumference, both mountains should be leaning back away from the observer, with the lower half of each mountain completely obstructed from view. Based on verifiable curvature calculations, 7,719 feet of Mount Foraker's 17,400-foot summit and 9,220 feet of Mount McKinley's 20,320-foot summit should be hidden behind a giant bulge of curved globular earth. The current record-breaking longest-distance zoom photograph recently captured Pic Gaspard from Pic de Finestrelles, a whopping 275 miles away, with an observer height of approximately 9,000 feet, from which, based on correct curvature calculations, the entire 12,740-foot mountain should be invisible behind nearly 6 miles of curved earth. Even more recently, flat earthers like J. Tolan Media have been filming using infrared zoom cameras at high altitudes to capture lakes, mountains, and other landmarks up to an incredible 1,000 miles away. If Earth was really a globe the size we are told, many of the landmarks photographed would be hidden behind upwards of 70 miles of curved earth. 10. Lighthouses. The distance from which various lighthouse lights around the world are visible at sea also far exceeds what could be found on a globe of given proportions. For example, the Dunkirk light in southern France, at an altitude of 194 feet, is visible from a boat 10 feet above sea level, 28 miles away. Spherical trigonometry dictates that if Earth was a globe with the given curvature rate, this light should be hidden 190 feet below the horizon. The Port Nicholson light in New Zealand is 420 feet above sea level and visible from 35 miles away, where it should be 220 feet below the horizon. The Agero light in Norway is 154 feet above high water and visible from 28 statute miles, where it should be 230 feet below the horizon. The light at Madras on the Esplanade is 132 feet high and visible from 28 miles away, where it should be 250 feet below the line of sight. The Cordonin light on the west coast of France is 207 feet high and visible from 31 miles away, where it should be 280 feet below the line of sight. The light at Cape Bonavista, Newfoundland, is 150 feet above sea level and visible at 35 miles, where it should be 491 feet below the horizon. The lighthouse steeple of St. Botolph's Parish Church in Boston is 290 feet tall and visible from over 40 miles away, where it should be hidden a full 800 feet below the horizon. The Isle of Wight Lighthouse in England is 180 feet high and can be seen up to 42 miles away, a distance at which modern astronomers say the light should fall 996 feet below the line of sight. The Cape Legulas Lighthouse in South Africa is 33 feet high, 238 feet above sea level, and can be seen for over 50 miles. If the world was a globe, this light would fall 1,400 feet below an observer's line of sight. And finally, the lighthouse at Port Said, Egypt, at an elevation of only 60 feet, has been seen an astonishing 58 miles away, where according to modern astronomy, it should be 2,182 feet below the line of sight. 11. Impossible atmosphere. If Earth was truly a globe, constantly spinning eastwards at over 1,000 miles per hour, it stands to reason that helicopters and hot air balloons should be able to simply hover over the surface of the Earth and wait for their destinations to come to them. For example, during the Red Bull Stratosphere dive, Felix Baumgartner, spending 3 hours ascending over New Mexico, should have landed 2,500 miles west into the Pacific Ocean, but instead actually landed a few dozen miles east of the takeoff point. Likewise, vertically fired cannonballs and other projectiles should fall significantly due west on an eastward spinning ball. In actual fact, however, whenever this has been tested, vertically fired cannonballs shoot upwards an average of 14 seconds ascending, 14 seconds descending, and fall back to the ground no more than 2 feet away from the cannon, sometimes directly back into the muzzle. To account for this problem, globe defenders claim that gravity somehow magically and inexplicably drags the entire lower atmosphere of the Earth in perfect synchronization up to some undetermined height where this progressively faster and faster spinning atmosphere gives way to the non-spinning, non-gravitized, non-atmosphere of supposed infinite vacuum space. NASA refuses to answer at what altitude this impossible feat allegedly happens, but the effect such a transition would have on a craft traversing it would be disastrous. It is also scientifically refuted by the simple fact that vacuums cannot exist connected to non-vacuums while maintaining the properties of a vacuum. As anyone who has punctured an aerosol can knows, 2 adjacent pressure systems, not separated by some kind of barrier or membrane, will equilibrate. If gravity magically dragged the atmosphere along with the spinning ball Earth, that would mean the atmosphere at the poles would be spinning at 0 miles per hour, while over the mid-latitudes it would be spinning around 500 miles per hour, and gradually faster until reaching the equator, where Earth and the atmosphere would be spinning together at over 1,000 miles per hour. Not only would this gravitized atmosphere increase speed from poles to the equator, but would also necessarily progressively increase speed the higher the altitude. In reality, however, the atmosphere at every point on Earth is equally unaffected by this alleged force, as it has never been measured and is proven non-existent by the ability of airplanes to fly unabated in any direction without experiencing any such atmospheric changes. Landing airplanes on such fast-moving runways, facing all manner of directions, north, south, east, west, and otherwise, would also be practically impossible. Not to mention rain, fireworks, birds, bugs, clouds, smoke, balloons, and projectiles would all behave very differently if the Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning. Tests were conducted in the 19th century with cannons facing each of the cardinal directions, which proved Earth and its atmosphere are not spinning. If they were, then north and south-facing cannons would establish a control, while east-firing cannonballs should fall significantly farther than all others, while west-firing cannonballs should fall significantly closer. In actual fact, however, regardless of which direction cannons are fired, the distance covered is always the same. Common sense tells us if Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour, this should somewhere, somehow, be seen, heard, felt, or measured by someone, yet no one in history has ever experienced this alleged eastward motion. Meanwhile, however, we can hear, feel, and experimentally measure even the slightest westward breeze. Furthermore, clouds, wind, and weather patterns casually and unpredictably meander every which way, with clouds often traveling in opposing directions at varying altitudes simultaneously. This is altogether incompatible with the theory of a rapidly rotating Earth and atmosphere. 12. Flight times. If Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, then the average commercial airliner traveling 500 miles per hour should never be able to reach its eastward destinations before they come speeding up from behind. Likewise, westward destinations should be arrived at thrice the speed, but this is not the case. In reality, the differences between eastbound and westbound flight durations usually amount to a matter of minutes, and nothing near what would occur on a spinning globe. As Gabrielle Henriette stated in her book Heaven and Earth, if flying had been invented at the time of Copernicus, there is no doubt that he would have soon realized that his contention regarding the rotation of the Earth was wrong, on account of the relation existing between the speed of an aircraft and that of the Earth's rotation. If the Earth rotates, as it is said, at 1,000 miles an hour, and a plane flies in the same direction at only 500 miles, it is obvious that its place of destination will be farther removed every minute. On the other hand, if flying took place in the direction opposite to that of the rotation, a distance of 1,500 miles would be covered in 1 hour, instead of 500, since the speed of the rotation is to be added to that of the plane. It could also be pointed out that such a flying speed of 1,000 miles an hour, which is supposed to be that of the Earth's rotation, has recently been achieved, so that an aircraft flying at this rate in the same direction as that of the rotation could not cover any ground at all. It would remain suspended in mid-air over the spot from which it took off, since both speeds are equal. The spinning globe model dictates that Earth and its atmosphere would be moving together 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, and progressively slower, approaching zero closer to the poles. The following examples all take place at the mid-latitudes, where the globe model claims that Earth and its atmosphere should be moving together at approximately 500 miles per hour, the same as the average flight speed of a commercial airliner. Flights from Los Angeles to New York City, traveling east with the alleged rotation of the Earth, take an average of 5.5 hours, for instance, so the return flight west should only take 2 3/4 hours. But in fact, the average New York City to LA flight actually takes upward of 6 hours, a time totally inconsistent with the spinning globe model. Flights eastward with the alleged spin of the Earth from Tokyo to Los Angeles take an average of 10.5 hours. Therefore, return flights westward against the alleged spin should take an average of 5.25 hours, but in actual fact take an average of 11.5 hours. Another flight duration totally inconsistent with the globe model. Eastbound flights from New York to London take an average of 7 hours. Therefore, the westbound flights against the alleged spin should take an average of 3.5 hours, but in reality, they take an average of 7.5 hours. Eastward flights from Chicago to Boston with the alleged spin of the Earth take an average of 2.25 hours. Therefore, the return flights westward against the alleged spin should take an average of just over an hour, but in reality, they take an average of 2.75 hours. Flights eastward from Paris to Rome take an average of 2 hours. Therefore, the return flights westward against the alleged spin should take only 1 hour, but in actual fact have an average flight duration of 2 hours and 10 minutes. All of these flight times are impossible on a 1,000-mile-per-hour eastward spinning ball, but are consistent with what would be expected over a stationary Earth. 13. Flight paths. If Earth was truly a ball, then there are several flights in the southern hemisphere which would have their quickest, straightest path over the Antarctic continent, such as Santiago, Chile, to Sydney, Australia. Instead of taking the shortest, quickest route in a straight line over Antarctica, however, all such flights detour all manner of directions away from Antarctica, instead claiming the temperatures are too cold for airplane travel. Considering the fact that there are plenty of flights to, from, and over Antarctica, and NASA claims to have technology keeping them in conditions far colder and far hotter than any experienced on Earth, such an excuse is clearly just an excuse, and these flights aren't made because they are impossible. If Earth was a ball and Antarctica was too cold to fly over, the only logical way to fly from Sydney to Santiago would be a straight shot over the Pacific, staying in the southern hemisphere the entire way. Refueling could be done in New Zealand or other southern hemisphere destinations along the way, if absolutely necessary. But in reality, Santiago to Sydney flights go into the northern hemisphere, making stopovers at LAX and other North American airports before continuing back down to the southern hemisphere. Such ridiculously wayward detours make no sense on the globe, but make perfect sense and form nearly straight lines when shown on a flat Earth map. On a globe, Johannesburg, South Africa to Perth, Australia should be a straight shot over the Indian Ocean, with convenient refueling possibilities on Mauritius or Madagascar. In actual practice, however, most Johannesburg to Perth flights curiously stop over either in Dubai, Hong Kong, or Malaysia, all of which make no sense on the ball model, but are completely understandable when mapped on a flat Earth. On a globe, Cape Town, South Africa to Buenos Aires, Argentina should be a straight shot over the Atlantic, following the same line of latitude across. But instead, every flight goes to connecting locations in the Northern Hemisphere first, stopping over anywhere from London to Turkey to Dubai. Once again, these make absolutely no sense on the ball model, but are completely understandable options when mapped on a flat Earth. On a globe, Santiago, Chile to Johannesburg, South Africa should be an easy flight, all taking place below the Tropic of Capricorn in the Southern Hemisphere. Yet every listed flight makes a curious refueling stop in Senegal near the Tropic of Cancer in the North Hemisphere first. When mapped on a flat Earth, the reason why is clear to see, because Senegal is actually directly in a straight line path halfway between the two. On a globe, Johannesburg, South Africa to Sao Paulo, Brazil should be a quick straight shot along the 25th southern latitude, but instead, nearly every flight makes a refueling stop at the 50th degree north latitude in London first. The only reason such ridiculous stopovers work in reality is because the Earth is not a spinning ball. 14. Latitude and longitude. If Earth was truly a globe, then every line of latitude south of the equator would have to measure a gradually smaller and smaller circumference the farther south traveled. If Earth is an extended plane, however, then every line of latitude south of the equator should measure a gradually larger and larger circumference the farther south traveled. Practical distance measurements taken from the Australian Handbook, Almanac, Shippers and Importers Directory state that the straight line distance between Sydney and Nelson is 1,550 statute miles, with a given difference in longitude of 22 degrees, 2 minutes, and 14 seconds. Therefore, if 22 degrees, 2 minutes, and 14 seconds out of 360 degrees is 1,550 miles, the entirety would measure 25,182 miles, which is not only larger than the globe is said to be at the equator, but a whole 4,262 miles greater than it would be at Sydney's southern latitude on a globe of given proportions. From near Cape Horn, Chile, to Port Phillip in Melbourne, Australia, the distance is 10,500 miles, or 143 degrees of longitude away. Factoring the remaining degrees to 360 makes for a total distance of 26,430 miles around this particular latitude, which is over 1,500 miles wider than Earth is supposed to be at the equator, and many more thousands of miles wider than it is supposed to be at such southern latitudes. Similar calculations made from the Cape of Good Hope, South Africa, to Melbourne, Australia, at an average latitude of 35.5 degrees south, have given an approximate figure of over 25,000 miles, which is again greater than the Earth's supposed circumference at the equator. Meanwhile, calculations from Sydney, Australia, to Wellington, New Zealand, at an average of 37.5 degrees south, have given an approximate circumference of 25,500 miles, greater still. According to the globe model, the circumference of Earth at 37.5 degrees south latitude should be only 19,757 statute miles, almost 6,000 miles less than such practical measurements. The fact that many captains navigating south of the equator, assuming the globular theory, have found themselves drastically out of reckoning, more so the farther south traveled, also testifies to the fact that the Earth is not a ball. For example, during Captain James Clark Ross's voyages around the Antarctic circumference, he often wrote in his journal perplexed at how they routinely found themselves out of accordance with their charts, stating that they found themselves an average of 12 to 16 miles outside their reckoning every day. Later on, farther south, as much as 29 miles. Lieutenant Charles Wilkes commanded a United States Navy exploration expedition to the Antarctic from 1838 to 1842, and in his journals also mentioned being consistently east of his reckoning, sometimes over 20 miles in less than 18 hours. Quoting Reverend Thomas Milner, "In the South Hemisphere, navigators to India have often fancied themselves east of the Cape when still west, and have been driven ashore on the African coast, which, according to their reckoning, lay behind them. This misfortune happened to a fine frigate, the Challenger, in 1845. How came Her Majesty's ship Conqueror to be lost? How have so many other noble vessels, perfectly sound, perfectly manned, perfectly navigated, been wrecked in calm weather, not only in dark night or in a fog, but in broad daylight and sunshine, in the former case upon the coasts, and in the latter upon sunken rocks, from being out of reckoning? The simple answer is that Earth is not a ball." In the globe model, Antarctica is an ice continent which covers the bottom of the ball from 78 degrees south latitude to 90, and is therefore not much more than 12,000 miles in circumference. Many early explorers, including Captain Cook and James Clark Ross, however, in attempting to circumnavigate Antarctica, took upwards of 3 to 4 years and clocked between 50,000 and 60,000 miles around. Captain George Nares, on his Challenger expedition, also made an indirect but complete circumnavigation of Antarctica, traversing 69,000 miles, which is entirely inconsistent with the globe model. Hervé Raboni, who circumnavigated the world during the 1993 Whitbread yacht race, has recently become a flat earther himself, and claims that the deception is done through the hoax of magnetic declination. Hervé insists that on our flat Earth, magnetic declination does not exist, and the addition of this globe-based chart and mathematics to navigation calculations is what keeps pilots and sailors on course. 15. Arctic versus Antarctic. If Earth was truly a globe, the Arctic and Antarctic polar regions, and areas of comparable latitude north and south of the equator, should share similar conditions and characteristics, such as comparable temperatures, seasonal changes, length of daylight, plant and animal life. In reality, however, the Arctic and Antarctic regions and areas of comparable latitude north and south of the equator differ greatly in many ways, entirely inconsistent with the globe model, but exactly as expected on a flat Earth. For example, Antarctica is by far the coldest place on Earth, with an average annual temperature of approximately negative 57 degrees Fahrenheit, and a record low of negative 135.8. The average annual temperature at the North Pole, however, is a comparatively warm 4 degrees. Throughout the year, temperatures in the Antarctic vary less than half the amount at comparable Arctic latitudes, and the northern Arctic region enjoys moderately warm summers and manageable winters, whereas the southern Antarctic region never even warms enough to melt the perpetual snow and ice. On a tilting, wobbling ball Earth spinning uniformly around the sun, Arctic and Antarctic temperatures and seasons should not vary so greatly. In the Arctic, there are 4 clearly distinguished seasons, warm summers, and an abundance of plant and animal life, none of which can be said of the Antarctic. The Eskimo also live as far north as the 79th parallel, whereas in the south, no native man is found beyond the 56th. Iceland, at 65 degrees north latitude, is home to 870 species of native plants and abundant various animal life. Compare this with the Isle of Georgia at just 54 degrees south latitude, where there are only 18 species of native plants, and animal life is almost non-existent. At the same latitude as Canada or England in the north, where dense forests of various tall trees abound, Captain Cook wrote of Georgia that he was unable to find a single shrub large enough to make a toothpick. Cook wrote, "Not a tree was to be seen. The lands which lie to the south are doomed by nature to perpetual frigidness, never to feel the warmth of the sun's rays, whose horrible and savage aspect I have not words to describe. Even marine life is sparse in certain tracts of vast extent, and the seabird is seldom observed flying over such lonely wastes. The contrasts between the limits of organic life in the Arctic and Antarctic zones is very remarkable and significant." At places of comparable latitude north and south, the sun also behaves very differently than it should on the globe model, but exactly as expected over a flat Earth. For example, in the north, dawn and dusk come slowly and last far longer than in the south, where they come and go very quickly. Certain places in the north, twilight can last for over an hour, while at comparable southern latitudes, within a few minutes the sunlight completely disappears. Also, the longest summer days north of the equator are much longer than those south of the equator, and the shortest winter days north of the equator are much shorter than the shortest south of the equator. These facts are inexplicable on a uniformly spinning, wobbling ball Earth, but make perfect sense on a flat Earth with a sun traveling faster, wider circles over the south and slower, narrower circles over the north. 16. The Midnight Sun. The midnight sun is an Arctic phenomenon occurring annually during the summer solstice, where for several days straight, observers north of the Arctic Circle can watch the sun traveling circles overhead, rising and falling throughout the day, but never fully setting for upwards of 72 plus hours. If the Earth was actually a spinning globe revolving around the sun, the only place such a phenomenon as the midnight sun could be observed would be at the poles. Any other vantage point, from 89 degrees latitude downwards, could never, regardless of any tilt or inclination, see the sun for over 24 hours straight. To do so on a spinning globe, at a point other than the poles, you would have to be looking through miles and miles of land and sea for part of the revolution. Some people claim there is a similar phenomenon in Antarctica, but they coincidentally don't have any uncut videos showing this. The few videos available online have been suspiciously edited or manipulated, and the Antarctic Treaty doesn't allow independent explorers to travel there during the winter solstice to verify or refute these claims. Conversely, there are dozens of uncut videos publicly available showing the Arctic midnight sun, and it has been verified beyond any shadow of a doubt, as anyone can travel and confirm for themselves. Furthermore, every year from the 71st degree south latitude onwards, the sun sets on May 17th, and is not seen above the horizon again until July 21st. This is totally at odds with the globe model, but easily explained on a flat Earth. The midnight sun is seen within the Arctic Circle during summer solstice because the sun, at its innermost cycle, is circling tightly enough around the polar center that it constantly remains visible above the horizon for someone at such a vantage point. Likewise, in extreme southern latitudes during that time, the sun completely disappears from view for over 2 months because there at the northern tropic, at the innermost cycle of its boomerang journey, the sun is circling the northern center too tightly to be seen from the southern circumference. 17. Polaris. In the heliocentric model, they claim Earth is a globe spinning 1,000 miles per hour around its axis, while revolving tens of thousands of miles per hour around the sun, while the entire solar system circles hundreds of thousands of miles per hour around the Milky Way, and the entire galaxy shoots millions of miles per hour more off through infinite space. In reality, no one in history has ever seen, heard, felt, or measured such motions, and everyone can clearly see for themselves that Polaris, the pole star, situated directly over the North Pole center of Earth, never moves, night after night, year after year, century after century, with all the other fixed stars remaining fixed in their relative constellations, revolving perfect circles around it. Such circular star trails around an unmoving pole star, seen in time-lapse photos, prove that it is the stars themselves moving and not the Earth. If Earth was truly a tilting, wobbling, spinning space ball undergoing these multiple contradictory motions through the universe, you would only ever see irregular, random, spiral-shaped star trails, and the night sky would never be the same twice. It would be impossible for constellations to exist whatsoever if Earth was truly performing all these various theoretical motions. Quoting 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe by William Carpenter, "Why in the name of common sense should observers have to fix their telescopes on solid stone bases so that they should not move a hair's breadth, if the Earth on which they fix them moves at the rate of 19 miles in a second? Indeed, to believe that 6,000 million tons is rolling, surging, flying, darting on through space forever, with a velocity compared with which a shot from a cannon is a very slow coach, with such unerring accuracy that a telescope fixed on granite pillars in an observatory will not enable a lynx-eyed astronomer to detect a variation in its onward motion of the 1,000th part of a hair's breadth, is to conceive a miracle compared with which all the miracles on record put together would sink into utter insignificance. Since we can, in middle north latitudes, see the North Star on looking out of a window that faces it, and out of the very same corner of the very same pane of glass in the very same window all the year round, it is proof enough for any man in his senses that we have made no motion at all, and that the earth is not a globe. 18. Sigma Octantis. Sigma Octantis is claimed to be a southern central pole star similar to Polaris, around which the southern hemisphere stars all rotate around the opposite direction. Unlike Polaris, however, Sigma Octantis cannot be seen simultaneously from every point along the same latitude. It is not central, but allegedly 1 degree off-center. It is not motionless, and in fact cannot be seen at all using commercially available telescopes. There is legitimate speculation regarding whether Sigma Octantis even exists. The heliocentric model claims stars south of the equator revolve the opposite direction around Sigma Octantis, but in reality, all the luminaries revolve the same direction east to west around Polaris, like in a planetarium dome. Our Earth planetarium, however, is too vast for any observer to see all the stars simultaneously from one vantage point, so their apparent motion, angle, and inclination changes based on perspective and the exact direction faced. Quoting Earth Not a Globe by Dr. Samuel Robotham, another thing is certain, that from within the equator, the North Pole star, and the constellations Ursa Major, Ursa Minor, and many others can be seen from every meridian simultaneously, whereas in the south, from the equator, neither the so-called South Pole star nor the remarkable constellation of the Southern Cross can be seen simultaneously from every meridian, showing that all the constellations of the South Pole star included sweep over a great southern arc and across the meridian, from their rise in the evening to their setting in the morning. But if the Earth is a globe, Sigma Octantis, a South Pole star, and the Southern Cross, a southern circumpolar constellation, they would all be visible at the same time from every longitude on the same latitude, as is the case with the Northern Pole star and the northern circumpolar constellations. Such, however, is not the case. 19. Local sun. Heliocentrists' astronomical figures always sound perfectly precise, but they have historically been notorious for regularly and drastically changing them to suit their various models. For instance, in his time, Copernicus calculated the sun's distance from Earth to be exactly 3,391,200 miles. The next century, Johannes Kepler decided it was actually 12,376,800 miles away. Isaac Newton said during his time that, quote, "It matters not whether we reckon it 28 or 54 million miles distant, for either would do just as well." Benjamin Martin calculated between 81 and 82 million miles. Thomas Dilworth claimed 93,726,900 miles. John Hind stated positively 95,298,260 miles. Benjamin Gould said more than 96 million miles, and Christian Mayer thought it was more than 104 million. Nowadays, current heliocentric theorists have settled on a figure of 93 million miles, but all of these ridiculous distances are easily proven wrong by the same method flat earthers have used for centuries. Measuring with sextants and calculating with plane trigonometry, both the sun and moon figure to be only approximately 30 miles in diameter and less than 3,000 miles away. Furthermore, amateur balloon footage taken above the clouds has provided stunning visual proof that the sun cannot be millions of miles away. In several shots, you can see a clear hot spot reflecting on the clouds directly below the sun's spotlight-like influence. If the sun were actually millions of miles away, such a small, localized hot spot could not occur. Another proof the sun is not millions of miles away is found by tracing the angle of sun rays back to their source above the clouds. There are countless pictures and videos showing how sunlight comes down through cloud cover at a variance of converging angles. The area of convergence is of course the sun, and is clearly not millions of miles away, but rather relatively close to Earth. The fact that the sun and moon's reflections on water always form a straight line path from the horizon all the way to the observer also proves Earth is not a ball. If Earth's surface was curved, it would be impossible for the reflected light to bend over the ball. 20. Scientific experiments. Several experiments have been performed and repeated by notable scientists like Albert Michelson, Edward Morley, George Airy, and George Sagnac, proving that it is the stars that revolve around a stationary Earth and not the other way around. The conclusive results of their experiments are not contested or even mentioned in modern astronomy books, but rather conveniently swept under the carpet to keep prying minds from seeing through the lies. For example, the experiment known as Airy's failure, since it failed to confirm heliocentricity, proved that the stars move relative to a stationary Earth, and not the other way around. By first filling a telescope with water to slow down the speed of light inside, then calculating the tilt necessary to get the starlight directly down the tube, Airy failed to prove the heliocentric theory, since the starlight was already coming in the correct angle, with no change necessary, and instead proved the geocentric model. The Michelson-Morley, Michelson-Gale, and Sagnac experiments also attempted to measure the change in speed of light due to Earth's assumed motion through space. After measuring in every possible different direction in various locations, they all failed to detect any significant change whatsoever, again proving the stationary geocentric model. Suffice to say, these 20 points are just scratching the surface, and there are many, many more proofs available, both in William Carpenter's book, 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe, and my own book, 200 Proofs Earth is Not a Spinning Ball. Chapter 2. How do you know NASA faked the moon landings? Between 1969 to 1972, NASA, the American National Aeronautics and Space Administration, allegedly flew 6 successful manned missions to the moon, where they did everything from playing golf to speeding around in a dune buggy to receiving a live phone call from President Nixon. In reality, when examined in depth with a critical eye, however, these staged events are found to be nothing but a monumental hoax perpetrated on a gullible and unsuspecting public. 1. To begin with, the moon itself is simply a luminary, a non-physical light in the sky, and not a spherical terra firma planetoid as maintained by NASA and modern astronomy. On clear days, you can see for yourself, during a waxing or waning cycle, the blue sky through the moon. On clear nights, during a waxing or waning cycle, it is possible to see stars directly through the surface of the moon. And during each new moon, the moon completely disappears from view and remains invisible for that one day per month. Even members of the Royal Astronomical Society have time and again recorded their confusion at being able to see stars directly through the moon. For example, Sir James South of the Royal Observatory in Kensington wrote that, quote, "On my first looking into the telescope, a star of about the 7th magnitude was some minutes of a degree distant from the moon's dark limb. I saw that its occultation by the moon was inevitable, but the star, instead of disappearing the moment the moon's edge came in contact with it, apparently glided on the moon's dark face, as if it had been seen through a transparent moon, or as if a star were between me and the moon. I have seen a similar apparent projection several times. The cause of this phenomenon is involved in impenetrable mystery." A star occulting a crescent moon has long been a popular symbol of Islam, was the symbol of the Ottoman Empire, is found on the flags of Algeria, Azerbaijan, Libya, Malaysia, Mauritania, Pakistan, Singapore, Tunisia, Turkey, and in the coat of arms of countries from Croatia to Germany, Ireland, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Sweden, Ukraine, and the United Kingdom. Nowadays, however, thanks to decades of NASA propaganda,
People believe against the evidence of their own senses that the moon is a physical terra firma planetoid capable of walking on. 2. Basic physics proves that not only has man never flown to the moon, but that the entire concept of a vacuum of space is impossible. NASA and modern astronomy claim that the Earth's atmosphere spins perfectly along with the Earth up to an indeterminate height where it allegedly meets the vacuum of space. Anyone who has punctured an aerosol canister knows, however, that a positive pressure system adjacent to a negative pressure system must have a solid barrier separating them, or else they will equilibrate. Furthermore, at ground level, this spinning atmosphere supposedly travels around 1,000 miles per hour and increases in speed with altitude, so that by 250 miles high, where they claim the International Space Station orbits, the atmosphere and everything in it are allegedly traveling a ridiculous 17,500 miles per hour, the speed of a bullet. This means the astronauts in their rockets were traveling faster than a speeding bullet when finally they popped out of the Earth's spinning, pressurized atmosphere and into the non-spinning, non-pressurized, non-atmosphere of the vacuum of space. Even if they could somehow survive such a transition, once in the supposed vacuum of space, it would be impossible to continue steering, because all propulsion systems require the air in the atmosphere to push against. In a vacuum, there is no such counterforce, so all propulsion, rather than sending the rocket forward, would instead send it spinning wildly and randomly out of control. In recent years, NASA has attempted damage control regarding this issue by now claiming that the moon is actually still within the Earth's atmosphere. But this doesn't change the fact that they stood by this impossible claim for decades. 3. The amount of radiation claimed to exist in space, especially through the so-called Van Allen belt, was far too strong for the astronauts' flimsy suits. Starting at an altitude of 1,000 miles up to approximately 15,000 miles, NASA claims there exists a deadly band of radiation that would kill or seriously injure anyone passing through in a matter of minutes. One Russian study stated that the amount of radiation present on the moon would require astronauts to be clothed in 4 feet of lead in order to avoid instant death. John Malden, a NASA physicist, said they would need at least 2 meters of thick shielding around them at all times, yet we see them on film bouncing around the moon in their 2-inch thin suits. Even James Van Allen himself continued to state until his death in 2006 that there was no way humans could survive the 90-minute journey through and another 90-minute journey back through the radiation belt without being completely encased in thick lead shielding. 4. Temperatures on the moon supposedly range from 279 degrees below zero during the nighttime, which is far colder than even Antarctica's coldest winter, and up to 243 degrees above zero at lunar midday, which is hotter than boiling water. NASA claims their special suits were fitted with both heating and cooling systems, but nothing which could come close to withstanding these incredible temperatures. The suits were also supposedly pressurized to keep the vacuum non-pressure of space from bursting their blood vessels, but they clearly have deep creases and wrinkles all over. Astronauts in true pressurized suits would look like the Michelin Man, bubbling out and very inflexible. Also, it is impossible for the Kodak film in their cameras to have survived these extreme temperatures without melting or freezing. 5. In images from Apollo 11, Buzz Aldrin can be seen wearing different color gloves and different length boots in pictures that were supposedly taken within minutes of each other. For example, in photo AS11-40-5873, Aldrin is wearing high boots and dark gray gloves. But just 2 pictures later, in AS11-40-5875, he has changed into smaller boots and white gloves. If Buzz was really in the vacuum of space in a pressurized spacesuit, he certainly would not have had time or reason to depressurize and repressurize his suit just to make these fashion adjustments. 6. None of the Apollo missions brought any extra studio lighting with them on the lunar lander, so the sun should be the only light source on the moon, and in all pictures taken there. In this case, the light should only come from one direction, and all shadows should be cast in the opposite direction. However, in dozens of official NASA photos, there are shadows being cast in up to 3 directions simultaneously, often at up to 90-degree angles, which can only be the result of multiple light sources not present on the moon. For example, in Apollo 14 photo AS 1468-9486, the shadow of the lunar lander in the background is being cast at a drastically different angle from the rocks in the foreground. 7. Many pictures purportedly showing the sun, as viewed from the moon, are clearly just studio spotlights and not the sun. Apollo 12 photo AS 1246-6765, for example, after computer enhancements, reveals a large light bulb in the center of the sun. After being thoroughly dissected by many researchers, NASA actually removed the high-resolution version of this image from their Apollo gallery. Apollo 11 photo AS 1140-5935 also shows a conical spotlight effect extending from a light just out of frame that is clearly not the sun. 8. Several Apollo images show a defined separation line where the ground meets with what can only be a studio backdrop. If they were actually filming on the moon, the ground would seamlessly meet the background, leaving no such dividing line. Furthermore, when analyzed side by side, dozens of images reveal that NASA reused the same backdrops time and again on what are alleged to be completely different areas of the moon. The contours of hills, mountains, and valleys align perfectly when superimposed upon one another. For example, Apollo 15 image AS 1582-11057 shows the lunar lander set against a very unique and distinct mountainous backdrop, which, when superimposed over image AS 1582-11082, aligns exactly, but with no lunar lander and a different foreground. Another example is Apollo 17 image AS 17-143-21972, showing a mountain in the background with a clear foreground, while image AS 17-136-20707 shows the exact same mountain, but now with several large rocks and boulders appearing in the foreground. There are dozens more examples of such repeated backdrops being used over the course of the Apollo missions. 9. Computer enhancements of many NASA images reveal photo manipulation and evidence of studio trickery. For example, as the Apollo 17 lunar lander lifts off, photo AS 17-151-23201 shows a clear shadow being cast on the ceiling of the studio. Similarly, Apollo 14 image AS 1464-9089, when yellow and blue are subtracted from the chroma scale, shows what can only be studio lighting reflecting off a black background. Another Apollo 14 photo, AS 1466-9306, shows shadows of reticule crosshairs suspended in air over a print underneath, proving it doctored and not an original as claimed. Apollo 12 image AS 12-49-72-78 clearly shows several studio lighting lens flares caused by multiple overhead lights, and Apollo 12 image AS 12-48-70-71 shows what appears to be an overhead light reflecting in Alan Bean's helmet. 10. Computer enhancements done on images of the Earth taken from the moon reveal clear photo trickery. By gradually removing the hues comprising black from the backgrounds, a bright rectangular artifact appears around the Earth, proving it to be a composite image. For example, Apollo 11 photo AS 11-44-6642, when manipulated in Photoshop, shows a distinct separation line where the Earth was added into the image. Another example is Apollo 17 image AS-17 134-20-471, which, when enhanced and edited, shows an unmistakable rectangular artifact around the Earth, proving it to be another doctored composite photograph. 11. In the original Apollo 16 photo AS-16 107-174-46, there is a rock with a letter C clearly engraved into it, as well as another C drawn into the dirt next to it. This is characteristic of fake stage rocks on a stage setup, where the set designer demarcates prop positions, and of course not something that would ever be found on the moon. After being exposed for this, NASA doctored the two C's out of their official version of the photo, but copies of the original photo are still available online. 12. In several bits of video footage from the Apollo missions, there is evidence of the astronauts using wires to achieve a more weightless appearance. During Apollo 14, there are many occasions where light reflects off the wires attached to their backpacks, making them momentarily become visible. During the Apollo 17 flag planting, just as the two astronauts go to shake hands, light pings off the wires from the top of their backpacks all the way to the top of the screen. And during the Apollo 16 mission, when one of the astronauts falls over, he is quickly jerked back up in an impossibly unnatural manner that could only be the result of being lifted by wires. 13. One of the more obvious video anomalies is how several Apollo missions show American flags flapping around in the non-existent space wind. The moon is supposed to have no atmosphere, and so the flags should have remained perfectly still, but can often be seen moving quite boisterously. NASA claims the astronauts brushing up against them could have caused this, but that is clearly not the case, as the flags stay waving for long periods of time with no astronauts touching or even near them. 14. Another interesting video anomaly is discovered by playing NASA's Apollo footage at double speed, then watching the astronauts walking, running, jumping, or cruising around in their little dune buggy. Without the speed adjustment, there is a quote-unquote low-gravity illusion, as the astronauts seem to float, drift, and glide slowly and smoothly along. But once they are seen at 2 times speed, it becomes clear that they are in quote-unquote normal gravity, walking, running, jumping, and cruising at normal speeds. NASA simply reduced the play speed by 50% in post-production to achieve the desired effect. 15. Another glaring mistake is that none of NASA's images or videos show stars in the background as they should. Just complete blackness, likely because exact star maps as they should appear from the moon would be nearly impossible to fake accurately. The testimony of different astronauts on different missions in their autobiographies and interviews just muddies the waters even more, some of them bragging about the quote astonishingly brilliant light of the stars, and others saying that they quote don't remember seeing a single star while on the moon. Such inconsistent testimony, and the fact that none of NASA's moon pictures feature any stars anywhere in their appropriate positions, is yet more strong evidence of studio fakery. 16. Any sovereign-minded, critically thinking adult that honestly examines NASA image AS-11 40-5922 of the Apollo 11 lunar lander supposedly on the moon will see a pathetic 1969 attempt at creating high-tech looking equipment using flimsy construction paper, gold foil, Scotch tape, and metal shower rods. The idea that the piece of junk shown in this official NASA photograph flew to the moon and back is so ludicrous it's laughable. Most unbiased viewers would assume your average high school art class could construct this contraption without much struggle. But official NASA spokesman and astronaut Don Pettit assures us that actually this 1969 technology is so advanced that even with their multi-billion-dollar yearly budget, they cannot for the life of them recreate it now. I'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond, Don informs us, but NASA destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again. Apollo 11 mission controller Harold Loden was quoted saying, "The skin on the crew cabin was very thin, and that was all done because of weight saving. If you really took your finger and poked hard at it, you could poke right through the outer skin of the spacecraft. It was about the thickness of 2 layers of aluminum foil." Project manager Thomas Kelly concurred, noting that the skin, the aluminum alloy skin of the crew compartment, was about 12/1000ths of an inch thick, equivalent to about 3 layers of Reynolds wrap that you would use in the kitchen. And Apollo astronaut Jim Lovell said, "Whenever I saw a model of the lunar module, it had these rigid sides and really looked strong. Turns out that external portions of the lunar module are actually made up of mylar and cellophane, and it's put together with Scotch tape and staples. We had to have pads on the floor because if you dropped a screwdriver, it would go through the floor." 17. Apollo 11 image AS11 405926 shows a close-up of the foot pads of the lunar lander without a speck of dust on them and without a burn print or crater under its 10,000-pound thrusters, as if the LEM was just gently set down in place by an overhead crane. NASA scientists, in their own documents, were worried about the lander falling into its own massive burn radius, yet there it sits, with no burn print and spotless clean pads. Even the astronauts' boot prints made deep impressions in the ground, but somehow the lander's thrust of 2,500 newtons left not a trace, no blast hole, and no dust on the pads. 18. During the Apollo 11 mission, Richard Nixon made a historic phone call from Washington, D.C. to Neil Armstrong on the Moon, showing both men live on split-screen TV. AT&T Archives states that the call, quote, "went from the Oval Office in Washington, D.C. to Houston, where it was routed into space via mission control through the capsule communicator." Even with today's far superior telecommunications technology, and at far shorter distances, there is a necessary delay, at least a few seconds in both directions. Yet when Nixon and Armstrong spoke, there was no discernible delay whatsoever. 19. Another solid proof of NASA's lies came with examination of the many supposed moon rocks given to museums the world over by Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin. Shortly after Apollo 11, private investigator Paul Jacobs reported asking the U.S. Department of Geology head whether he had examined the moon rocks and if he could verify their authenticity, to which the geologist simply laughed and insinuated that people high in the U.S. government knew all about the cover-up. More recently, in 2009, curators at Amsterdam's Rijksmuseum investigated their moon rock personally given to them by Armstrong and Aldrin in 1969, only to find that it was actually just a worthless piece of petrified wood from Earth. 20. Not only is the entire video record fraught with fraud, but after years of ignoring Freedom of Information Act requests, NASA finally officially claimed in 2001 that all the original Apollo 11 videos had conveniently disappeared from their records so no one could analyze them. They would have us believe that they spent over $30 billion, a decade of unceasing preparations, then succeeded in the most historical achievement of mankind, but accidentally lost the video evidence. Those blurry, ghostly, black-and-white images shown on TV were purposely lousy, because NASA insisted at the time that all TV networks must broadcast directly from a big-screen display in their operations room, a mandate which all the major networks accepted, and so what the public saw was just a video of a poorly magnified video, and now it is impossible to watch or examine the original. Not only have the Apollo 11 videos disappeared, but NASA claims to have lost all original audio tapes from the Apollo missions, and that their contractors have lost all prints and plans for the lunar rover, LEM lander, and Apollo ship engines. This is no different than a schoolchild making excuses about a dog eating his homework when asked to show proof. The preponderance of evidence is stacked so high against NASA that anyone who honestly and unbiasedly investigates the so-called moon landings comes to the same undeniable conclusion. All of the Apollo missions were faked on Earth, using a variety of Hollywood trickery.
Chapter 3. Why would they lie about flat Earth? When confronted with blatant NASA lies and obvious globe inconsistencies, the number one most common, frequently asked question is undoubtedly, but why would anyone lie about the shape of the Earth? For what purpose would there be a multi-generational, worldwide conspiracy to cover up the truth of our home? Why would NASA spend billions of dollars building rockets just to prank the population about outer space? What on earth would be the point of hiding the flat Earth? To begin with, almost anyone being asked this question is not directly involved in creating or maintaining the lie, so insisting a definitive answer of motive from completely uninvolved parties is impossible. When someone tells a lie, their motives for doing so and their true inner purposes are known to them alone. People being lied to can attempt to deduce and guess at the reasons for a liar's actions, but ultimately that information can only be revealed by the liars themselves. We flat earthers are not the malefactors in this situation, so we simply cannot adequately answer such a question without being inside the minds of the culprits. It should be obvious that asking uninvolved parties about the inner motives of other people is a fruitless and impossible endeavor. So why then is this universally the number one most common frequently asked question right after someone identifies a flat earther? The query is almost always accompanied by a smirk, a sneer, an eye roll, or outright laughter, and this gives away the underlying intention of asking. The majority of people asking this question have not actually done any research into the subject, and know full well that uninvolved parties cannot provide another's motive. Therefore, this knee-jerk phrase, "but why would they lie," so commonly repeated, is much more so a snarky defense mechanism than a genuine question. Incessantly asking why the world's governments would lie, without first doing your due diligence in researching the endless evidence and experiments proving that they most certainly are lying, is like coming upon a bloody homicidal crime scene with your eyes closed and refusing to believe it happened because you cannot fathom the perpetrator's motive, and until someone offers up a reason suitable to your subjective sensibilities, only then might you open your eyes and investigate the obvious murder. Flat earthers are like senior detectives on the crime scene, collecting evidence, taking photographs, and cataloging proofs, while ignorant globe defenders act like smug rookies, rocking up late and claiming we are looking in the wrong place. So flat earthers cannot be expected to give definitive, conclusive answers to this inappropriately directed question, but we can attempt to deduce and guess what the reason or reasons may be. As for the specific question of why would NASA and other government space agencies spend billions of dollars on this deception, it should be noted that these organizations are funded by money taken from the pockets of taxpayers in their respective countries. In other words, these government space agencies are annually freely receiving billions of dollars that their populations are forced to pay them. NASA alone received $24 billion of American taxpayer money in 2022, which amounts to over $65 million every single day. That makes NASA and other government space agencies among the biggest black-budget black holes in existence, sucking in trillions of dollars over the decades just to give us a bunch of rockets launched into the ocean and CGI cartoons on television. Maintaining the illusion is comparatively cheap, so rather than being some unrealistically expensive enterprise, it is actually an incredibly lucrative and profitable scam. Beyond simply being a productive moneymaker, however, the entire concept of outer space, along with the globe Earth and the so-called Big Bang, has created and promoted a nihilistic materialist worldview
where any idea of God or intelligent design is removed and replaced with random, haphazard coincidence. Instead of humans being purposefully created by a purposeful creator, instead of Earth being intelligently designed by an intelligent designer, we are told that life, nature, and everything else was all brought into existence for nothing and by accident. We are told that before time, space, matter, consciousness, intelligence, and life, that there was absolutely nothing. Then, in an instant, and for no reason at all, the nothingness exploded. And instead of destroying things like every other explosion, this explosion created things. It created everything. The nothingness explosion somehow created space, time, and all matter in the universe by ejaculating this creationary explosive primordial soup, and the debris shooting outwards at 670 million miles per hour for over 14 billion years finally culminated to create you. First, some of the more gaseous nothing came together, forming suns and stars. Then solid pieces of the nothing came together, forming planets and moons. Then the nothing turned hydrogen and oxygen came together, forming water on the nothing planet Earth, out of which single-celled living organisms magically appeared, got to work dividing and multiplying into multi-celled conscious organisms, which multiplied and divided, mutated and morphed into various forms of sea life, which adapted and evolved and crawled onto land, replaced gills with lungs, lost tails, grew opposable thumbs, and started grasping at straws like this ridiculous nihilistic notion of Big Bang evolution. This anti-God, anti-spiritual, materialist theory of evolution is taught as gospel truth in schools worldwide, and has been staunchly protected by the infallibility of science for over 150 years. But in actual fact, just as science has failed to find one true, valid proof that Earth is a ball spinning around the sun, scientists have failed to discover a single piece of evidence that the material world is truly a product of blind chance evolution. Children are still taught, however, that we came from nothing, for no reason, and that one day in the future the sun will burn up, killing us all and destroying everything we built. This fatalistic, nihilistic, materialist creation and destruction story has fabricated a veritable atheistic religion that masquerades as scientific truth. By removing Earth from the stationary center of the universe, they have moved us physically and metaphysically from a place of supreme importance to one of complete indifference. If Earth is the center of all creation, then that denotes a special significance to our home, and to us, the most intelligent of the intelligent designer's designs. But if Earth is just one of billions of planets revolving around billions of stars in billions of galaxies, then the ideas of God, creation, and a specific purpose for human existence become highly implausible. This atheistic, nihilistic, materialist paradigm spiritually crushes the believer, while simultaneously bolstering and emboldening their egos, because if they have no higher purpose, everyone is just an accident, and everything will end when the sun burns up. The only thing that really matters in life is me, myself, and I. Through indoctrination into this anti-spiritual religion, believers lose faith in anything beyond the material world, and become material boys and girls, malleable, selfish, hedonistic consumers. This then becomes fertile ground for further deceptions, as people uprooted from their true beginnings and given false bearings can be led anywhere. Two places we are clearly not being led by this globe deception, however, are Antarctica and the North Pole. These two locations hold inherent significance in the flat Earth model of the cosmos, because Antarctica is the elevated outer rim encompassing and extending around all the other continents, while the North Pole is the center point of the world, where all compasses point, and directly below Polaris, the only stationary star in the sky. But by turning our Earth plane into a planet tilted on its axis, this has effectively nullified any inherent special significance to Antarctica or the North Pole. On a globe, all locations hold equal importance, so the North Pole is no longer central, and Antarctica is just a small ice continent at the bottom of the ball. Interestingly enough, ancient world maps from before the globe deception took hold actually featured extra lands in both areas. The North Pole was home to a magnetic lodestone mountain called Mount Meru, surrounded by an encircling whirlpool, 4 distinct island continents, and separated by 4 rivers. These lands were even said to be inhabited by giants and pygmies in the notes of Gerardus Mercator's own map, as well as the testimonies of many ancient explorers, cartographers, and historians, including Pytheas, Strabo, Pliny the Elder, St. Brandon, Adam of Bremen, Paul the Deacon, Gerald of Wales, Nicholas de Lin, Jacobus Snoyen, Anthony Jenkinson, Johannes Ruysch, and Olaus Magnus, just to name a few. Since the globe deception took hold, however, these locations have completely disappeared from all modern maps. Likewise, in ancient maps, Antarctica was shown as having far more landmass than now, and many maps even featured additional continents beyond the Antarctic. Admiral Byrd claimed on live television that there were vast resources in untouched lands beyond Antarctica that had never been explored, and books like Worlds Beyond the Poles or The Iron Republic speak of entire civilizations existing south of the South Pole. By turning Earth into a ball, these potential extra lands, resources, and civilizations have been conceptually erased from the minds of the masses, as there is literally nowhere left for them to exist. The effect is similar to when intrepid young Truman from the Truman Show movie is told by his teacher that he is too late and everywhere has already been explored. In an instant, with that piece of false information, his adventurous spirit is crushed, and he is convinced that there is nowhere new to discover. In summation, this globe lie is essentially the biggest and most fundamental deception imaginable, uprooting people from the stable, level earth beneath their feet, shaping it into a ball, and throwing it around the sun. Humanity is left spinning out of control in a vast, blind, dumb universe that created everything for no reason by accident, and will eventually be blown away by a meteor strike or supernova. All of creation is explained by material processes, and anything remotely spiritual is just a quaint relic of a pre-scientific age. Everywhere on Earth has already been explored, and our only hope is pouring billions more dollars per year into NASA and other space agencies to take us to their other ball planets, like CGI Mars. Essentially, they have created a new world religion of scientism, complete with a creation and destruction story, prophets and prophecies, and removed any purpose or higher power, replacing it with a random, nonsensical explosion. So-called scientists became the new priests of the New World religion, and the now malleable masses walk in lockstep towards whatever future they manufacture for us.
Chapter 4. Why are there no flat earth whistleblowers?
When confronted with objective, demonstrable, empirical proof that Earth is not a fantastical, tilting, wobbling, spinning spaceball, one sticking point that globe defenders consistently revert back to is, if the evidence flat earthers are presenting is true, then why has there not been a single whistleblower to come forward and expose this mother of all conspiracies? How is it possible that not one of the hundreds of thousands of people that NASA has employed over the decades has come forward and admitted the hoax? What about the Russians, the Chinese, the Japanese, and all the other government space agencies, along with SpaceX, Virgin Galactic, Blue Origin, and other corporate space enterprises? If Earth is not a globe, and we never went to the moon, why haven't these governments or corporations tattletaled on each other and exposed this massive lie to the masses? The first thing people asking this question need to realize is that all governments and corporations are organized into compartmentalized, hierarchical, pyramid-like structures, where the vast majority of people employed are kept on a need-to-know basis and have very specific jobs delegated to them by their superiors. Only the presidents, CEOs,
and other power elites at the capstone of the pyramid have full knowledge and control of what really goes on within the organization. The mathematicians crunching numbers, engineers constructing satellites, contractors manufacturing equipment, all the way to the mission controllers with their big media moments high-fiving after every successful launch and landing. These people are all compartmentalized into highly specialized jobs and have no idea what happens in the boardrooms or about the true inner workings of these companies. The vast majority of people working in the field of outer space have never blasted off in a rocket and have no special knowledge granted by their employment that they could expose or blow the whistle on. In other words, these employees are simply duped like the rest of the gullible public and believe the narrative presented to them. The second thing people asking this question generally fail to realize is the prevalence and potency of secret societies in the world, the amount of control they wield, the degrees of secrecy sworn, and how many other so-called conspiracy theories are actually legitimate conspiracy realities. Anyone who has read my previous books, The Atlantean Conspiracy, The Flat Earth Conspiracy, or Flatlantis, will be familiar with the research and abundant evidence that exists proving these conspiratorial alternatives to many mainstream media fictions, along with how secret societies like the Freemasons and Jesuits create and control such contrivances. Most people are unaware, for example, that Freemasonry, the world's oldest and largest secret society, exists in almost every country, with over 5 million members worldwide, all blood oath bound and sworn to secrecy every degree they rise. They are unaware that Masons like John Robison and Captain Morgan have actually blown the whistle and both paid the ultimate price after publishing their books divulging the secrets of Masonry. People are also unaware, for example, that nearly every astronaut NASA claims to have sent to space is actually a confirmed Freemason. John Glenn, two-time U.S. Senator and one of NASA's first astronauts, is a known Mason. Buzz Aldrin Jr., the second man to lie about walking on the moon, is an admitted, ring-wearing, hand-sign-flashing, 33rd degree Mason from Montclair Lodge No. 144 in New Jersey. Edgar Mitchell, another supposed moonwalker aboard Apollo 14, is an Order of Demolay Mason at Artesta Lodge No. 29 in New Mexico. James Irwin of Apollo 15, the last man to lie about walking on the moon, was a Tejon Lodge No. 104 member in Colorado Springs. Don Eisele on Apollo 7 was a member of the Luther B. Turner Lodge No. 732 in Ohio. Gordon Cooper, aboard Mercury 9 and Gemini 5, was a Master Mason in Carbondale Lodge No. 82 in Colorado. Virgil Grissom, on Apollo 1, Mercury 5, and Gemini 3, was a Master Mason from Mitchell Lodge No. 228 in Indiana. Walter Schirra Jr., on Apollo 7, Sigma 7, Gemini 6, and Mercury 8, was a 33rd degree Mason at Canaveral Lodge No. 339 in Florida. Thomas Stafford, on Apollo 10 and 18, Gemini 7 and 9, is a Mason at Western Star Lodge No. 138 in Oklahoma. Paul Weitz on Skylab 2 and Challenger is from Lawrence Lodge No. 708 in Pennsylvania. NASA astronauts Neil Armstrong, Alan Shepard, William Pogue, Vance Brand, and Anthony England all had fathers who were Freemasons. And C. Fred Kleinecht, the head of NASA during the Apollo program, shortly afterwards became the sovereign Grand Commander of the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. The amount of astronauts known to be Freemasons, or from Freemasonic families, is far beyond coincidence, and should raise serious suspicion from any sovereign-minded skeptic. The final point people asking this question should consider and research is the fact that there have already actually been several such leaks and whistleblowers. Most globe defenders simply have not done their due diligence in researching the subject, and just assume that if something hasn't been widely reported by the mainstream media, that it didn't happen. NASA's senior program analyst and lead data visualizer, otherwise known as Mr. Blue Marble, Robert Simon, creator of the popular Blue Marble NASA images of Earth, exposed in an interview how NASA's Earth images are not photographed, but in fact photoshopped, and created completely through CGI artistry. My job is mostly taking datasets and making pictures out of them, he said in the interview. The Earth is photoshopped, but it has to be. Matthew Boylan, a hyper-realist painter and vocal flat earther who claims to be a former NASA operational graphics manager, has also blown the whistle, saying that NASA's sole reason for existence is to propagandize the public and promote the false heliocentric model of the cosmos. He claims to have done various projects photoshopping images of the Earth, stars, and planets, and has relayed anecdotes about meetings with NASA officials where they openly admitted the entire hoax and laughed hysterically at the brainwashed zombies who unquestioningly believe their televisions. In a live 2014 television interview with Bulgarian News 7, Soviet cosmonaut Igor Petrovich Volk, awarded the Hero of the Soviet Union Medal, said outright that, quote, "We have never been to space, and if somebody claims otherwise, it is not true." Buzz Aldrin, visibly inebriated in a 2015 interview with an 8-year-old girl named Zoe at the National Book Festival in Washington, D.C., was asked, "Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?" After a pause, he answered, "That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen, so in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going." Even more recently, in a live 2019 television interview, the first and last Polish astronaut and national hero, Miroslaw Hermazowski, 40 years after his flight to space, when asked, "You have been there. Is the Earth really a sphere hanging in outer space?" he shockingly replied, "Earth is flat, as some have suspected. I didn't expect this question, but I assure you, it is flat." Chapter 5. Why are there no photographs of the flat Earth? One of the more bizarre and confusing questions frequently asked by globe believers is, why are there no photographs showing a flat Earth? What they mean by this is, why are there no photographs taken from outer space which show the entire flat Earth in one frame, similar to how NASA images show the entire globe Earth? To begin with, we do not pretend to know how far our Earth plane extends outwards, whether it terminates with an edge, some kind of barrier, or reaches out into infinity. So when globe believers ask this question, they are making an assumption that the flat Earth is just some object floating in space, similar to the way NASA presents the globe. There are many cartoon depictions of such silly flat Earths floating in space, put out by the farcical gatekeepers at the Flat Earth Society and others, but these images do not represent the claims of genuine globe skeptics. We simply posit that through objective and empirical means, the Earth is demonstrably a stationary level plane devoid of any curvature, which proves the prevailing globe Earth theory to be scientifically impossible. The question, why are there no photographs of the flat Earth, is truly bizarre and confusing, because literally every photograph ever taken of the Earth shows a perfectly flat horizon extending outwards in all directions without the slightest bit of curvature or globularity. The only exceptions to this are trick photography in the form of fisheye lenses, like the ones used by GoPro, or CGI composites, like the ones created by NASA. All actual photographs, taken with non-fisheye lenses, show the Earth to be a level plane. Even at the highest altitudes reached by amateur rockets and balloons, where hundreds of miles can be seen in all directions, the horizon remains flat and rises to the eye of the observer, a physical impossibility on a globe of given proportions, which requires an apparent and easily visible curvature drop even at ground level. A much better and more pertinent question ball believers should be asking themselves is, why are there no actual photographs of the globe? NASA admits on their own website that their pictures of Earth from space are composite images and not photographs.
NASA artist and lead blue marble designer Robert Simmons described on live radio the process by which NASA fakes these CGI images, going as far as to say they are photoshopped because they have to be. Even a cursory glance at these obviously doctored pictures should raise suspicion. Comparing them side by side, they all look completely different, with varying shapes and sizes of land masses, randomly colored earth and water, and often using the same copy and pasted sets of clouds. Computer enhancements done on images of the globe taken during the fake moon landings even reveal clear rectangular artifacts around the Earth, proving them to be composites. So for all the globe zealots out there wondering why there are no photographs of the flat Earth, I recommend reflecting on the fact that actually every photograph ever taken does show a perfectly flat Earth, and for them to direct that same skepticism and curiosity towards finding out why in reality there are no genuine photographs of the globe.
Chapter 6. Why is Earth the only flat planet?
Another common question posed by globe earthers is, if the Earth is flat, then why are all the other planets round? To begin with, the Earth is a plane, not a planet, and by simply adding a T on the end, modern astronomers have linguistically transformed our Earth plane into a globe spun around the sun. The word round is also deceiving, because most flat earthers would agree that the Earth is round like a coin, just not round like a ball. When making this argument online, globe earthers will often present a picture of the traditional heliocentric model with 8 spherical planets and a flat Earth among them floating in space. This entire concept is a straw man, however, as no flat earthers believe in a flat planet floating in space third from the sun in a heliocentric solar system. In NASA's many CGI depictions, the planets do indeed appear spherical, but when looking at them for yourself through a telescope or super zoom camera, it is certainly contestable whether or not the planets are spherical. Every time I have personally observed the planets, they look like small, relatively flat, round lights, and nothing like huge, spherical terra firma worlds. Only in NASA and other official space agency footage do the planets appear like three-dimensional globular worlds. In amateur footage, they look more like two-dimensional lights, similar to all the other stars. In fact, before they were called planets, the ancients referred to them as wandering stars, because they only differed from the other fixed stars in their relative motions. They each have their own unique appearance, but none of them look like spherical worlds. Even Saturn, which appears more like a circular luminary with a halo of light around it. Ultimately, however, it is completely irrelevant what shape the other planets are when looking to prove the shape of the Earth. Modern astronomers constantly repeat this red herring that I have dubbed the appeal to the sky fallacy. Imagine inviting a contractor over to your house to measure the dimensions of your floor, and instead they immediately get out their tape measure and start measuring all the recessed lights in the ceiling. This is exactly what globe earthers are doing by claiming to provide scientific proof for the shape of the Earth under our feet by looking at lights in the sky over our head. Like magicians distracting you with one hand while fooling you with the other, globe apologists, when asked for empirical, measurable proof of the shape of the Earth beneath their feet, invariably, inevitably, instead, turn their noses up to the sky and start talking about the shape of things up there. But even if all the other planets really were spheres, what on earth does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Chapter 7. Why can't everyone see Mount Everest on a flat Earth?
Globe earthers often ask, if the Earth is flat, then why can't people from anywhere in the world zoom with a telescope and see Mount Everest? To begin with, This question presupposes the errant assumption that we can see indefinitely far with the use of a telescope. This idea has been indoctrinated into people due to modern astronomers claiming that the stars and planets shown through their telescopes are millions and billions and trillions of miles away, making many people assume that a telescope pointed horizontally should also be able to see equally far, or at least as far as Mount Everest. In reality, however, as you can test for yourself, using a telescope or camera with just 100 or 200 times zoom capability, the stars and planets are not nearly that far away, and can be zoomed into incredible detail beyond what would be possible of something so absurdly distant. Furthermore, when looking horizontally across the Earth, there are a number of visibility and atmospheric limitations present that don't factor when looking upwards towards the stars, namely perspective and convergence, angular resolution and the vanishing point, as well as pollution, haze, humidity, fog, mist, and more. Most people asking about seeing Mount Everest through a telescope have never actually experimented with one themselves, or else would already know that visibility gets progressively more distorted the further you zoom, until nothing can be discernibly resolved. There are also, of course, hills, mountains, buildings, trees, and innumerable other objects in the way, obstructing any possible view to Mount Everest. If you stand on the beach, a plain or prairie, you will find the horizon extends about 3 to 6 miles around you, depending on the weather and your eyesight. The range of the human eye, our field of vision, is from 110 to 1 degree, and the smallest angle under which an object can still be seen is 1/60th of 1 degree, so that when an object is 3,000 times its own diameter away from an observer, it will cease to be visible. So, for example, the furthest distance at which one can see a 1-inch diameter penny is 3,000 inches, or 250 feet. With the aid of the best telescopes, on the clearest days, we can resolve objects a few hundred times smaller and or further away, but anything on the scale of seeing Everest from anywhere on Earth is simply not possible.
Chapter 8. Why isn't Polaris visible from Australia?
Globe Earthers are taught that the reason the North Pole star cannot be seen from southern locations like Australia or New Zealand is because it is hidden behind the supposed curvature of their globular Earth. Similar to what is taught about boats disappearing beyond the horizon, they claim these boats and the pole star are disappearing behind the physical curvature of a globe, and insist if the Earth was truly a stationary plane, that Australians should have no trouble viewing Polaris. The fact of the matter is that all stars positioned north of a southbound traveler gradually decline overhead the farther the observer travels southwards, just as all stars positioned south of a northbound traveler gradually decline overhead the farther the observer travels northwards. Likewise, all stars located north of a northbound traveler gradually rise overhead the farther the observer travels northwards, while all stars located south of a southbound traveler gradually rise overhead the farther the observer travels southwards. This phenomenon has absolutely nothing to do with the supposed curvature of a globe, and everything to do with the law of perspective, which dictates that the angle and height at which an object is seen diminishes the farther one recedes from the object, until at a certain point the line of sight and the seemingly uprising surface of the Earth converges to a vanishing point, in this case the horizon line, beyond which the object becomes invisible. Thomas Winship wrote, "If we select a flat street a mile long, containing a row of lamps, it will be noticed that from where we stand, the lamps gradually decline to the ground, the last one being apparently quite on the ground. Take the lamp at the end of the street and walk away from it 100 yards, and it will appear to be much nearer to the ground than when we were close to it. Keep on walking away from it, and it will appear to be gradually depressed until it is last seen on the ground and then disappears. Now, according to the astronomers, the whole mile was only depressed about 8 inches from one end to the other, so that this 8 inches could not account for the enormous depression of the light as we recede from it. This proves that the depression of the pole star can and does take place in relation to a flat surface, simply because we increase our distance from it, the same as from the street lamp. In other words, the further away we get from any object above us, as a star for example, the more it is depressed, and if we go far enough, it will sink, or appear to sink, to the horizon, and then disappear. Furthermore, globe earthers always mention visibility issues specifically with Polaris, because it can only be seen by observers north of the equator, which could seemingly fit their narrative of disappearing due to curvature. Many other stars and constellations, however, are visible for a much wider spectrum of observers, far beyond what would be possible on a globe. For instance, Ursa Major, very close to Polaris, can be seen from 90 degrees north latitude, the North Pole, all the way down to 30 degrees south latitude. The constellation Vulpecula can be seen from 90 degrees north latitude all the way to 55 degrees south latitude. Taurus, Pisces, and Leo can be seen from 90 degrees north all the way to 65 degrees south. Aquarius and Libra can be seen from 65 degrees north to 90 degrees south. The constellation Virgo is visible from 80 degrees north down to 80 degrees south, and Orion can be seen from 85 degrees north all the way to 75 degrees south latitude. Observers on a ball Earth, regardless of any supposed tilt or inclination, should not logically be able to see this far. And once again, rather than the declination of the pole star proving the globe, it provides yet more evidence that Earth is a stationary plane.
Chapter 9. Why does the moon appear upside down in the southern hemisphere?
Globe defenders often claim that since the moon appears right side up when viewed from the northern hemisphere, and upside down when viewed from the southern hemisphere, that this is proof positive of a spherical Earth. They believe that observers standing in the southern hemisphere of their spinning ball are literally upside down relative to observers in the north, and that this is the only possible reason the moon could appear inverted when viewed from opposite hemispheres. Anyone can easily debunk this flimsy claim for themselves, however, by simply taping a picture of the moon to their ceiling and viewing it from opposite sides of the room. The moon will appear right side up when viewed from one end of the room, and upside down when viewed from the other. There is no need for the entire room to be spherical, nor for observers to be standing physically upside down relative to one another to explain this simple phenomenon. On the flat Earth model, the moon as well as the sun are always located somewhere between the tropics, spending the majority of their time on or near the equator. So just like the picture taped in the middle of the room, people viewing from the north will see the moon appearing right side up, while people viewing from the south will see it appearing upside down. This phenomenon is therefore easily explainable, regardless of whether the observers are assumed to be standing upside down on a ridiculous spinning ball, or right side up on a logical level plane. Deeper investigation into the matter, however, reveals details that definitively determine which one it is. It turns out globe defenders are oversimplifying the reality of the situation when claiming the moon appears inverted in opposite hemispheres, because depending where and when you are viewing from, it is actually possible to see the moon at any 360 degrees of inclination. As you can see in the following photographs, the moon does not simply appear either right side up or upside down, but rather appears at all different angles. This is because the moon actually travels over and around the flat Earth like a wheel, making approximately one rotation per revolution. So depending where and when the moon is photographed, you will notice the rabbit or the man on the moon at many various inclinations. What you will not see, however, which you would most certainly have to see if the Earth and Moon were both spheres, is different faces and areas on the Moon. In the heliocentric model, they claim the Moon is tidally locked to Earth, which means that Earth's gravity is supposedly so strong that it causes the Moon to perfectly synchronize its period of rotation around its axis with that of the Earth's, so that we only ever see one face of the Moon. Now, even if this was true, and the spinning spherical Moon somehow perfectly synchronized its rotation with that of the spinning spherical Earth, observers viewing the Moon from the high northern latitudes, observers viewing from the high southern latitudes, and observers viewing from near the equator should and would necessarily have to see at least slightly different faces and areas of the Moon. It is simply not possible that observers viewing from such different angles could all still only see the exact same face. Observers viewing the Moon from high northern latitudes would have to see a very different face from observers viewing from the high southern latitudes, and a slightly different face from observers viewing from near the equator. In reality, however, no matter where and when you look, you will only ever see the exact same face of the Moon, albeit at various inclinations. This is only possible because the Moon is actually a rotating translucent luminous disk and not a spinning spherical terra firma. You can confirm for yourself that both the Sun and Moon are in fact disks and not spheres by photographing them at different times and placing them in a square grid. If the Sun and Moon were both actually spheres, no matter where and when they were photographed, they would have to present a perfect circle to the camera, because every face of a sphere necessarily appears circular. If instead the Sun and Moon are both disks, however, then they should only present a perfect circle when overhead, and the further they recede away from the observer, they should begin to appear slightly more oblong due to the decreased viewing angle. Members of the International Flat Earth Research Society have performed this experiment on several occasions, and encourage skeptical members of the public to do the same, as they will find out for themselves which model actually stands up to critical scrutiny.
Chapter 10. Why do the Sun and Moon get bigger near the horizon?
Often, when globe earthers hear that the law of perspective is the reason that ships disappear beyond the horizon, as well as the reason that the Sun and Moon rise and set in the sky, their next question is why, then, do the Sun and Moon appear to get bigger near the horizon? Understandably, a long row of street lamps appears to rise in height until reaching overhead and then sets on the horizon, similar to the Sun and Moon. But unlike the Sun and Moon, the lampposts, boats, and most other things claimed to disappear due to perspective also shrink in size as they recede from the observer. So why, if the Sun and Moon rise and set due to the law of perspective, do they also not appear to shrink as they approach the horizon? To begin with, if you view enough time-lapse footage of sunsets and moonsets, you will find that sometimes they do actually clearly shrink as they approach the horizon. Sunsets and moonsets filmed in the desert or other arid areas will often show a large Sun and Moon overhead steadily shrinking as they recede from the camera. In many cases and places, however, the opposite occurs, and the Sun and Moon appear to grow in size as they approach the horizon. So what is happening then? When any kind of light shines through a dense medium, it appears larger and creates a greater glare at a given distance than when it is seen through a lighter medium. This effect is more pronounced if the medium holds aqueous particles or vapor in solution, such as in a damp or foggy atmosphere. For example, if you stand a few yards away from a street lamp and notice the size of the light, then walk and view the same light from a few hundred yards away, you will notice the light now appears considerably larger. Snapshots of cityscapes at night, taken from altitude, also show this phenomenon. Distant city lights near the horizon appear much bigger and brighter than those near the camera, even though they are further away. This can be observed to a greater or lesser degree at all times, but is most intense when the air is moist and vapory. Obviously, at sunrise and sunset, the sun's light must shine through a greater length of atmosphere than at midday, and in addition to this, the air nearest the Earth is both more dense and holds more watery particles in solution than the higher strata through which the sun shines at noon, resulting in a light that is magnified as well as modified in color. eNature.com writes that, quote, "The moon's warm color, when seen at lower angles, is caused by the relatively larger amount of atmosphere through which one is observing it as compared to when the moon is right overhead. This additional atmosphere scatters the bluish component of the light of the moon, making the low-lying moon appear redder to the observer's eyes. If you look later when the moon is higher above the horizon, you will see it appears much whiter than earlier in the evening." Other contributing factors to consider include wavelength, diffraction, air pressure, air temperature, atmospheric lensing, width of aperture, altitude, humidity, and clarity, all of which affect the net result. The amount to which the sun or moon will be magnified due to the above reasons, and shrink due to the law of perspective, will depend on the confluence of all forces involved. In other words, as the sun and moon set on the horizon, from an observer's perspective on Earth, they will simultaneously get bigger due to the many reasons given above, while getting smaller due to the law of perspective, and the net result is what you see.
Chapter 11. Ships disappear beyond Earth's curvature?
One of the most commonly cited alleged proofs of the globe Earth is the disappearance of ships sailing beyond the horizon as seen from an observer on shore. Globe Earthers since Aristotle have claimed the reason that ship hulls disappear before their mastheads when sailing away is due to the physical curvature of the Earth obfuscating their view. This simple supposed proof is still cited today by Neil deGrasse Tyson, Michelle Thaler, and other NASA spokespeople, but is easily shown invalid with the use of modern zoom technology. By fixing a good telescope or super zoom camera aimed at the horizon on a clear day, it is possible to bring ships that have completely disappeared beyond the supposed curvature of the Earth fully back into view. The fact of the matter is that the law of perspective on plane surfaces dictates and necessitates this phenomenon. For example, a girl wearing a dress walking away towards the horizon will appear to sink into the earth the farther away she walks. Her feet will disappear from view first, and the distance between the ground and the bottom of her dress will gradually diminish until after about a half a mile it seems like her dress is touching the ground as she walks on invisible legs. The same happens with cars speeding away. The axles gradually get lower and the wheels vanish until it appears as if the car is gliding along its body. Such is the case on plane surfaces. The lowest parts of objects receding from a given point of observation necessarily disappear before the highest. It has absolutely nothing to do with the supposed curvature of the Earth, and everything to do with the nature of vision. When you look out at the flat horizontal horizon, the ground appears to rise up from your feet to your eye level, and the sky appears to slope down from over your head to your eye level. A row of lampposts appears to get shorter in the distance, but in reality, they are all actually the same height. If you are looking out over a road or railway track, you will also notice the same phenomenon happening left to right. The parallel sides of the road or railway appear to converge at a point on the horizon, but in reality, they never actually converge and remain parallel the whole length. This law of perspective is therefore an optical illusion hardwired into the very way we perceive the world. Even without a zoom camera or telescope, it is simple to prove that ships sailing into the horizon are not disappearing beyond the curvature of a globe. Instead of looking straight ahead at the ship disappearing a few miles in the distance, first look to your left, where you can see equally far into the distance. And then look to your right, where you can see equally far again. In other words, you can see twice as far from left to right as you can see straight in front of you anyway. But for some reason, you think at just half the distance in front of you, ships are already disappearing over the supposed curvature of the Earth. This is even more obvious with the use of high-altitude balloons, which can reach heights of over 120,000 feet and can often see for hundreds of miles in all directions. As high as the camera climbs, the horizon rises to eye level, and any ships that seemed to disappear after a few miles are easily viewable again at altitude. Ironically, in this instance, Globe Earth apologists use the exact opposite excuse, and no matter your altitude, will claim you simply aren't high enough to see the mythical curvature of their fantastical ball Earth. In other words, they claim at ground level, ships are disappearing beyond the physical curvature of their globe just a few miles away. But at high altitudes, where observers can see for hundreds of miles in all directions, that is somehow not high or far enough to see the curve. In reality, however, when the curvature math is applied for a globe of given proportions, we should be able to easily observe it, even at ground level.
Chapter 12. Earth's curvature visible from your airplane window?
When confronted with the question of the shape of the world, many people are quick to assert that they live on a globe because they believe that they have personally seen the curvature of the Earth from their airplane window. Some people even believe when they visit the beach or climb atop a mountain that they are able to see the horizon curve downwards far in the distance. The reality is, however, that anyone thinking they can see curvature on the horizon from any altitude is suffering from a serious case of confirmation bias and cognitive dissonance. To begin with, the glass used in all commercial airplane passenger windows is actually round, layered, and slightly curved, which distorts the edges, giving the impression that the horizon and other straight lines curve downwards. These rounded windows have the effect of evenly distributing pressure and reducing the likelihood of cracks or breaks because they have no corners for stress to concentrate, making them better at withstanding pressure. Unfortunately, though, these windows also have the strange side effect of causing people to believe that the Earth is a globe, because they mistake the curvature of the glass for that of the horizon. If these passengers would instead take a visit to the cockpit window and view the horizon from the pilot's vantage point, they would see clearly that the horizon remains completely flat as far as the eye can see. In fact, that is why the horizon is named as such, because it is always perfectly horizontal. Likewise, the reason airplanes are named airplanes and not air globes is because they are flying over a level plane. Based on the curvature math for a globe of given proportions, a small amount of curve should already be visible to the naked eye, even at sea level. After just 1 mile, there would be 8 inches of curvature, increasing exponentially so that after 2 miles there would be 32 inches, and after 3 miles there would be an entire 72 inches, 6 feet, of Earth's curvature necessarily visible on the horizon. The fact of the matter is, however, that this supposed exponential curvature drop is not visible or measurable from any altitude whatsoever. Whether at sea level, 5 miles high atop Mount Everest, 7 miles high in a commercial airliner, 12 miles high in a U-2 spy plane, or over 20 miles high aboard an amateur high-altitude balloon, there is never the slightest bit of curvature, and the horizon rises to the level of the observer all the way up. If the horizon was actually the physical curvature of a globular Earth, it would necessarily stay fixed, and as an observer gained altitude, they should have to look down to see it. This never happens, though, and no matter the altitude, the horizon always rises to eye level, remaining perfectly flat 360 degrees around, as is only possible over a level plane. Furthermore, if the Earth were truly a spheroid nearly 25,000 miles in circumference, airline pilots would have to constantly correct their altitudes downwards so as not to fly straight off into outer space. For example, a pilot wishing to simply maintain their altitude at a typical cruising speed of 500 miles per hour would have to consistently dip their nose downwards and descend 2,777 feet over half a mile every minute. Otherwise, without compensation, in 1 hour's time, the pilot would find themselves 31.5 miles higher than expected. In reality, the only times pilots make such drastic altitude adjustments are just after takeoff and just before landing. Once cruising altitude is reached, commercial planes remain level for the entire duration of the flight, with no such constant adjustments necessary. In fact, the only necessary adjustment truly needed in this matter is for Globe Earth apologists to simply humble themselves and admit, as Mark Twain quipped, that unfortunately, it is easier to fool people than to convince them they have been fooled.
Chapter 13. Eratosthenes' experiment debunks flat Earth.
One of the most common alleged proofs quoted for the spherical Earth theory is the Eratosthenes sticks and shadows experiment. Many people may remember NASA spokesman Carl Sagan presenting this experiment by using a map of Egypt with 2 obelisks attached and showing their resulting shadows. The story goes that around 250 BC, a Greek mathematician and philosopher named Eratosthenes noted that at noon, during the summer solstice in Sienne, the sun cast no shadow, and the rays could reach straight to the bottom of his well. Yet, meanwhile, in Alexandria, a vertically standing metal rod cast a significant shadow. Eratosthenes, Carl Sagan, and other globe proponents reason that this result is impossible on a flat Earth. To quote Carl Sagan, "If at a certain moment each stick casts no shadow at all, that is perfectly easy to understand, provided the Earth is flat. If the shadow at Sienne is a certain length, and the shadow at Alexandria is the same length, that also makes sense on a flat Earth. But how could it be, Eratosthenes asked, that at the same instant there was no shadow at Sienne and a very substantial shadow at Alexandria? The only answer, he claimed, was that the surface of the Earth is curved." After reaching this conclusion, Eratosthenes then famously factored the length of the 2 shadows with his assumed distance to the sun and recorded a measurement of the globe Earth's circumference close to what heliocentrist astronomers still use today. The fact of the matter is, however, that Eratosthenes, Sagan, and others are simply incorrect in their assumption that this would only be possible on a curved Earth. In reality, the exact same results occur on a flat Earth with a local sun. Eratosthenes' calculations were made assuming the sun to be millions of miles away so that its rays would fall perfectly parallel even in points as divergent as Sienne and Alexandria. Anyone familiar with the phenomenon known as crepuscular rays, however, knows full well that the sun's rays simply do not fall perfectly parallel, especially at such distant points, rendering the entire argument moot. Furthermore, using sextants and plane trigonometry, by measuring the sun's angle at 2 points on Earth simultaneously and factoring their distance from each other, the Pythagorean theorem reveals that the sun is not millions of miles away, but instead less than a few thousand. High-altitude balloon footage has also filmed lighting hotspots on clouds, further proving the sun to be local and acting as a spotlight. Therefore, if globe believers wish to be honest, they must admit it is their faulty assumption that only a distant sun with parallel rays could produce such results, which has led to their faulty conclusion of a curved Earth, because flat earthers have always maintained that the sun was local, and the very existence of crepuscular rays render the entire experiment invalid.
Chapter 14. Cavendish experiment proves gravity.
In 1797, Henry Cavendish, the British scientist, Freemason, and wealthy grandson of the Duke of Devonshire, created an experiment which he claimed successfully proved the existence of gravity, measured its constant, and provided accurate figures for the exact masses of the Earth, Sun, Moon, and planets. How did Cavendish achieve this quantum leap for heliocentric pseudoscience? He fixed 2 large lead balls on opposite ends of a torsion balance and hung them from the roof of his shed. By watching and recording slight motions of the contraption via telescope through his shed window so his mass would not affect the reading, Cavendish claimed to have proven gravity. 2 small lead balls were hung near the large ones, and any motion observed towards one another was touted as being the influence of gravity. Now, the Cavendish experiment has been widely criticized by the scientific community because never in over 2 centuries since its creation has anyone been able to replicate it. Firstly, the balls simply do not always attract one another, as they must, for the so-called gravitational constant to be constant at all. Sometimes the torsion balance turns towards the balls, and sometimes away, as it is impossible not to give some slight tremulous motion when interacting with it. Henry even complained in his notes how often as he was performing the measurement, the contraption was still in oscillation. Secondly, since his calculated force of gravity was 10 to the 39th power weaker than the force of electromagnetism, from which all material objects are composed, there is no control for the experiment which can factor out and positively differentiate the alleged gravitational force from the known, stronger electromagnetic force. In other words, the balls could simply be attracting each other through static electricity, a known force existing in all things, billions of times stronger than gravity, and impossible to control for the experiment. Even though no one could replicate Cavendish's findings, the experiment went down in history as a great success, and is still taught as veritable proof of universal gravitation in science textbooks today.
Chapter 15. Foucault pendulums prove the Earth rotates?
In the mid-19th century, a Frenchman named Léon Foucault became famous for swinging pendulums and claiming their consequent motions were proof positive of the Earth's diurnal rotation. Since then, so-called Foucault pendulums have regularly been swinging at museums and exposition halls worldwide, purporting to provide everlasting perpetual proof of the heliocentric spinning ball Earth theory. The truth is, however, unbeknownst to most of the duped public, that Foucault's pendulum was a failed experiment, which proved nothing but how easy it is for pseudoscience to deceive the malleable masses. To begin with, Foucault's pendulums do not uniformly swing in any one direction. Sometimes they rotate clockwise, and sometimes counterclockwise, while other times they fail to rotate, or they rotate far too much. Scientists who have repeated variations of the experiment have conceded time and again that, quote, it was difficult to avoid giving the pendulum some slight lateral bias at starting. The behavior of the pendulum actually depends on 1. The initial force beginning its swing, and 2. The ball and socket joint used, which most readily facilitates circular motion over any other. In fact, the majority of Foucault's pendulums in operation today are not even based on this design, and are instead electrically powered and fully adjustable. The supposed rotation of the Earth is completely inconsequential and irrelevant to the pendulum's swing. If the alleged constant rotation of the Earth affected pendulums in any way, then there should be no need to manually start pendulums in motion. Furthermore, if the Earth's alleged rotation actually caused the 360-degree uniform diurnal rotation of pendulums, then there should not exist a single stationary pendulum anywhere on Earth. Dr. Samuel Rowbotham wrote, First, when a pendulum, constructed according to the plan of Mr. Foucault, is allowed to vibrate, Its plane of vibration is often variable, not always. The variation, when it does occur, is not uniform, is not always the same in the same place, nor always the same either in its rate or velocity, or in its direction. It cannot therefore be taken as evidence, for that which is inconsistent cannot be used in favor of or against any given proposition. It therefore is not evidence, and proves nothing. Secondly, if the plane of vibration is observed to change, where is the connection between such change and the supposed motion of the earth? What principle of reasoning guides the experimenter to the conclusion that it is the earth which moves underneath the pendulum, and not the pendulum which moves over the earth? Thirdly, why was not the peculiar arrangement of the point of suspension of the pendulum specially considered in regard to its possible influence upon the plane of oscillation? Was it not known, or was it overlooked, or was it, in the climax of theoretical revelry, ignored that a ball and socket joint is one which facilitates circular motion more readily than any other? And Lady Blunt wrote, "We believe, with all due deference to the pendulum and its proprietor, that it proves nothing but the craftiness of the inventor, and we can only describe the show and showman as deceptions. A thing so childish as this pendulum proof that it can only be described as one of the most simple and ridiculous attempts to gull the public that has ever been conceived. It has been said that the pendulum experiment proves the rotation of the earth, but this is quite impossible, for one pendulum turns one way, and sometimes another pendulum turns in the opposite direction. Now, we ask, does the earth rotate in opposite directions at different places at one and the same time? We should like to know. Perhaps the experimenters will kindly enlighten us on this point. If the earth had the terrible motions attributed to it, there would be some sensible effects of such motions, but we neither feel the motion, see it, nor hear it, and how people can stand watching the pendulum vibrate and think they are seeing a proof of the motions of the earth almost passes comprehension. They are, however, brought up to believe it, and it is thought to be scientific to believe what the astronomers teach."
Chapter 16. Coriolis effect proves Earth a spinning globe?
In the mid-19th century, a Frenchman named Gaspard Gustave Coriolis performed several experiments showing the effect of kinetic energy on rotating systems, which have ever since become mythologized as proof of the heliocentric theory of the cosmos. The Coriolis effect is often said to cause sinks and toilet bowls in the northern hemisphere to drain spinning in one direction, while in the southern hemisphere causing them to spin the opposite way, thus providing proof of the spinning ball earth. Once again, however, just like Foucault pendulums spinning either which way, sinks and toilets in the northern and southern hemispheres do not consistently spin in any one direction. Sinks and toilets in the very same household are often found to spin opposite directions, depending entirely upon the shape of the basin and the angle of the water's entry, not the supposed rotation of the earth. From science.howstuffworks.com, quote, "While the premise makes sense, that the earth's eastward spin would cause the water in a toilet bowl to spin as well, in reality, the force and speed at which the water enters and leaves the receptacle is much too great to be influenced by something as minuscule as a single 360-degree turn over the span of a day. When all is said and done, the Coriolis effect plays no larger role in toilet flushes than it does in the revolution of CDs in your stereo. The things that really determine the direction in which water leaves your toilet or sink are the shape of the bowl and the angle at which the liquid initially enters that bowl." So even mainstream science publications admit the so-called Coriolis effect has absolutely no effect on the behavior of water in sinks and toilet bowls. But this fact doesn't deter scammer opportunists in Ecuador and other tourist traps along the equator, where a popular parlor trick is performed using a portable sink to purportedly prove this Coriolis effect. First, the showman sets their sink, already filled with water, perfectly along the equator line, then pulls the drainage plug, showing their audience how the water drains straight down the hole. Next, they pick up their portable sink and walk their gullible audience several meters to the south, into the southern hemisphere, explaining how the Coriolis effect will now cause the water to spin clockwise down the drain. This time, they purposely pour water into the sink from the left-hand side, and quickly pull the drain plug while the water is still spinning clockwise from the angle it was poured. Next, they pick the sink up again and move the magic show a few meters into the northern hemisphere, explaining how the water will now spin counterclockwise. To conclude the show, they then pour water into the sink from the right-hand side, making sure to quickly pull the plug while the water is still spinning counterclockwise. The Coriolis effect is also said to affect bullet trajectories and weather patterns as well, supposedly causing most storms in the northern hemisphere to rotate counterclockwise, and most storms in the southern hemisphere to rotate clockwise, to cause bullets from long-range guns to tend towards the right of the target in the northern hemisphere, and to the left in the southern hemisphere. Again, however, the same problems remain. Not every bullet and not every storm consistently displays this behavior, and therefore cannot reasonably be used as proof of anything. Many professional snipers have stated unequivocally that they never have to factor or compensate for this supposed Coriolis effect. Sniper bullets are actually affected by wind, temperature, humidity, barometric pressure, sight aperture, and human error, not the alleged spin of the Earth. From snipershide.com, quote, "I've shot at 2,000 meters, and whoever says Coriolis effect is a factor is full of it. Wind, and more crosswinds will play games with your bullet more than anything else." And from sniperforums.com, quote, "I shoot at distances up to 3,000 yards, yet I have never experienced a need to compute for Coriolis effect. I have killed deer out to 1,000 yards and never had something go awry that could be attributed to Coriolis." Ironically, the same people who claim sniper bullets are affected by the Earth's spin are the same people who claim planes, helicopters, and hot air balloons are not affected by the Earth's spin, because the entire atmosphere is somehow magically adhered to the Earth and dragged spinning perfectly along with it. These globe Earth apologists cannot have it both ways. Either the atmosphere is independent of the Earth's alleged rotation and can affect bullet trajectories, or the Earth and the atmosphere move perfectly together and therefore can have no effect on bullet trajectories whatsoever. If they claim the former, and the atmosphere is independent of Earth's alleged rotation, then helicopters should be able to simply hover in place and in 12 hours be halfway around the world. Or if they claim the latter, that the Earth and atmosphere do move together, then they are admitting that the so-called Coriolis effect is non-existent and could have no effect on bullets or weather patterns.
Chapter 17. Mount Rainier's shadow proves the globe?
There are several photographs of Washington's Mount Rainier at sunrise and sunset, showing what appears to be clouds lit from underneath, casting the mountain's shadow upwards. Globe believers often cite these photographs as proof that the sun must be physically beneath the cloud cover to cause this effect, and that therefore the Earth is confirmed globular, because in the flat Earth model, the sun never physically drops beneath the horizon. At first glance, this may seem a reasonable assumption, but further investigation into the phenomenon reveals otherwise. To begin with, there are endless examples of photos and videos showing ambient or reflected light illuminating surfaces from underneath and casting object shadows upwards, even though the actual physical light source is far above both. A common example of this is midday sunlight shining through a window, reflecting off the floor and casting shadows of the room's furniture onto the ceiling. In this case, the light source is far above both the furniture and house, yet the ceiling is being illuminated from underneath, and the furniture shadows are being cast upwards. Therefore, this effect can, and does, happen regularly without the light source needing to physically drop below the object and surface in question. In all of these photographs, the top of the mountain is above the cloud line, so the shadow that globe believers assume must be the bottom portion of the mountain being cast upwards could just as readily be the top portion of the mountain being cast downwards. It is only their confirmation bias deciding it must be the former, as further observation shows it is definitively the latter. Video time-lapses of such mountain sunrises and sunsets, unlike these cherry-picked photos, show that, in reality, the shadow is actually always atop the clouds, from the moment it first appears until the last moment it fades away. There is no time during the shadow's daily existence in which it ever switches from casting downwards onto the tops of the clouds to casting upwards onto their bottoms, as it must in the globe model. Furthermore, if the sun was truly dropping below the height of the mountain at sunset and casting its shadows upwards, time-lapse footage would have to show the shadow first begin projecting onto the furthest clouds near the horizon, and then drawing back towards those nearest. But in reality, what always happens is the shadow begins its projection at midday onto the nearest clouds, and slowly extends its way out towards the horizon before disappearing at sunset. Likewise, at sunrise, the opposite happens, and the shadow begins already fully extended to the horizon and slowly shrinks until disappearing at midday. Therefore, rather than being proof of the ball Earth, these observations are actually completely inconsistent with the globe model and only possible on a plane Earth where the sun is always physically above the clouds.
Chapter 18. The Lake Pontchartrain Bridge shows Earth's curvature?
There are several photographs and videos of the Louisiana Lake Pontchartrain causeway and transmission lines showing what globe enthusiasts claim to be visual proof of the curvature of the Earth. In the footage, the bridge and transmission lines, when viewed from a certain angle and height, appear to curve downwards as they tend toward the horizon, and this apparent curvature is claimed to be proof of the globe. The first thing to notice when considering this footage is that the curvature is not at all uniform, as it must be on a globe. Instead, there is almost no apparent curvature in the foreground, and far too much curvature appearing in the background near the horizon. If you trace a circle completing the curve in these pictures, it is clear that they cannot be showing the curvature of a globe nearly 25,000 miles in circumference. The bridge itself is just under 24 miles long, and a circle traced over the radically curving section near the horizon would represent a tiny globe only a few hundred miles in circumference maximum. This shows that the alleged curvature is actually a visual phenomenon and not a physical one. In fact, by placing a series of identical blocks on a flat table and filming from a similar height and angle, the exact same seeming curvature effect can be achieved. Visually, it appears as if the blocks toward the back of the table are getting shorter, or that the table itself is curving downwards. But in reality, we know the table is perfectly flat, and the blocks are all equal height. Likewise with the Lake Pontchartrain transmission towers. Visually, it appears as if the towers in the background are getting shorter, or the lake itself is curving downwards. But in reality, we know the towers are all equal heights, and Lake Pontchartrain is perfectly flat. How do we know that Lake Pontchartrain is perfectly flat? Because water does not have the physical capability of showing convexity upon its surface. All water, when contained and undisturbed, forms a horizontal level across its surface and is incapable of maintaining any kind of curvature or height differentials. Whether in a beaker, bottle, or bathtub, a pool, lake, or an ocean, the natural physics of water remain the same. Globe apologists will claim the mythical force of gravity somehow causes lakes and oceans to bend in conformity with their fantastical ball Earth. But, conveniently, of course, only at a scale too large for them to recreate. In reality, no matter what the scale, all contained, undisturbed bodies of water are demonstrably flat, including the 24-mile expanse of Lake Pontchartrain. This becomes obvious when viewed at altitude, as the entire lake and causeway can be seen with a perfectly flat horizon above them. With the use of high-altitude balloons, it becomes even more obvious, as they reach heights of over 120,000 feet, capable of seeing for hundreds of miles in all directions. Ironically, when confronted with these flat horizons, globe Earth apologists use the exact opposite excuse, and no matter your altitude, always claim you simply aren't high enough to see the curvature. In other words, they claim at ground level the Lake Pontchartrain bridge and transmission towers are bending around the physical curvature of their globe just 24 miles away. But at high altitudes, where we can see for hundreds of miles in all directions, that is somehow not high or far enough to see the curve.
Chapter 19. How do maps, compasses, and circumnavigation work on flat Earth?
There is a popular myth taught to school children, which most adults today still believe, that people in history have traveled in perfectly straight lines, eastwards or westwards, and eventually arrived back at their starting point. It is heralded as proof of the globe Earth, and claimed that hundreds of adventurers since Magellan have completed such successful circumnavigations, but the truth is that no one in history has ever set off traveling in a perfectly straight line and returned back at their starting point. All successful circumnavigations in history, whether by sea or air, have instead followed the same pattern, which is sailing or flying the most convenient route from port to port, stopping for supplies and refueling until a complete circle has been made. Not a single sailor or aviator in history has or could travel only in the same one perfectly straight direction and magically arrive back where they began. This ridiculous lie becomes obvious when critically examined, but when taught to young children, successfully bends and warps their minds into accepting globe indoctrination. Unlike the cardinal directions on a compass rose, north, south, east, and west on Earth are not simply straight lines separated by 90 degrees. North, rather than being an upward shooting arrow, is actually a point, a center point, the center point of the entire Earth, known as the geographic North Pole, situated directly below Polaris, the North Pole star, the only motionless star in the heavens, which marks the exact northern center point of the sky. South, rather than being a downward shooting arrow, is actually every line tangent to the northern center point, or in other words, every straight line extending outwards from the North Pole heads due south. East and west, rather than being right and left facing arrows, are actually clockwise and counterclockwise circles around the pole. The sun, moon, and stars all rise in the east and set in the west, making perfect circles over and around us every day. As you can observe, they travel in a circular westward path over and around the Earth, and do not all travel in a straight leftward direction as suggested by a compass rose. Likewise, navigators since ancient times have used Polaris to guide their ships, knowing that Polaris was the heavenly North Pole. South was traveling keeping your back to Polaris. East meant traveling keeping your left shoulder 90 degrees to the pole star, and west meant traveling keeping your right shoulder 90 degrees to the pole star. All circumnavigations in history have been eastwards or westwards, and never northwards or southwards, because the latter is geographically impossible. Likewise, southern hemisphere flights from Australia to South America, or New Zealand to South Africa, for example, never fly the shortest, most direct route on a globe, which would be southwards over Antarctica. It is claimed this is because such flights would allegedly be too cold for any airplanes to handle. But the reality is the routes are geographically impossible because Antarctica is not a tiny ice continent confined to the underside of a spherical spinning ball Earth. Antarctica is actually the outer southern perimeter of our level motionless plain Earth and surrounds the other 6 continents. How far southwards Antarctica actually extends and how it terminates or what exists beyond it are all unknown to and kept from the general public, however, and as a result, no completely accurate, fully functioning flat Earth map exists or could exist without the people being first allowed full, independent exploration of the Arctic, Antarctic, and everywhere else. There are, however, several maps which work as good visual aids for approximating the geography of our flat stationary Earth. The Gleason's 1892 New Standard Map of the World and Hammond's 1945 Air Age Map of the World are 2 such maps. These so-called azimuthal equidistant maps are used in practical navigation and can be found in the logos of the United Nations, World Health Organization, International Maritime Organization, and International Civil Aviation Organization. They purport these to be simply 2-dimensional representations of a spherical Earth with the North Pole at the center point, and claim these maps were made by flattening the globe. But just the opposite is true, and the globe, specifically the so-called continent of Antarctica, was made by spherizing our flat Earth and bundling the expansive outer perimeter into a cramped, oddly shaped ice continent under the ball, kept off limits by treaty from the general public.
Chapter 20. How do flights like Sydney to Santiago work on flat Earth?
Another supposed proof often offered up by globe debaters involves alleged time and path issues with long-haul Southern Hemisphere flights. For example, the direct flight route from Sydney, Australia to Santiago, Chile takes an average of only 13 hours to reach its destination, a duration which globe earthers claim is impossible over a flat Earth. They say that since the Sydney to Santiago flights with US stopovers take twice as long to reach their destinations as the non-stop flights, that this proves the direct flights are not traversing the US and could not be completed so quickly over a flat Earth. As with all globe arguments, however, this hasty conclusion does not follow from their spurious reasoning. To begin with, if Earth were truly a sphere, the shortest route for all such flights would be a straight line over Antarctica. If this flight path was actually possible, it would cut off many hours and many hundred miles. But pilots are given the excuse that Antarctica is too cold to fly over, so not a single plane actually takes the shortest, fastest route over a spherical Earth. Now, even conceding this point, if Earth were truly a sphere, then the second shortest route for all such flights would be a straight shot due east or west over the Pacific, staying in the southern hemisphere for the entire flight. Refueling could even be done in New Zealand or other southern hemisphere destinations along the way, if necessary. In reality, however, 99% of Santiago to Sydney and other long-haul southern hemisphere flights admittedly cross the equator twice, going high into the northern hemisphere, making stopovers at LAX and other North American airports before continuing back down to the southern hemisphere. Here are a few more examples. On a globe, Santiago, Chile to Johannesburg, South Africa should be an easy flight, all taking place below the Tropic of Capricorn in the southern hemisphere. Yet every listed flight makes a curious refueling stop in Senegal near the Tropic of Cancer in the northern hemisphere first. When mapped on a flat Earth, the reason why is clear to see, however, because Senegal is actually directly in a straight line path halfway between the two. On a globe, Johannesburg, South Africa to Sao Paulo, Brazil should be a quick, straight shot over the Atlantic along the 25th southern latitude, but instead, nearly every flight makes a refueling stop at the 50th degree north latitude in London first. On a globe, Johannesburg, South Africa, to Perth, Australia, should be a straight shot over the Indian Ocean, with convenient refueling possibilities on Mauritius or Madagascar. But in actual practice, most Johannesburg to Perth flights curiously stop over in either Dubai, Hong Kong, or Malaysia. On a globe, Cape Town, South Africa to Buenos Aires, Argentina should be a straight shot over the Atlantic, following the same line of latitude across. But instead, every flight goes to connecting locations in the northern hemisphere first, stopping over anywhere from London to Turkey to Dubai. Such ridiculously wayward detours as these make no sense on the globe, but make perfect sense and form nearly straight lines when shown on a flat Earth map. As for the Sydney to Santiago direct flight, data from Google Flights cites an average duration of 13 hours and 22 minutes, with data from Google Earth citing a total distance between the two of 7,063 miles. Dividing 7,063 miles by 13.3 hours gives a necessary average flight speed of 531 miles per hour, which according to Google Search is just below the 540 mile per hour average flight speed of commercial airliners. In other words, not only are such flights easily possible over a flat Earth, but they also take exactly the amount of time expected. Some globe debaters will acknowledge this fact, but rebut with the claim that non-stop Sydney to Santiago flights follow a great circle route over the Pacific, remaining in the southern hemisphere the entire time, therefore increasing the necessary flight distance, speed, and duration. With regards to this claim, firstly, it has yet to be proven that these flights even exist, since no unedited video footage exists online, and every time flat earthers have attempted to book the non-stop flight, it fails to go through, gets cancelled and refunded days before departure, or changes to a non-direct flight. Secondly, if they do exist, it is yet to be proven that these flights follow such a path, because again, there is no unedited video footage, flight trackers cut out over the oceans, and it is highly unlikely, considering 99% of other long-haul Southern Hemisphere flights take radical northern detours. Even conceding all of the above, however, there is still no reason that such flights would be impossible over a flat Earth. 540 miles per hour is the average commercial airline speed, but most Convairs and Boeings have the capability of traveling much faster, especially during such long-haul flights, upwards of 600 to 800 miles per hour. The Concorde commercial airliner actually had a maximum flight speed of a whopping 1,480 miles per hour. Furthermore, trade winds and jet streams exist, which pilots regularly take advantage of, that can boost airspeed up to an extra 200 miles per hour. Therefore, even if such a flight exists, and travels non-stop the exact route globe debaters claim, by simply speeding up and taking advantage of trade winds and jet streams, planes would still be perfectly able to reach their destination on time over a flat Earth.
Chapter 21. How does gravity work on flat Earth? Long before the theory of gravity was a glimmer in Isaac Newton's imagination, the natural physics of density and buoyancy already perfectly explained why apples fall down. Quite simply, objects fall or rise based on their relative density to the medium surrounding them. Apples fall because they are denser than the air, while helium balloons rise because they are lighter. No gravity necessary. This is why raindrops fall down through the air, and air bubbles rise up through water. Everything seeks its relative density, and rises or falls until settling accordingly. This is why a tiny pebble sinks to the bottom of the ocean, but gigantic cruise ships and aircraft carriers stay afloat on the surface. Because even though a pebble is so small, its mass, relative to its volume, its density,
is more than water, so it sinks. And even though a cruise ship is so large, its mass, relative to its volume, is less than water, so it floats. If Newton's apple had landed in a puddle instead of on his head, he would have seen the apple only fell through the air because it was denser than the air, but then floated on top of the water because it was less dense than water. Have you ever noticed how it's easier to stay afloat with your lungs full of air than it is when they're empty? Submarines float on the surface when their ballast tanks are filled with air, but when the vents are opened and seawater floods in, they begin to sink as the submarine's density becomes greater than water. Depending what depth they wish to dive, sailors simply adjust the ratio of air and water in the tanks, and when ready to resurface, they blow compressed air into the tanks, forcing the seawater out, lowering the density, and thus causing them to rise back to the surface. We can also prove this fact of relative density by filling a plastic balloon with approximately half helium and half air. Since helium is lighter than the oxygen, nitrogen, and other gases that compose the air around us, filling a balloon with just the right amount of helium to compensate for and balance out the density of the plastic results in a gravity-defying, levitating balloon at equilibrium that neither rises nor falls. Skeptics often ask, if gravity doesn't exist, and objects simply fall down because they are denser than the medium surrounding them, why do objects of varying masses all fall at the same rate? If there is no gravity, why does a helium balloon fall down in a vacuum chamber? And without gravity, why exactly do things fall downwards when dropped, rather than upwards or sideways? To begin with, a feather and an anvil will both fall at different rates because one is radically denser than the medium surrounding, air, while the other is not. Imagine a dandelion seed and a brick, or a piece of paper and a boulder. These examples and many others fall at drastically different rates, debunking the supposed uniform speed of acceleration due to gravity of 9.81 meters per second squared. This phenomenon would be more accurately titled the maximum acceleration towards density equilibrium. As long as something has enough mass and is aerodynamic enough to negate the air resistance, things will fall through air at approximately the same rate. But if we change the medium, from air to water for example, objects will no longer fall at the same rate, again debunking this supposed gravitational constant. In a vacuum chamber, the medium of air is removed completely, so all objects, including a feather and a bowling ball, will fall at this same maximum rate. By removing the medium from the equation altogether, all objects, including a helium balloon, will fall to the ground simultaneously. Without any medium to move through, the fall rate of all objects is indeed equal, but this has nothing to do with some mythical attractive pulling force, and everything to do with the fact that the density of the surrounding medium has been reduced to zero. Therefore, in reality, since a feather, bowling ball, or anything else inside a vacuum chamber is infinitely denser than empty space, which has a density of zero, it all falls at the same rate of 9.81 meters per second squared, which is actually the constant fall rate of matter in empty space, or maximum acceleration towards density equilibrium, but not a uniform speed of acceleration due to gravity. As for why objects fall downwards when dropped, rather than upwards or sideways, firstly, there is a pressure gradient formed by the amount of stacked air, water, and land over you in a column, which increases the pressure, weight, and density the farther down you go, and that defines direction. Secondly, helium balloons fall up, not down, proving there is no downward directional bias. You can also prove this point by throwing various kinds of rocks, including pumice, into a pond. All rocks, excluding the pumice stone, will sink to the bottom. But then when you throw in the pumice, it will rise right back to the surface. This is because pumice has a density less than water, just like helium balloons have a density less than air. Their relative density
being lower than the medium surrounding, causes them to rise, just as things with a relative density higher than the medium surrounding causes them to fall. This is all perfectly explained by the natural physics of density and buoyancy, which was well known and understood long before Sir Newton renamed and remodeled it to fit with his heliocentric theory of the cosmos. Chapter 22. How do sunrise and sunset work on flat Earth? In the flat Earth model, the sun and moon spotlights are perpetually hovering over and parallel to the surface of the Earth. From our vantage point, due to the law of perspective, the two luminaries appear to rise up the eastern horizon, reach their peaks high overhead, and then sink below the western horizon. They do not escape to the underside of the flat Earth, as scoffing detractors often imagine, but rather rotate concentric clockwise circles around the circumference from tropic to tropic. The appearance of rising, peaking, and setting is due to the common law of perspective, where tall objects appear high overhead when nearby, but at a distance gradually lower towards the vanishing point. Dr. Samuel Rowbotham wrote, "Although the sun is at all times above and parallel to the earth's surface, he appears to ascend the firmament from morning until noon, and to descend and sink below the horizon at evening. This arises from a simple and everywhere visible law of perspective. A flock of birds, when passing over a flat or marshy country, always appears to descend as it recedes, and if the flock is extensive, the first bird appears lower or nearer to the horizon than the last. The farthest light in a row of lamps appears the lowest, although each one has the same altitude. Bearing these phenomena in mind, it will easily be seen how the sun, although always parallel to the surface of the earth, must appear to ascend when approaching, and descend after leaving the meridian or noonday position. What can be more common than the observation that, standing at one end of a long row of lamp-posts, those nearest to us seem to be the highest, and those farthest away the lowest, whilst, as we move along towards the opposite end of the series, those which we approach seem to get higher, and those we are leaving behind appear to gradually become lower. It is an ordinary effect of perspective for an object to appear lower and lower as the observer goes farther and farther away from it. Let anyone try the experiment of looking at a lighthouse, church spire, monument, gas lamp, or other elevated object from a distance of only a few yards, and notice the angle at which it is observed. On going farther away, the angle under which it is seen will diminish, and the object will appear lower and lower as the distance of the observer increases, until, at a certain point, the line of sight to the object and the apparently uprising surface of the earth, upon or over which it stands, will converge to the angle which constitutes the vanishing point, or the horizon, beyond which it will be invisible. Globe defenders will often insist this explanation incorrect, and challenge flat earthers that if the sun has simply disappeared due to perspective, then a good zoom camera should be able to bring it back into full view after it is set, just like with ships disappearing beyond the horizon. In reality, zooming a ship back into view from a few miles away is much different than bringing the sun back from over 3,000 miles away. Furthermore, ships are usually traveling only a few miles per hour, while the sun travels over 1,000 miles per hour. So the window of opportunity to attempt this experiment is only a few minutes. First, wait until the sun has half disappeared beneath the horizon, so that you can only see the top half, and are satisfied that the bottom half is no longer visible. Next, using a camera with adequate magnification capability, by zooming into the half-set sun, you will be able to bring the entire sun back into full view. Then, as you zoom in and out, the sun will appear to rise above and sink below the horizon, often with a significant portion of sky reappearing beneath the sun, proving beyond any shadow of doubt that the sun is simply moving away from your position, and not physically falling beneath the curvature of a globe.
Heliocentrists would have you believe the very opposite of what every human who has ever walked the earth has seen with their own eyes. It is obvious to any child and sovereign-minded adult that the sun, moon, stars, and planets, every light in the sky above, revolves over and around the motionless earth beneath our feet. It is also plain to see that the sun and moon are both approximately the same size, and situated relatively close to Earth, not 400 times divergent, and not millions upon millions of miles away. To abandon your senses and everyday experience in favor of such unfounded science fiction fantasies is a fallacy of appeal to authority so extreme that it leaves the brainwashed believer impotent to trust his own natural instincts, and forever thereafter chained to the fantastical explanations of astronomical charlatans. Chapter 23. How do seasons work on the flat Earth? In the flat Earth model, the sun and moon luminaries revolve around the Earth, illuminating like spotlights the areas over which they pass. The sun's annual corkscrew journey begins at the Tropic of Capricorn on the winter solstice, where it makes its fastest and largest circle over and around the Earth. For the next 3 months, every day the sun slightly narrows its path and slows its speed, until by the spring equinox the sun has spiraled its way from the Tropic of Capricorn to the equator. Then for the next 3 months, again every day, the sun continues to slightly constrict its path and retard its speed, until the summer solstice, when the sun makes its smallest, slowest circle around the Tropic of Cancer. Once the sun reaches this innermost circle, it then begins its opposing, expanding, quickening journey back toward the Tropic of Capricorn. For the next 3 months, every day the sun slightly widens its path and hastens its speed, until by the autumnal equinox the sun has spiraled its way from the Tropic of Cancer back to the equator. Then for the next 3 months, again, every day the sun continues to slightly expand its path and increase its speed until the winter solstice, when the sun repeats its largest, fastest circle around the Tropic of Capricorn, and the annual corkscrew journey begins again. Thomas Winship wrote, "The Earth is a stretched-out structure, which diverges from the central north in all directions towards the south. The equator, being midway between the north center and the southern circumference, divides the course of the sun into north and south declination. The longest circle round the world which the sun makes is when it has reached its greatest southern declination. Gradually going northwards, the circle is contracted. In about 3 months, after the southern extremity of its path has been reached, the sun makes a circle round the equator. Still pursuing a northerly course as it goes round and above the world, in another 3 months, the greatest northern declination is reached, when the sun again begins to go towards the south. In north latitudes, when the sun is going north, it rises earlier each day, is higher at noon, and sets later, while in southern latitudes, at the same time, the sun, as a matter of course, rises later, reaches a lesser altitude at noon, and sets earlier. In northern latitudes, during the southern summer, say from September to December, the sun rises later each day, is lower at noon, and sets earlier, while in the south he rises earlier, reaches a higher altitude at noon, and sets later each day. This movement round the earth daily is the cause of the alternations of day and night, while his northerly and southerly courses produce the seasons. When the sun is south of the equator, it is summer in the south and winter in the north, and vice versa. The fact of the alternation of the seasons flatly contradicts the Newtonian delusion that the earth revolves in an orbit round the sun. It is said that summer is caused by the earth being nearest the sun, and winter by its being farthest from the sun. But if the reader will follow the argument in any textbook, he will see that according to the theory, when the earth is nearest the sun, there must be summer in both northern and southern latitudes, and in like manner, when it is farthest from the sun, it must be winter all over the earth at the same time, because the whole of the globe earth would then be farthest from the sun. In short,
it is impossible to account for the recurrence of seasons on the assumption that the Earth is globular and that it revolves in an orbit around the Sun. Gabrielle Henriette wrote, "The essential feature of the year is its division into 2 equal periods of 6 months, based first on the predominating length of the days over that of the nights, and vice versa, conditions which are governed by the varying hours of sunrise and sunset, and secondly, by the either high or low height reached by the sun in the heavens at midday. The first cycle, during which the days are longer than the nights, and the sun reaches its culminating point of the year, extends from the spring equinox to the autumn equinox, March 21st to September 22nd. And the second cycle, during which, inversely, the duration of the nights exceeds that of the days, and the sun descends to its lowest point of the year, extends from the autumn equinox to the spring equinox, September 23rd to March 20th. These 2 6-month periods are also characterized by an opposition of temperature. During the first cycle, which corresponds to spring and summer, the heat gradually rises and falls, while during the second cycle, which comprises autumn and winter, it is the intensity of the cold which progressively increases and decreases." Dr. Samuel Rowbotham wrote, "If the sun is fixed, and the earth revolves underneath it, the same phenomena would exist at the same distance on each side of the equator. But such is not the case. What can operate to cause the twilight in New Zealand to be so much more sudden, or the nights so much colder than in England? The southern hemisphere cannot revolve more rapidly than the northern. The latitudes are about the same, and the distance round a globe would be the same at 50 degrees south as at 50 degrees north, and as the whole would revolve once in 24 hours, the surface at the 2 places would pass underneath the sun with the same velocity, and the light would approach in the morning and recede in the evening in exactly the same manner. Yet the very contrary is the fact. The constant sunlight of the north develops with the utmost rapidity numerous forms of vegetable life, and furnishes subsistence for millions of living creatures. But in the south, where the sunlight never dwells or lingers about a central region, but rapidly sweeps over sea and land, to complete in 24 hours the great circle of the southern circumference, it has not time to excite and stimulate the surface, and therefore, even in comparatively low southern latitudes, everything wears an aspect of desolation. These differences in the north and south could not exist if the earth were a globe turning upon axes under a non-moving sun. The 2 hemispheres would, at the same latitudes, have the same degree of light and heat, and the same general phenomena, both in kind and degree. The peculiarities which are found in the south as compared with the north are only such as could exist upon a stationary plane, having a northern center, concentric with which is the path of the moving sun. Chapter 24. How does the midnight sun work on flat Earth?
The midnight sun is a phenomenon experienced by observers north of the Arctic Circle during summer solstice, where the sun can be seen circling over and around 360 degrees without ever setting. Depending how far north the observer is, the sun can be seen for several days or weeks, rising and falling as usual, but never fully setting beyond the horizon. This is because the sun, having reached the Tropic of Cancer, is making its tightest, narrowest circle over the Earth, so much so that observers positioned centrally within the Arctic Circle are never at any time significantly far enough away from the sun for it to set beyond their horizon. Not until after summer solstice, when the sun makes its way back towards the equator, will the sun set completely and the Arctic days begin getting shorter. Meanwhile, in the Antarctic during summer solstice, the sun disappears completely for over 2 months, leaving everyone below the Antarctic Circle in bitter cold darkness from mid-May to mid-July. Again, this is because the sun, narrowing and tightening its path towards the Tropic of Cancer, means it has moved significantly far enough away from the Antarctic perimeter so as not to be seen by observers positioned so far south. Not until mid-July, when the sun expands and widens its path back significantly far enough, will Antarctic observers again be able to see the sun above the horizon and the Antarctic days begin getting longer. In order to fit the heliocentric globe model, this midnight sun phenomenon must also occur for observers south of the Antarctic Circle during winter solstice. Depending how far south the observer is, the sun should be seen for several days or weeks, never fully setting, just like it does in the north. In reality, however, there is never 24-hour sunlight anywhere in Antarctica at any time of year. During winter solstice, when the sun is circling its widest path over and around the Tropic of Capricorn, observers far enough south will experience extended daylight hours due to proximity with the sun, but will still observe it to rise and set beyond the horizon completely every single day. In fact, this is why the Arctic and Antarctic climates are so strikingly dissimilar, because of the drastically different amount of sunlight received by each. Based on the heliocentric globe model, both the Arctic and Antarctic receive comparable amounts of sunlight every year, and so should have comparable temperatures, seasonal changes, and ability to sustain plant and animal life, but in reality differ greatly in these ways. Antarctica is by far the coldest place on Earth, with an average annual temperature of approximately negative 57 degrees Fahrenheit, and a record low of negative 135.8. The average annual temperature at the North Pole, however, is a comparatively warm 4 degrees. Throughout the year, temperatures in the Antarctic vary less than half the amount at comparable Arctic latitudes. The northern Arctic region enjoys moderately warm summers and manageable winters, whereas the southern Antarctic region never even warms enough to melt the perpetual snow and ice. The island of Kerguelen, at 49 degrees southern latitude, has only 18 species of native plants that can survive its hostile climate. Compare this with the island of Iceland at 65 degrees northern latitude, 16 degrees further north of the equator than Kerguelen is south, yet Iceland is home to 870 species of native plants. On the Isle of Georgia, just 54 degrees southern latitude, the same latitude as Canada or England in the north, where dense forests of various tall trees abound, the infamous Captain Cook wrote that he was unable to find a single shrub large enough to make a toothpick. In the Arctic, there are 4 clearly distinguished seasons, warm summers, and an abundance of plant and animal life, none of which can be said of the Antarctic. The Eskimo live as far north as the 79th parallel, whereas in the south, no native man is found higher than the 56th. Since this one fact would destroy the heliocentric globe model, there is, and has been since the 1950s, an Antarctic treaty signed by over 50 countries banning all independent travel and exploration of the Antarctic. Excluding overpriced chaperoned penguin tours and government-approved contractors, nobody is allowed to step foot in Antarctica, especially not during winter solstice when there should supposedly be constant 24-hour sunlight. Since this particular lie is so important to the heliocentric facade, if you search online, you will find a couple videos purporting to show 24-hour sunlight in Antarctica, but just like the rest of the globe's pathetic video evidence, they are all fake. The most popular video allegedly showing an Antarctic 24-hour time-lapse actually has mountains accidentally layered over the video's text layer, proving it to be a calculated fraud. Other videos simply show an Arctic midnight sun time-lapse, but claim it to be from Antarctica. There are dozens of clearly genuine videos you can see online of the Arctic midnight sun, and you can freely travel above the Arctic Circle to experience it for yourself. Conversely, however, there are only a couple clearly fake videos online of the supposed Antarctic midnight sun, and you cannot ever freely travel there to experience it for yourself.
Chapter 25. How do eclipses work on flat Earth?
Many people think that modern astronomy's ability to accurately predict lunar and solar eclipses is a result and proof positive of the heliocentric theory of the universe. The fact of the matter, however, is that eclipses have been accurately predicted by cultures worldwide for thousands of years before the heliocentric ball Earth was even a glimmer in Copernicus's imagination. Ptolemy in the 1st century AD accurately predicted eclipses for 600 years on the basis of a flat, stationary Earth with equal precision as anyone living today. All the way back in 600 BC, Thales accurately predicted an eclipse which ended the war between the Medes and the Lydians. And as far back as 3,000 years ago, the Chaldeans, Egyptians, Indians, Chinese, and others accurately predicted eclipses to within seconds of modern methods. Eclipses happen regularly, with precision, in 18-year cycles, so regardless of geocentric or heliocentric, flat or globe Earth cosmologies, eclipses can be accurately calculated independent of such factors. Another assumption and supposed proof of Earth's globular shape, heliocentrists claim that lunar eclipses are caused by the shadow of their ball Earth occulting the moon. The idea is that the sun, earth, and moon spheres perfectly align like 3 billiard balls in a row so that the sun's light casts the earth's shadow onto the moon. Unfortunately for them, this explanation is rendered completely invalid due to the fact that lunar eclipses have happened and continue to happen regularly when both the sun and moon are still visible together above the horizon. But for the sun's light to be casting Earth's shadow onto the moon, the three bodies must be aligned in a straight 180-degree syzygy. As early as the time of Pliny, there are records of lunar eclipses happening while both the sun and moon are visible in the sky together, and it continues happening during lunar eclipses to this day. In an attempt to explain away the inconsistencies in their theory, heliocentrists usually claim light refraction must be happening on a scale large enough to account for the phenomena. But even if this highly implausible, reverse-engineered damage control explanation is accepted, it cannot explain how earthbound observers are supposedly able to see 12,000 miles, 180 degrees around a globular Earth to objects on the other side. The reality is, eclipses are a far more occult and mysterious phenomenon than lining up 3 billiard balls. Lunar eclipses only occur during full moons, when the moon is at the crossing point of the ecliptic opposite the sun, and solar eclipses only occur during new moons, when the moon is at the crossing point of the ecliptic and aligned with the sun. Such solar and lunar conjunctions and oppositions happen a minimum of 4 times per solar year, and depending on their exact altitudes and observer location, will produce partial, total, or annular eclipses. In ancient cosmology, these lunar nodes and accompanying eclipses were personified as the gods Rahu and Ketu, often shown devouring the sun or moon. During solar eclipses, the new moon conjunction directly crosses the sun, causing the blackout effect, and during lunar eclipses, the full moon opposition to the sun causes the shadowy red tint. This phenomenon is wholly celestial, involving the luminaries and their regular interactions with one another, and not in any way terrestrial, involving the earth beneath our feet, causing upward casting shadows into the heavens.
Chapter 26. How do the southern stars work on flat Earth?
Earth is a level, motionless plane with the sun, moon, and stars revolving over and around us just as you experience every day. The North Pole is the magnetic monopole center point, with Polaris, the North Pole star, situated directly above. Polaris is the only motionless star in the heavens, with all the other constellations revolving perfect circles over the Earth every night. The so-called planets, known to the ancients as wandering stars, were named such because they were observed then, as we can observe today, to wander the heavens, taking their own unique spirograph-like patterns, making both forward and retrograde motions over and around the Earth during their cycles. Meanwhile, the fixed stars were named such because they were observed then, as we can observe today, to stay fixed in their constellation patterns night after night, year after year, century after century, never changing their relative positions. If Earth was truly a tilting, wobbling, spinning space ball, as NASA and modern astronomy proclaim, rotating 1,000 miles per hour on its axis, revolving 67,000 miles per hour around the Sun, spiraling 500,000 miles per hour around the galaxy, and shooting off several million more miles per hour through the universe, the star patterns would never look the same 2 nights in a row, let alone be fixed in exactly the same constellations for thousands upon thousands of years. The reality is that the Earth and Polaris do not move, while everything else in the heavens revolves over Earth and around Polaris, east to west, like in a planetarium dome. Our Earth planetarium, however, is so vast that perspective won't allow any observer to see all the stars simultaneously from any one vantage point. We can see Polaris, Ursa Major and Minor, and other northern constellations from every point north of the equator simultaneously, but conversely cannot see the so-called South Pole star, Sigma Octantis, the Southern Cross, or other outer constellations simultaneously from every point south of the equator, because they all sweep over a great southern arc from their rise in the evening to their setting in the morning. Facing north, the stars turn counterclockwise from right to left. Facing south, they turn clockwise from left to right. Facing east, they rise in front and set behind, while facing west, they rise behind and set in front. So their apparent motion, angle, and inclination changes depending where you are on Earth and what direction you are facing. But their actual movement is always east to west.
Chapter 27. How do tides work on flat Earth?
Isaac Newton theorized, and it is now commonly taught and believed, that Earth's ocean tides are caused by gravitational lunar attraction. The moon's gravity allegedly generates something called tidal force, which causes Earth and its water to bulge out, not only on the side closest to the moon, but also the side farthest from the moon. Using their own calculations and predictions, however, if the moon is only 2,160 miles in diameter, and the Earth 8,000 miles, it follows that Earth is 87 times more massive, and therefore the larger object should attract the smaller to it, and not the other way around. Heliocentrists claim Earth's greater gravity is what keeps the moon in orbit. Therefore, it is impossible for the moon's far lesser gravity to supersede the Earth's gravity at Earth's sea level, where its gravitational attraction would even further out-trump the moon's. If the moon has enough gravitational influence to lift the ocean's water even a single inch from their deep recesses, where Earth's gravitational attraction is exponentially greater, then there is nothing in the theory of gravity to prevent the water from continuing its attraction all the way to the moon. Furthermore, the velocity and path of the moon are uniform, and thereby should exert a uniform influence on Earth's tides, when in actuality, the Earth's tides vary greatly. At Port Natal, for example, the rise and fall is only 6 feet, while at Beira, 600 miles up the coast, the rise and fall is 26 feet. Not only this, but if the moon's gravity was truly generating a tidal force causing Earth and its water to bulge out, then all the world's lakes, marshes, ponds, and other inland waters would be similarly affected and have tides as well. These and other problems caused Isaac Newton to openly admit that his explanation of the tides was the, quote, least satisfactory portion of his theory of gravitation. Dr. Samuel Rowbotham wrote, "Thus we have been carried forward by the sheer force of evidence to the conclusion that the tides of the sea do not arise from the attraction of the moon, but simply from the rising and falling of the floating earth in the waters of the great deep. That calmness which is found to exist at the bottom of the great seas could not be possible if the waters were alternately raised by the moon and pulled down by the earth. Bearing this fact in mind, that there exists a continual pressure of the atmosphere upon the earth, and associating it with the fact that the earth is a vast plain stretched out upon the waters, and it will be seen that it must of necessity slightly fluctuate, or slowly rise and fall in the water, as by the action of the atmosphere the earth is slowly depressed. The water moves towards the receding shore and produces the flood tide. And when by the reaction of the resisting oceanic medium the earth gradually ascends, the waters recede, and the ebb tide is produced. This is the general cause of tides. Whatever peculiarities are observable, they may be traced to the reaction of channels, bays, headlands, and other local causes. David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "Tides vary greatly in height, owing chiefly to the different configurations of the adjoining lands. At Chepstow it rises to 60 feet, at Portishead to 50, while at Dublin Bay it is but 12, and at Wexford only 5 feet. That the earth itself has a slight tremulous motion may be seen in the movement of the spirit level, even when fixed as steadily as possible, and that the sea has a fluctuation may be witnessed by the oscillation of an anchored ship in the calmest day of summer. By what means the tides are so regularly affected is at present only conjectured. Possibly it may be by atmospheric pressure on the waters of the great deep, and perhaps even the moon itself, as suggested by the late Dr. Robotham, may influence the atmosphere, increasing or diminishing its barometric pressure, and indirectly the rise and fall of the earth in the waters. The tides are clearly a product of the interconnected ocean waters, and not the other waters of earth, and therefore caused either by a natural fluctuation of the earth resting upon the great deep, as stated by the above and other 19th century authors, or, if more ancient explorers' accounts can be trusted, an even more fascinating possibility presents itself. Many cultures throughout history have recorded that located at the North Pole exists a large lodestone mountain surrounded by a massive whirlpool vortex which was claimed to cause the Earth's tides. This maelstrom allegedly reverses direction every 6 hours, alternately pulling in and pushing out the ocean waters like the breath of Gaia at the naval center point of Earth, breathing in and out twice per day. If true, this explains the consistent regularity of high and low tides better than any other proposed theory. Ancient Norse legends state that a gigantic violent whirlpool known as Virgelmir, or the World's Well, surrounds the polar mountain, and via 4 6-hour daily cycles of pushing and pulling through subterranean channels causes the rising and falling tides of Earth. Historical records of this deep abyss can be found as early as the 8th century AD, when Paulus Diaconus, or Paul the Deacon, wrote in his Historia Langobardorum that, quote, "Not far from the shore, where the ocean extends without bounds, is that very deep abyss of waters which we commonly call the ocean's navel. It is said twice a day to suck the waves into itself, and to spew them out again, as is proved to happen along all these coasts, where the waves rush in and go back again with fearful rapidity. By the whirlpool of which we have spoken, it is asserted that ships are often drawn in with such rapidity that they seem to resemble the flight of arrows through the air, and sometimes they are lost in the gulf with a very frightful destruction. Often, just as they are about to go under, they are brought back again by a sudden shock of the waves, and they are sent out again thence with the same rapidity with which they were drawn in. In 1035 AD, Frisian explorer Adam of Bremen recounted his deadly encounter with this abysmal chasm in his book Gesta Hemerbergensis Ecclesiastae Pontificum, stating, quote, "Of a sudden they fell into that numbing ocean's dark mist, which could hardly be penetrated with the eyes. And behold, the current of the fluctuating ocean whirled back to its mysterious fountainhead, and with most furious impetuosity drew the unhappy sailors, who in their despair now thought only of death, on to chaos. This, they say, is the abysmal chasm, that deep in which report has it that all the backflow of the sea, which appears to decrease, is absorbed and in turn revomited, as the mounting fluctuation is usually described. As the partners were imploring the mercy of God to receive their souls, the backward thrust of the sea carried away some of their ships, but its forward ejection threw the rest far behind the others. Freed thus by the timely help of God from the instant peril they had had before their eyes, they seconded the flood by rowing with all their might. Geraldus Cambrensis, or Gerald of Wales, Archdeacon of Brecon, and royal clerk to King Henry II, wrote in his 1188 work, Topographia Hibernica, that, quote, "Not far from the islands towards the north, there is an astonishing whirlpool in the sea, towards which there is a set current of the waves from all quarters, until, pouring themselves into nature's secret recesses, they are swallowed up, as it were, in the abyss. Should a vessel chance to pass in that direction, it is caught and drawn along by the force of the waves, and sucked by the vortex without chance of escape. There are 4 of these whirlpools in the ocean, described by philosophers as existing in the 4 different quarters of the world, whence it has been conjectured that the currents of the sea, as well as the winds, are regulated by fixed principles." The whirlpool was also mentioned in another late 12th century work, Historia Norwegiae, where the author, an anonymous Norwegian monk, gives a particularly detailed description, stating, quote, "The greatest of all whirlpools is to be found there, which engulfs the strongest ships, sucking them in at ebb tide, and spewing out their fragments with a belch at flood tide. There is a very deep abyss in the earth itself, and alongside it are open-mouthed caverns containing winds which are said to be brought forth by the breathing of the water, and these are the breath of gales. Indeed, by their breathing, these winds draw to them the waters of the sea through hidden passages in the earth. They shut them up in the vaults of the abyss, and then, by the same force, drive them out again, causing sea surges, spates, and the whirling of waterspouts. Earthquakes also occur, and various discharges of vapor and conflagration, for when the wind's breath, held in the cheeks of earth, presses to burst out, it shakes the foundation of the world with a dreadful roaring, and forces it to tremble. So when the wind's breath contends with fire in the earth's interior, then even in mid-ocean the depths are fissured, and smoky exhalations and sulphurous flames are seen to emerge." In 1508, cartographer Johannes Ruisch published a world map featuring the polar mountain and whirlpool with an inscription reading, "Under the Arctic Pole there is a high magnetic rock, 33 German miles in circumference. A surging sea surrounds this rock, as if the water were discharged downward from a vase through an opening to 4 mouths below." Later, in 1595, the most well-known mapmaker in history, Gerardus Mercator, published his Septentrionalium Terrarum Descriptio, featuring the polar mountain and encircling whirlpool in detail, along with the following inscription, quote, "A monstrous gulf in the sea, towards which from all sides the billows of the sea coming from remote parts converge and run together, as though brought there by conduit, pouring into these mysterious abysses of nature, they are as though devoured thereby, and, should it happen that a vessel pass there, it is seized and drawn away with such powerful violence of the waves, that this hungry force immediately swallows it up, never to appear again." A surviving letter from Mercator, addressed to John Dee, advisor to Queen Elizabeth I, provides more detail, stating, quote, "In the midst of the 4 countries is a whirlpool, into which there empty these 4 indrawing seas, which divide the north. And the water rushes round and descends into the earth, just as if one were pouring it through a filter funnel. It is 4 degrees wide on every side of the pole, that is to say, 8 degrees altogether." As late as the mid-17th century, the polar mountain and encircling whirlpool continued appearing in cartography and cosmography. They were included in Linschoten's 1595 map, the Ortelius of 1599, Quad's Fasciculus Geographicus of 1608, Hondius's 1619 map, Purchas's map of 1625, and in Heylyn's 1659 cosmography he wrote about them, stating that, quote, "Under the Arctic Pole is said to be a black rock of wondrous height, about 33 leagues in compass, the land adjoining being torn by the sea into 4 great islands, for the ocean violently breaking through it and disgorging itself by 19 channels, maketh 4 Euripi, or fierce whirlpools, by which the waters are finally carried towards the north, and these swallowed into the bowels of the earth. That Euripus, or whirlpool, which is made by the Scythic Ocean, hath 5 inlets, and by reason of his straight passage and violent course is never frozen. The other on the back of Greenland, being 37 leagues long, hath 3 inlets, and remaineth frozen 3 months yearly. A certain scholar of Oxford reporteth that these 4 Eurypi are carried with such furious violence towards some gulf, in which they are finally swallowed up, that no ship is able, with never so strong a gale, to stem the current, and yet there is never so strong a wind as to blow a windmill. So in summation, the prevailing modern explanation of Earth's tides being caused by the moon's gravity is provably incorrect for several reasons, including its insufficient attractive power, the tide's non-uniformity, and the lack of tides on all inland bodies of water. Their true cause could be, as Samuel Rowbotham proposed, the natural gentle fluctuation of Earth on the waters of the great deep. However, this simple explanation alone fails to provide an answer for the perfect regularity of tides rising and falling every 6 hours. To account for this, ancient explorers and cartographers offer the much more fascinating possibility of a world well beneath the pole, pushing and pulling all the ocean waters of the earth through massive subterranean caverns. There is modern circumstantial evidence that lends strong credence to this idea as well. The largest publicly known maelstrom in the world is called Saltstraumen, just north of the Arctic Circle in Norway, where 400 million cubic meters of water pass through a 3-kilometer long, 150-meter wide strait, reaching speeds of 10 meters per second. Similar to legends of Virgelmere, this northern whirlpool actually arises exactly 4 times per day, every 6 hours, along with the shifting tides. In fact, the majority of naturally occurring whirlpools in the world, including the famous Naruto whirlpools in Japan, form 4 times per day, every 6 hours, as the tides change. If the ancient legends are true, this also potentially explains why strict flying and sailing restrictions exist at the North Pole, and why explorers like Rodney Clough were turned away at gunpoint by Russian military vessels when attempting to independently explore the North Polar region. Nowadays, the world well has all but disappeared from modern maps and minds, but with the current rising tide of truth, there are sure to come more revealing revelations.
Chapter 28. How do volcanoes and earthquakes work on flat Earth?
One question I am often asked is how earthquakes and volcanoes work on a flat Earth. The short answer is, however earthquakes and volcanoes work on an Earth with curvature, they work exactly the same on an Earth without curvature. No special explanation for these phenomena are necessary, because the theories that exist for their occurrences are irrelevant to the shape of the Earth. Having said that, the prevailing theory for the cause of earthquakes actually makes more sense on a planar Earth than a spherical one. Plate tectonics theory holds that large, adjacent grinding plates of land build up friction until one fault plane slips under the other, causing an earthquake. This could theoretically happen regardless of the shape of the Earth, but even the mainstream images and terminology employed, from plate tectonics to fault planes, all suggest the geology of a level plane, and not a spherical ball. As for volcanoes, the globe model purports that the lava which erupts and is ejected from volcanoes comes from deep inside the magical magma Tootsie Roll center of their Tootsie Pop Earth. In reality, however, the longest and deepest drilling operation in history, the Russian Kola Superdeep, after 20 years and busting several drills, managed to bore only 8 miles down. So the entire ball Earth model taught in schools, showing a crust, outer mantle, inner mantle, outer core, and inner core layers, where this molten magma supposedly rests, are all purely speculation, as we have never actually even penetrated through beyond the crust. What we do know is that Earth's matter gets denser and more pressurized, therefore more heated, the further down you go. At its greatest depth of just under 8 miles, the Kola Superdeep borehole registered a blazing temperature of 356 degrees Fahrenheit. As you drill downwards, the temperature constantly increases approximately 1 degree Fahrenheit per 50 feet, so that after only 1.5 miles down, it is already the temperature of boiling water, and by the time you reached 15 miles down, all rocks would be melted down and molten. Professor Silliman, in the American Journal of Science, wrote that, in boring the artesian wells in Paris, the temperature increased at the rate of 1 degree for every 50 feet downwards, and reasoning from causes known to exist, the whole of the interior part of the earth, or at least a great part of it, is an ocean of melted rock, agitated by violent winds. The uppermost strata of the soil share in all the variations of temperature which depend upon the seasons, and this influence is exerted to a depth which, although it varies with the latitude, is never very great. Beyond this point, the temperature rises in proportion as we descend to greater depths, and it has been shown by numerous and often repeated experiments that the increase of temperature is on an average 1 degree Fahrenheit for about every 54.5 feet. Hence it results that, at a depth of about 12 miles from the surface, we shall be on the verge of an incandescent mass. In other words, molten magma does not originate several thousand miles below us in the core of a globe, but rather is a layer of our level Earth starting just 12 to 15 miles down. This ever-boiling, slowly moving molten mass of matter and toxic gases finds and creates areas of least resistance, which ultimately result in both earthquakes and volcanoes. The movement and stress causes shearing, folds, and fault planes, which, when violently resettling into place, we call earthquakes, and the nearby pressure release valves that spew out excess magma and noxious gases, we call volcanoes. This is why earthquakes and volcanoes are often active simultaneously, and why the vast majority of the world's volcanoes exist along major earthquake fault lines. In fact, the Pacific Ring of Fire alone is host to 90% of the world's recorded earthquakes and 75% of the world's active volcanoes. Professor Silliman continues, "It is a fact well ascertained by scientific researches that the whole inside of the earth is one mass of fire, and what we call terra firma nothing more than a crust or rind by which that mass of fire is enclosed. It is certain that by the action of this fire, the earth's crust is perforated in many places with large conduits, which act as chimneys to the internal furnace. Of these chimneys, as many as 700 have been actually counted, and out of these, 300 are at this time in active operation, emitting not only smoke and vapor, but at intervals, masses of burning liquefied matter. Every volcano is a safety valve, ready to relieve the pressure from within when that pressure rises to a certain degree of intensity, or permanently serving for the escape of conflagration which, if not so provided with escape, might rend the habitable crust to pieces." And Dr. Samuel Rowbotham wrote, "The volatile products of this internal fire being forcibly eliminated and occasionally accumulating and exploding, have broken up the stratified formations and produced the irregular, confused condition which we now observe. Hence have arisen earthquakes, volcanoes, and other convulsions of nature. The products of volcanic action enable us to ascertain the character of the internal fire, and what are the elements concerned in the combustion. Some of these products are of a poisonous character, and being thrown out in immense volumes from craters in various parts of the earth, are dispersed by the winds and diffused through the atmosphere, often in such proportions as to act as deadly poison on both animal and vegetable life. Thus it is certain from the phenomena connected with earthquakes, submarine and inland volcanoes, which exist in every part of the earth, from the frozen to the tropical regions, hot and boiling springs, fountains of mud and steam, lakes of burning sulfur and other substances, jets and blasts of combustible destructive gases, the choke and fire damps of our coal mines, that at only a few miles below the surface of the earth there exists an extensive region of combustion, a vast fiery gulf extending in all directions for thousands of miles, and the intensity and power of the chemical and electric action going on in this almost boundless subterranean furnace are utterly indescribable, and cannot be compared with anything within the range of human experience.
Chapter 29. How can Ushuaia get 17 hours of daylight on a flat Earth?
During December every year, Ushuaia, Argentina, the southernmost city in the world, just below the 54th southern latitude, receives over 17 hours of daylight, with a maximum of 17 hours and 20 minutes occurring on the winter solstice. Globe Earthers often claim this would be impossible on a flat Earth, arguing that a local revolving spotlight sun should not be able to illuminate such a southern location for so long. To begin with, extended hours of daylight in the southern latitudes during December is exactly as expected with the flat Earth model, since the winter solstice is precisely when the sun makes its southern outermost circuit along the Tropic of Capricorn. Ushuaia also boasts having the shortest day in the world every year on the summer solstice, which again is exactly as expected with the flat Earth model, because summer solstice is precisely when the sun makes its northern innermost circuit along the Tropic of Cancer. Globe defenders often concede this point, but insist that a local revolving spotlight sun making its fastest outermost circle should still not be able to illuminate such a southern location for so long, arguing that in order to follow the annual lighting pattern displayed by timeanddate.com, the actual shape of the area illuminated would have to change throughout the year, increasing as the sun moves southwards. This too, however, is accounted for in the Vedic flat Earth model, which claims that the sun during its annual spiral journey from tropic to tropic steadily increases altitude and speed for 6 months until reaching its southern peak during the winter solstice, then steadily decreases altitude and speed for the next 6 months until reaching its northern trough during the summer solstice. Modern sextant experiments are needed to confirm or deny this claim, but if true, then this explains why the sun is able to illuminate southern locations for so long. Also, by placing a glass dome paperweight over a standard flat Earth map, then shining a small flashlight onto it at varying heights, the actual shape of the illumination pattern shifts and changes in precisely the way shown by the annual timeanddate.com graphic display. When the flashlight shines over the northern inner portion of the map, the illuminated area takes on a standard spotlight shape. But as the flashlight moves outwards, shining over the southern portion of the map, the illuminated area becomes increasingly crescent-shaped, allowing for much longer periods of daylight during this time. Therefore, if our Earth plane is actually covered by a crystalline, translucent dome firmament, as claimed by many ancient cultures, then this lumination cycle is certainly possible and makes perfect sense. Furthermore, research being conducted on the ionization of inert gases in the upper atmosphere is opening another avenue of understanding for how light is likely propagated in our realm. As the sun approaches, an electromagnetic field is applied to a volume of gas, generating highly charged electrons, which collide, causing chemical reactions, generating all the various colored lights seen during sunrises. Gases found in the upper atmosphere, such as hydrogen, helium, neon, nitrogen, and argon, all generate these electromagnetic fields when ionized, producing different colored lights. Argon, for example, typically generates blue or violet light, neon generates red and orange, while helium generates more white and yellow light. And their specific combinations, when excited by the sun as a catalyst, is likely the cause of the many colors seen in the sky. If this theory is true, then sunlight and daylight are two very different but related things, with the former being the cause of the latter, and allowing daylight to extend much farther and longer than simple direct sunlight. With reference to the Ushuaia question, if daylight extends further than direct sunlight, as far as ionized gases in the ionosphere can illuminate, then this again corroborates with the phenomenon of extended daylight hours in areas with higher concentrations of these elements. If the Earth is covered by a dome firmament, with its peak above the North Pole, then that would mean the further south traveled, the lower the height of the dome. and therefore the more compressed and spread out these gases found in the upper atmosphere would be, once again equating to and explaining extended daylight hours in the south. Chapter 30. What is above, below, and beyond the flat Earth? 3 related questions frequently asked by people first coming across this subject, all of which share similar answers, are what is over, under, and outside of the flat Earth. The shortest and most honest answer is that ultimately we don't know what is above, below, and beyond the Earth. In reality, globe believers themselves also don't know what exists in the deep recesses of the Earth any more than they know what exists in the depths of their infinite vacuum space. But they are given definitive answers about both in the form of stories and CGI images by their heliocentric priests. As one of their own, Richard Feynman, eloquently stated, however, quote, "I would rather have questions that cannot be answered than answers that cannot be questioned." The globe model claims that the ball Earth is divided into several layers, starting with an 800-mile thick iron and nickel inner core, encased by a 1,400-mile wide molten metal magma outer core, surrounded by 1,800 miles of magnesium-rich mantle, and topped with a 10 to 20-mile basalt and granite crust. This is taught as fact in textbooks and geology classrooms worldwide, yet the only evidence offered is that experts claim to have made these very specific determinations through reading seismic waves during earthquakes. As far as physical, demonstrable proof is concerned, the deepest drilling operation in history, the Russian Kola super-deep borehole, spent nearly 2 decades and countless busted drills, only to succeed in reaching less than 8 miles down, not even breaking through the crust. Therefore, in reality, neither globe defenders nor flat earthers truly know what exists beneath the 8 miles we have bored through. Regarding what exists above and beyond, the globe model answers both with claims of billions and trillions of stars and planets light years away, shooting through infinitely expanding vacuum space. Even though not a single scientist, astronomer, or astronaut has actually traveled to a single one of these to confirm such claims, the entire story is taught and believed as gospel truth. When it comes to terrestrial matters like the shape of the Earth, there are hundreds of empirical, demonstrable, and repeatable experiments which prove beyond any shadow of doubt that the Earth is a stationary level plane. But when it comes to celestial matters, such as the luminaries above, these are physically unreachable for experimentation, so all conclusions about them are simply based on inference and speculation. They can be seen in great detail, however, with less than 100 times zoom, which suggests that they are likely much closer than assumed. As for the question of what exists outside the flat Earth, due to the Antarctic Treaty, signed by all the major world powers, and preventing independent exploration beyond 60 degrees southern latitude, the public is not legally allowed to find out. Explorers like Jarl Anderhoy have attempted on several occasions to independently sail to and explore Antarctica, only to be captured by patrol vessels, fined, and imprisoned. Therefore, just as with the answers to what exists above and below, the answer to what exists beyond the flat Earth is unknown. Some skeptics suggest there would be an edge at some point. Many ancient cultures and scriptures suggest there exists a barrier in the form of a dome firmament, while other maps and theories speculate other outer lands beyond the Antarctic, or even an infinite plane. Rather than settle for belief in any such theories, however, genuine, legitimate flat earthers accept that these answers are currently beyond our grasp, and continue to push for full, independent exploration of our realm, as that is the only way we will ever be able to truly confirm the truth. Chapter 31. How did you personally learn about Flat Earth? All children naturally assume and believe we live on a level, stationary Earth, with the sun, moon, and stars revolving over and around us, because that is what we actually experience every day of our lives. No children before heliocentric indoctrination would ever assume or believe they lived on a tilting, wobbling, spinning oblate spheroid hurtling incredible speeds through infinite vacuum space, because none of that is present in our lived experience. Only after thorough indoctrination through mainstream media and government education do children slowly begin to abandon their actual, natural, everyday lived experience of the world and adopt the new imaginative model espoused by their teachers and televisions. I remember the moment we began studying the solar system in elementary school, and were taught that Earth was a giant blue ball floating in space, spinning circles around the sun. The entire concept sounded ridiculous to me as I sat clearly still and motionless in my chair, while being told the ground beneath me was actually tilting, wobbling, rotating, and revolving many thousands of miles per hour in various directions. I could see the flat horizon out the window, at the beach, and from mountain tops, clearly never curving downwards in the slightest, yet I was being told the Earth was a ball, and that if I dug a hole straight down far enough, I would pop out in China and find more sky below me. When the teacher then insisted that everyone in Australia was actually living their lives upside down relative to people on the northern hemisphere, I remember raising my hand confused and asking, why don't people in the southern hemisphere fall off of the ball? To which my teacher readily replied with the heliocentric model's one-word magical answer for all critical questions: gravity. An invisible force, strong enough to hold the world's oceans, buildings, and people stuck to a rapidly spinning ball, while simultaneously weak enough to allow birds, bugs, smoke, steam, and helium balloons to completely evade its grasp. As a child, I didn't have the vocabulary, confidence, education, or experience to contest anything my teachers and textbooks were claiming, but my bewildered brain never fully bought the model being taught, and there always remained a nagging inkling in the back of my mind that Earth was not as they said. During college, I wrote my first book, Asbestos Head, in which I outlined several problems with Big Bang cosmology, and synchronistically chose the Flammarion flat Earth painting for the cover of the book. After graduating, I began studying conspiracies in depth and regularly searched the internet for information on geocentricity and the flat Earth. The first links to show up were always from the Flat Earth Society, which made ridiculous claims like saying Earth is a flat disk constantly rising upwards through space at 9.8 meters per second squared to explain away the effects of so-called gravity. This and other spurious claims made on their website actually turned me off from researching the flat Earth for a time. I soon continued my search, however, and began to find that there were actually entire books written about the flat Earth in the 19th century. The first 2 volumes I read on the subject were Dr. Samuel Rowbotham's Zetetic Astronomy, Earth Not a Globe, and William Carpenter's 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe. These books were full of factual information and evidence, nothing like the farcical, satirical Flat Earth Society and their website loaded with nonsense theories. For example, these 19th century flat earthers claimed the Earth was motionless and gravity didn't exist at all, citing abundant proof for each, unlike the modern Flat Earth Society, which claims without any proof that gravity does exist and that the flat Earth is a disk shooting vertically straight upwards through space forever. In 2008, I finished writing and published my next book, The Atlantean Conspiracy, which included a full chapter on geocentricity and a few quotes from flat earthers denouncing NASA's supposed moon landings. At this point, I was convinced of geocentricity and leaning heavily towards flat Earth cosmology. Alex Jones was the biggest voice in the conspiracy community at the time, and in the hopes of bringing more attention to this most important subject, I sent to InfoWars Dr. Rowbotham's book, Earth Not a Globe, along with my book, The Atlantean Conspiracy. Their producer, Rob Dew, messaged me back, saying he would run it by Alex, and I never heard from either of them ever again. Several weeks later, however, It was made clear that Alex did get the message because he laughed and said on air, "I have actually been contacted by some flat earthers saying I'm covering up the fact that it's some Atlantean conspiracy," which is the name of my book and website. For the next several years, I continued researching and digging the far reaches of the internet for content, and finally found and compiled a large collection of old books, lectures, pamphlets, and newspaper articles exposing the flat Earth. I have since made most of these into free downloadable PDFs and or audiobooks, which I will leave links to below in the description box of this video. It turns out there was a veritable flat Earth renaissance at the turn of the 19th century, with many incredible books written on the subject that were very nearly buried and lost to history. Here is a list of these old books and authors, all of which and more you can find linked below and on our IFERS forum. Zetetic Astronomy, Earth Not a Globe, by Dr. Samuel Robotham. 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe, by William Carpenter. Zetetic Cosmogony, by Thomas Winship. Terra Firma, by David Wardlaw Scott. Kings Dethroned, by Gerard Hickson. Heaven and Earth, by Gabrielle Henriette. The Enlightenment of the World, by John Abizaid. The Sea-Earth Globe and Its Monstrous Hypothetical Motions, by Albert Smith. The Terrestrial Plane, by Frederick Cook. Is Earth a Globe Whirling in Space? By Carl Smith. Chart and Compass, Sextant and Sundial, Latitude and Longitude, Plumbline and Pendulum, Globe or Plane, by the London Zetetic Society. Does the Earth rotate? No, by William Edgell. The Shape of the World, by A. E. Skellum. The Shape of the Earth, by Arthur White. And The Earth a Plane, by John Quinlan. After reading these books, it became obvious to me beyond any shadow of doubt that Earth was indeed a motionless level plane and not a wobbling, spinning ball. As you can imagine, even with all the other conspiracies I had been researching and exposing, this particular revelation completely blew my mind, as it is literally the biggest and most fundamental deception conceivable, which has successfully duped nearly the entirety of humanity for centuries. I immediately felt an incredible, invisible weight on my shoulders to find a way to expose this lie to the world, and began planning what would be my eventual explosion of flat Earth material onto the internet in November of 2014. Fearing for my life, I wrote my entire book, The Flat Earth Conspiracy, in secret, along with my The Flat Earth Conspiracy documentary, several other early videos, and lined up many radio interviews with the intention of mass releasing the flat Earth information I had been creating and compiling for the past years, all at once, so that in case anything were to happen to me, at least I made a big splash and got my information out. I have received several death threats, which I have shown on my blog, but so far nothing has come from them. Since 2014, I have restarted the original International Flat Earth Research Society, made hundreds of flat Earth videos, done dozens of interviews, written 3 more flat Earth books, released 3 flat Earth music albums, and narrated a flat Earth feature film, all available for free to help spread this most important truth. In that time, I've had over 40 videos and 3 entire YouTube channels banned, 3 Facebook accounts banned, been permabanned from LinkedIn, had my music banned from CD Baby, Bandcamp, and TuneCore, my first album banned from all streaming services, banned from PewTube, Reddit, VK, Ike forums, Prison Planet forums, and Above Top Secret forums, and had my entire website, blog, and IFERS hacked and deleted. Luckily, they cannot silence someone who refuses to give up and keeps coming back, and I have vowed never to stop my activism until the NWO dies, or I do. If you haven't already, please follow the link in the description box to all the books and other media I mentioned. If everyone actually took the time to read these old books, humanity would awaken from this deception overnight. It is a travesty that none of these books are read or even mentioned in schools. Instead, children are force-fed the heliocentric globe model with complete assurance that only our ignorant ancient ancestors were stupid enough to believe Earth was a stationary plane, when in fact the exact opposite is the truth, and only the modern manipulated man could be so moronic.
Chapter 32. Why is Flat Earth important?
There is one frequently asked flat Earth question that is more rhetorical than inquisitive, more a defense mechanism than a genuine query, and tends to be the final discussion point allowed by stubborn globe defenders before completely refusing to further engage with the subject. Regardless of the answer you provide, no matter how articulately and convincingly you argue, after asking this question, they will almost always throw their hands up and claim the entire pursuit of truth to be futile. This final Flat Earth FAQ, formulated one of several ways, is, so what if the Earth is flat? Why is Flat Earth important? Why does the shape of the Earth even matter? What difference does it make to my life? And my personal favorite, I still have to get up and go to work in the morning, so why should I care? When a globe defender reaches this point, it is basically a Hail Mary, white flag, full retreat surrender, admitting that anything short of winning the lottery is unimportant to them, because that is literally the only thing that could fulfill such a ridiculous prerequisite. If the flat Earth revelation doesn't somehow make them an overnight millionaire, they don't want to hear about it. Imagine if your friends or family said this about any other subject you tried discussing with them. For example, suppose your spouse cheated on you, and when you tried to talk about it with your best friend, they responded by saying, regardless of whether or not you were lied to, I still have to get up and go to work in the morning, so it doesn't matter to me. It is absolutely rude and completely ridiculous to require someone to relieve you of your need for employment to be deserving of discussion. So then, why does it matter what shape the Earth is? Why should anyone care whether Earth is a level, motionless plane, or a tilting, wobbling, spinning space ball? Firstly, the thing of crucial importance is the lie, not the shape. The lie of heliocentrism is one of the most insidious lies imaginable, uprooting people's common sense and lived experience, and replacing them with unproven theories and explanations from supposed experts. When children are indoctrinated from an early age to abandon the evidence of their senses in favor of this nonsensical globe model, a schism occurs in their psyche, where they are no longer able to trust their own senses and experience, and instead must trust information completely contrary to it, presented by perceived authority figures. This is incredibly deceitful and disempowering to the individual, to teach such a singular false cosmology, and the result is humanity has become just like the slaves in Plato's allegory of the cave. Once a child is convinced that they cannot trust the evidence of their senses, they become forever thereafter chained inside Plato's cave. Unable to see the outside world as it actually is, the child is condemned to a life of watching shadows cast on the wall by Plato's puppet masters. Teaching this false, nihilistic, materialistic cosmology as absolute truth is psychologically traumatizing and spiritually devastating, causing believers to lose faith in anything beyond the material world. The result is a cultish following of scientism, the veritable New World religion, complete with a creation and destruction story, prophets and prophecies, yet without any purpose or higher power. So-called scientists have become the new priestly class, with educations and explanations supposedly so advanced that us neophytes have no choice but to blindly believe them. This then becomes fertile ground for further deceptions, as people uprooted from their true foundations and given false bearings can be led anywhere. So why does the shape of the Earth matter? Again, it's not about the shape. It's about the lie. The fact that humanity has been completely deceived for the better part of 5 centuries regarding something so fundamental and foundational as where we live and where we came from makes the heliocentric globe model the greatest and most successful hoax in human history. to fool nearly the entirety of humanity for multiple generations, stripping people of their common sense and replacing it with carefully crafted lies, is obviously a matter of serious importance. It is one of the most psychologically devastating things that could be perpetrated upon an individual, and seeing through it should be one of the most revealing revelations of a lifetime. So when someone asks the asinine question of what difference does it make, that is already evidence of extreme psychological distortion. If knowing the truth doesn't matter to your life, what does that say about your life? Flat Earth is an epic epiphany that changes many people to their core by adding a spiritual dimension to their lives, affirming their common sense, developing their critical thinking skills, curing their existential apathy, and reigniting a spirit of discovery and adventure. In this way, the Flat Earth revelation is holistically helpful and truly transformational for many on an individual level. Even more importantly, however, is if humanity succeeds in fully exposing this egregious lie and finally routing out the liars, the beneficial ripple effect it will have throughout society is massive. When the spinning spaceball Earth is finally exposed worldwide for the 500-year deception it was, humanity will suddenly be faced with the reality that every government, every space agency, university, religious organization, mainstream and alternative media outlet have all been duplicitous in propping up a monstrous manipulation to fleece and control the masses. Once these fundamental truths are exposed, these lying politicians, spokesmen, reporters, and teachers suddenly transform from being heralded voices of authority to being ridiculed, shunned, and denounced as they deserve. Once these foundational facts are realized, these governments, universities, media outlets, and other entangled organizations, which have long been hard at work weaving this multi-generational heliocentric myth, suddenly and completely lose all credibility. The resulting mass mental exodus away from the control system is exactly what is needed. Furthermore, once our true cosmology is revealed, so too is the truth of these few elite families and secret societies who have kept this most important reality hidden from us for these hundreds of years. Essentially, once the Flat Earth conspiracy is exposed, so is every other important conspiracy by proxy, because this so-called mother of all conspiracies holds under its umbrella so many fundamental and foundational facts and fully reveals them. In this way, Flat Earth is like the Achilles heel of the New World Order. This subject, supposedly the most crackpot of all conspiracy theories, mocked and ridiculed for centuries as being an ignorant, unscientific worldview, is actually one of the most easily demonstrable and empirically evidenced facts of reality. When humanity finally wakes up to the truth of our flat Earth, it will usher in a veritable new age of enlightenment, a renaissance of common sense, and an opportunity to finally and forever expose and expunge these deceivers among us.
Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC verify you to get involved with the conversation about our earth.
Santiago Dunbar.
Hundreds of miles.
That's not actually true. A lot of the antennas that the military uses are shaped in a pyramid to specifically, as they're told, and I have a friend who told me this without knowing that I'm interested in the flat Earth. He said, we set this up like a pyramid to bounce it off of the Earth's ionosphere, right? So they're bouncing rays upwards, right?
Yep.
In order for it to go further than the curve, right?
But you're talking about radio waves. You're not talking about ballistics.
Direct line of sight.
You're not bouncing
direct line of
like
sight
ballistics
laser
off
targeting.
of the ionosphere. Sorry,
No, I'm talking about radio waves, yeah. And radio
yeah, but
waves
I'm talking about
shot
ballistics, line of sight.
particularly are less effective than if they're shot,
We're talking about direct line of sight laser targeting. Direct line of sight.
We're talking about transmission of radio waves, right? Yeah. So it would be lightweight.
You are. No, we're not.
You are.
We're talking about direct line of sight targeting technology. Yeah.
Like what?
Ballistics. And cell towers. My husband climbed cell towers and positioned radios to line of sight to the next cell phone tower. So I know that for a fact, anecdotally. That's not necessarily the best form of proof, but you can also go research this. These people that climb cell phone towers, I guarantee you that they're positioning those radios at the top to the next cell phone tower line of sight. I guarantee you.
What about military weapons? They do it too.
Yeah, ballistics. This is what I was talking about,
Yeah.
originally.
Yeah, so that's where you get into the nitty gritty, right? And
what nitty gritty?
The nitty gritty of like the expert, right, that we need on the ballistics of the U.S. military, right? Their
Go for it. Go for it.
I'm not that person.
The U.S. military uses.
Hang on.
What I mean.
But you just said we're getting into nitty gritty, so obviously there's something you don't agree with there. So
no, I'm just
let us know what you don't agree with.
No. I'm saying that there must be a person out there, an expert, right? Maybe not in this chat room. Maybe they're in this chat room, but and if anybody could shed light on this, but
what's the nitty gritty then?
Sir,
so they point.
The nitty gritty is the technology that the U.S. military is using, right?
Yeah, so they point things and then they shoot things at it.
I don't think that you're an expert on that, right? So I don't think you could be the one to tell us that.
Here we go with this expert again. So, can you read?
Yeah.
Yeah? Do you need to be an expert in reading?
Well, tell us what you've read.
I told you that they use line of sight. That's all you need. That's all you need. That they use line of sight.
That's not all I need.
So again, how does line of sight prove the Earth is flat, though?
Wait, one at a time. We're gonna have to deal with Santiago Dunbar first. So, what do you disagree with, Santiago?
I'm not disagreeing with anything yet. At all.
Okay, so line of sight targeting still includes the fact that the ballistics will eventually not just shoot straight, but go down. Is that what you're talking about?
No. I'm just saying that I don't personally, right? Me personally, sitting here, right, talking to you guys, I don't have the knowledge, right, of what weaponry, right, the U.S. military uses, the technology that's involved there, right? And when I use the word nitty gritty,
you don't know.
That's what I was talking about, which is like long range ballistic missiles, right? And how? Sorry, who's talking?
Yeah, that's all right.
Just
keep going, mate. No, keep going.
Okay, long range ballistic missiles, right? Whatever technology that the U.S. military has, right? That I'm not privy to. Maybe you've read something about it, right? And you understand the gist of it. Okay.
They use lasers. Yeah.
Okay. But so I would like to know those details. But when somebody just says line of sight, isn't that good enough for you? No, it's not good enough for me. Right. So then I would say like there should be an expert, right, to talk about it. There could be. And and in some cases, right, you may say that it's privy information, right? It's classified information. a lot of like their missile technology, right?
I can send you a paper if you want. 120 kilometers laser tests done with the military and a university. Would you like that paper?
Yeah. Okay.
Awesome.
So we're entering into the topic now, if that's what you guys want to talk about. But Timbo, you've read this paper, have you not?
Yeah, I've read the paper. Yeah.
So what is how is the laser targeting systems? How are they? What is the nuance?
So what they did in this instance was they grabbed 3 different coloured lasers because they're supposed to refract at different rates, and they shot them at a certain height, and they all ended up at the same height at the other end 120 kilometres later, showing that no curvature and they don't refract. So laser targeting, good to go.
What doesn't refract? The missiles themselves?
Well, so if you understood, so the different coloured light refracts, is supposed to refract at different rates. So what they did was they did the tests so that they could improve their laser targeting. And what they found out was that they don't refract at different rates, and the height that they left is the height that they ended up at. Therefore, no curvature.
Send me the paper.
Great. Just give me a couple of minutes.
Okay. If you have it on hand, that'd be awesome. If not, if it's too much whatever ridiculous.
No.
I got it.
Yeah. Send it to me, man. Send it to me.
All right. Is there anything else while you're waiting on that?
Oh no.
Or anybody in the room? Because we got a bunch of people in here.
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to talk about.
Are you throwing this like a non sequitur, or do you understand what they're talking about, or are you just saying you don't know if they can explain it correctly because they're not a professional? I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from.
It's okay. We can prove it.
No. People throw a lot of words out, and those words, right, are just words. Okay, until
that's our problem.
You have
we have that problem.
That's okay.
What words
but
in particular?
I'm not closed off to the idea whatsoever. I'm not going to. I'm not saying my mind is like.
What words?
Things like line of sight. That's all you need to know.
A gun, shooting a gun.
Okay, so I got you. So we need to prove that it is line of sight. Yeah. So we can prove that it is line of sight. That's fine.
Absolutely. No worries.
What's your name, dude?
So I've
Santiago, isn't it?
Santiago.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've also been approached by globe earthers, right, who have used theodolites to.
God!
Sorry, man.
Don't get me started.
I know. Okay, so listen. So this person, right, sent me data, and they showed that from all over the world, they had other people doing it in Australia. They had people doing it, in different places. They sent me their own data of
doing
mapping out line of sight from the tops of different peaks that were determined.
You're talking about Ruhif, are you?
Okay, hold on.
Not Ruhif.
Do you know what theodolites are, first and foremost, before you continue?
Ruhif.
Yeah. They're
so you do know what they are?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you know how they have to be calibrated?
What's the max distance?
Honestly,
okay, one at a time. Dudes, just one. Okay. Timbo's taking it. Just let him go.
Sure, go ahead.
No, that's all right. I had one question just while I'm sending this. What's the max distance on a theodolite?
I have no clue. No clue whatsoever.
So how do you know that it's data?
I would imagine. Well, these distances weren't anything extreme. Like 1,000 meters. Right. I don't believe that would be, a max.
So what
distance.
Curvature are they expecting on 1,000 meters?
So they were measuring all these things, and I looked at the data and I scrutinized this, right? And they had error analysis as well, right?
Scrutinized what?
I talked about their error analysis, and based on what they were measuring with the theodolite versus what was recorded as the actual height of that structure in the distance based on an elevation map, right? And they showed me the data saying that there was, I think it was like a 6.7 or like a 7 inches per mile squared curvature. Okay, it's not 8
at 1,000 meters.
Yeah, and some of them were shorter than that. Some of them were longer than that, right? But
sorry, I didn't catch the answer.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Would that be a direct measurement of 7-something miles or inches per mile squared, or would that be an interpretation of something else that was measured?
It was an average overall.
No. The drop over distance, the 7-point-something inches per mile squared, right? Would that be a drop that was directly measured, or would that be an inference of something else that was measured?
Direct measurement. It was a direct
So what was directly measured?
with using a theodolite.
Yeah, using a theodolite. Those directly measure angles.
Yeah, do
Right,
you know
and
what a
it-
theodolite is?
And that angle pertains to height as well.
So that drop that you're talking about would be an inference. That would be an interpretation of something else that was
That's the
measured,
thing,
right?
That's the thing. It's a tiny angle, right? Very tiny angle. When you're measuring, 7 inches per mile, right? It's a slight deviation in a flat, assumed flat plane.
Well, it's
You're not
less than
measuring
an arc
that, though.
second, so
You're not
actually
measuring
less
that.
than an arc second.
Yeah, you're measuring arc seconds, right? Which are angles. You're not
Yeah,
measuring
yeah.
drop, right? You're interpreting drop from something else that was measured, which would be the angle.
Sure. Right, but it's not straight across, right?
What?
and
Can I just clarify something with you? Like when they shot them, were they at? Like I know you said elevation, but where did they get their elevations from to know that? Were they on flat ground? Were they on sea level? Like what was it?
They got them from an elevation map, right? So wherever they
Okay,
took the
so they
measurement
measured
from,
7 inches difference from an elevation map.
That's pretty much.
From sea level. How far away from sea level were they?
Well, it's not about sea level. It's
Well, it
about
is.
comparing. It's no.
Well, that's
it's,
where they
it's
get
relative,
their
right?
elevation.
Yeah, that's
height.
how you get the elevation.
No.
From sea level.
Elevation is relative. Elevation is relative. You can say
No,
something
it's not.
is one-
Elevation
No,
is
it's from
always
sea
done
level.
from sea level.
You don't need to compare it to an objective bottom. You don't.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
Non sequitur.
Why do you need to do that?
Because you
That
need
is
a
where
level
elevation angles
continuous.
come from.
Yeah, you need a level continuous surface to get an elevation to get an
because
elevation
if the
height.
If the ocean is 1,000 feet, right? If they say a mountain is 1,500 feet tall, right, and the peak on the other end is 1,400 feet tall, okay?
Yep.
Those are two measurements, right?
Yeah.
So
where
all
they
you need to know is the difference in height between those two mountains.
Where they measure
All you
where
need
they
to know
get
is the
1,400 and 1,500
No, you
from.
don't need to know. You don't need to know where the sea level is. It's common for both of them. Okay,
But you
So
need
all
to
you
know
need to
the
know is
height
the
before you
difference.
can get the measurement.
It's not about the specific height. It's only about the difference between the two peaks.
So how do you know that it's a difference in height if you don't have the original heights?
Dude,
Because the measurement comes from the same place.
No, it doesn't.
No,
It comes from sea
elevation
level.
is from sea level. Elevation is from sea level. Period.
Right.
There
okay.
is no other
regardless,
answer.
before we go too far down into this direction, all right,
No, we're not going
I'm
far
telling you,
at all.
No,
We're getting to the nitty-gritty of your
I
statement.
didn't finish my point. I didn't finish my point, and you're getting me wrong.
Yeah,
I
okay.
scrutinized-
Go finish it, mate. Go.
I scrutinized this, right? When the person sent it to me, right, I was like,
Obviously
I
not good
asked
enough,
a
but
million
go for it.
questions, right? The same questions that you're asking me. Okay, I scrutinized the whole thing, and I don't believe, right, what he was showing me. All that I know is that this person actually apparently did the work, right? Did actual
Actually,
analysis,
apparently.
and
Actually,
yeah, apparently,
That's an
absolutely, yes.
oxymoron. That's an oxymoron.
No, it's not. He apparently
So he
apparently did the
actually
work.
apparently did it.
Sure, yeah.
Did he actually do it, or did he apparently do
He actually apparently did it.
it? What? That's
Dude,
weird, man.
know the meanings of words before you say them. But I get what you're saying. So you're
Regardless,
saying that he did the work.
regardless. My point is that,
You're
like,
saying that he
you
did the
can-
work, and go on.
Right, he did the work. Right, he showed it to me. It doesn't convince me of anything. Okay, really, it doesn't. But
Yeah,
it was
'cause it's
what it did show me was that this person's actually out there trying to do his best to prove something. Right.
right.
And
So you don't think that we are?
there are flat earthers. He's a glober. There are flat earthers that are doing the same thing. But I don't see this like from everyone out there. Okay, so
Okay.
to me, it's nice to see, right? It's nice to see.
I need you to know what a theodolite is, though. Really quick, I just want you to know what that is. So you have to calibrate that to level, right? Very like it is strict. It's not something that you can take for granted. You have to like do the minute. Okay, it has to be level, and some of them calibrate themselves. You can't even bump that thing, or it will be there will be error. So if you're going to use it, you have to use it strategically. And then the optics of the theodolite is not like you would have with like a camera, like a nice zoom in camera. It's not the same. It's meant for a short distance because it's meant to level the ground for construction. So it's not meant to have some sort of like huge line of sight distance to measure. It's meant to do it in increments for a like leveling a building. So you have to do if the building is big enough, you would have to do it several times with the same instrument because it's not valuable to do it once in a long range distance. You would have to do it multiple times because the optics of the theodolite is not precise enough. Like think about it when you're looking through binoculars that are a cheap set of binoculars, but it's not. Don't get me wrong. Like the theodolite has its own attributes to leveling the surface so that you can get a precise angular measurement for like building something.
To me, the data seems fairly...
Okay, let me finish, and then I'll let you talk. I promise. I know it sounds like I'm monologuing, but this is important that you know that the optics on a theodolite are not something that you would use. The optics on the theodolite is not something that you will use in a long range distance. The point of the optics is for short range. You get what I'm saying?
I can understand what you're saying, of course. And I've never used a theodolite.
If they're using them for a large scale of mountains, there's a problem, buddy. And you're going to have to take into the account of the perspective on a smaller scale. You're talking about a small scale of optics that's like zoomed in for a small scale, and use the perspective in that small scale instead of your normal scale like we see in reality. So they're not
according to my understanding.
That kind of error. No, they're not accounting for
error. According to my understanding, it's the best instrument for this particular use.
Can I just speak to him for a second? Even if you're doing the 1,000 meters on land, what's your reference point that these two surfaces are exactly at the same height?
It's a relative thing that they're not at the same height, right? They're at different heights. But when
so how are you measuring 7 inches drop and calling it curvature? Why isn't it just 7 inches drop in the land?
Because what you measure, right? The angle that you measure it at,
I know how to use
and what you're pointing at, right? What you're focused on, right? Through the lens of this thing, right? You're pointed directly at the peak of another mountain, right? And you know the height of that.
You used it for 1,000 meters. You said.
It's very simple. I'll answer your question, but this is not the point. Okay, but like there are two mountains
anyway, but it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Sorry, sorry, man. You keep interrupting me. But do you have anything else that you want to say other than what you asked me before?
No, you go ahead. But weren't we talking about 1,000 meter measurement?
Something like that. Yeah, I can't remember the exact measurements, but there were some that were shorter. I mean, I could talk a lot about the data that I saw,
great. But the problem is when you're doing things over land, what you're measuring is the difference in elevation. You're not measuring curvature. You have a starting point on land, and then you take your staff, your story stick, and you go over. You go over, and you put it in a point, and it goes, okay, it's 7 inches lower. So that means that bit is 7 inches lower than that bit. Why is that curvature?
It's curvature because it's supposed to be at a certain height. Okay.
What do you mean? It's supposed to be at a certain height. Are you saying the
Meaning that-
land is the same
Please,
height?
please, would you stop interrupting Timbo Slice?
You're wrong.
Okay?
But you're
Well,
wrong.
I will answer your question once. I'm not going to answer
Okay,
it 3 times.
Go.
Okay?
You've got one
Okay.
staff. I'll give a scenario. You've got your theodolite,
I'm
and then
done,
you've got
dude.
your
I'm
staff,
done. I'm done.
and then you've
Good
got your
luck.
staff 1,000 meters away. What are you measuring? Go. Okay.
You're talking, man. You go.
No,
I'll
you
answer
go.
your question, but it seems like you just want to answer your question yourself.
So, with the scenario, can you tell me that? You've got your theodolite there, and then you've got your staff 1,000
Yeah, it's
meters
very
away.
simple. It's
Yeah,
very
go.
simple. Could I? Okay, thank you. Will you stop talking for 15 seconds?
Already did.
All right, awesome. So look, you're at 1,500 height, 1,500 meters, right? Another thing is at 1,400 meters. Okay, you measure, you point it directly at the peak of that thing, right? That's a straight line, and from the theodolite measures from an actual straight line, right? So it measures the angle of difference between these two objects. Okay, now if that thing were 1,300 meters, right? If there were a 100-meter drop, that angle would be larger. Do you understand? So whatever the recorded height of these things are, whatever the recorded heights of these things are, if they are not what it says, right? If the angle is different than what it should be, then you have a difference, right? And that difference is a discrepancy. So you guys already said, right? We already went over this. You guys already said the maps are wrong. They're not measured from sea level, or you said that probably, they don't actually know the exact
Stick
elevation.
to the point, mate.
Right?
You're getting stick to the point.
They're not.
Finish your story. Finish your story about the mountains. Yep.
I finished it.
Oh,
I'm explaining the whole thing here for you. Yeah.
Okay, so I just got a question for you. What was the distance between the mountain points?
Many different varying distances.
Okay, just one example then.
Probably
one example.
There was like over 40 different measurements that were taking place all over the
just
world.
one. Mountaintop to mountaintop. One of them, pick one, and we'll go through it if you want.
No, we just did, dude. We don't need to do this again.
No, I want to analyze it with you.
We just analyzed it. There's nothing else to analyze.
But you haven't given me anything. You just said someone grabbed the theodolite.
Right.
They got two mountains. They measured a difference. Can you post it and we can go through it?
I don't have the data. I mean, maybe I do. Maybe I can look back and find the file. But it's been a while. It's been a while. I'm just
If you
saying.
don't have
This
the data, how do you know it shows what you're claiming it shows? You were pretty confident about the 7-point-something inches per mile squared drop, right? But now you say you don't have the data, so how can you be confident about that conclusion? From data that you don't know.
Data. It's not my data, it's somebody else's.
Yeah, okay, so you don't know the data, so how do you know that the conclusions follow from it?
Oh, because he sent it to me out of the blue.
Because dude sent it to you. You know that his results, his conclusions.
That's right.
Okay, that's stupid.
Grab it, post it, and we can go through it.
Okay. I'll do you one thing. I will look for it. All right, and that's all I can do. I don't know if I have it, but it was months ago. Okay, I'm just telling this. You guys are
Reoccurring
kind
pattern.
of me over the story.
It's kind of a reoccurring pattern, though. You guys come here.
I'm telling you an anecdote, right? There are people that actually have done real measurements. Right?
You guys say that. All of you pretty much say that. There are people who've done it, and then we start asking for it, and we don't get the information of who's done it, what exactly they did. It's just somebody else over there must have done it. Some guy sent it to me. I can't remember what it was. Can't remember what he showed. Can't remember what he measured exactly. But I'm sure of the conclusion that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah. See the difference? I came up with an observation with laser tests over 120 kilometres. If you check your DMs, I sent it to you as soon as I said I was going to send it to you. I asked you for your claim, and you can't even tell me what it is.
Well, I was using it as a story, right? I wasn't trying to actually use it as a claim of evidence because, first of all, I don't know these people, right? And like
you
I said
were
in the
using
first
it as a claim of evidence, though, weren't you?
No. I'm using it as an example of what people do in the flat Earth community and in the globe Earth community. Okay, and I'm using an example of what evidence really isn't. Okay, People on
What
both sides can
evidence
do these.
isn't?
They can do different tests. They can send you information, right? And you weren't there. You didn't actually prove that that the mountains were this height. You don't know all the detailed information that whether
It's
the
not my
camera was
it's
leveled,
not my claim.
whether the satellite was leveled. That's all I'm saying.
It's not my claim.
That's literally all
So-
I'm saying.
What I'm hearing is just sort of a long-winded way of saying, I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying that when somebody says line of sight and just listen, this is proof and that kind of thing, it's not good enough for me, right? And just like I brought this up to say that on the other side of things as well, right? I scrutinized
What they were meaning when they said line of sight is if you can have line of sight and there's supposed to be a hump of curve in the way, then you can't have line of sight. So when you have line of sight and there's supposed to be a hump of curve in the way, it kind of disproves that there's a hump of curve in the way, doesn't it? That's what line of sight is.
Not necessarily.
Begging
Why?
the question.
No, because you're discounting the current model, right?
What current model? Give me the current model. What is it?
The current model is that light bends, right?
Okay, show me that. What's that called? Refraction. Okay, definition of refraction is?
Well, you move light through one medium to another, right? And it will change angle.
Yep. So what's the two mediums?
Air density.
Air
Everything.
and air.
Temperature. No.
Air and
Different densities. Different densities of air based on temperature.
So where's your refraction when you're doing your mountaintop observations? Did you include that in that?
Where's your refraction when you're saying that it's
Always
getting
there.
blocked by a lump of matter?
Refraction is always there.
Good, I agree.
Yeah. So how are you giving us definitive measurements of 7 inches?
No,
when
I'm not.
There's
I'm not-
always
I'm not.
refraction.
No, the only thing that you can see right with your eyes, right, is the light that actually reaches it. Okay.
Yeah, great. So where's the physical part of it then?
Anything that's blocked by physical matter doesn't actually hit your eye. You will never see that thing, right? But
Okay,
if you
so-
put a mirror around the corner, right, the light will reflect, right, and
So
you
now
will see
it'll
what's
curve.
in the corner.
Now it'll curve over a hill and bounce off a mirror and curve back over the hill.
No, not all the time. I mean, if it's an actual hill, it won't. But if it's a slow arcing curvature where there is
What's
light
it
that's
refracting
going up
around?
in the atmosphere.
What's it refracting around?
I could
Yeah, but
draw
what's
you a
it
picture.
refracting around?
It's going straight. Light is going straight, and it's coming from some place, right?
It's
But
going straight
it might be
over a
going
flat
straight-
surface.
No, it's going straight. It might be I am trying to use the knowledge that we have, right, and to understand that, and then do away with that. Okay, I'm not trying to say that. I'm not trying to go anywhere else, right?
Yeah, but you just made a claim that refraction brings things up over a hill. Now, I'd say there's always refraction, but I just want to know where the actual hill is.
No, I said if there is an actual hill, right, it's going to block the light. But if there's a slow arcing of curvature, right?
What if
where
it's a
light
flat
is gonna-
surface and the light goes straight? Would it be a flat surface?
It's still
where the
gonna,
light
there'll
goes
still be refraction. There will still be
Of
refraction.
course, there's always refraction. That's why you can't see 100 miles at sea level, because the light gets refracted. But it's not what you think it is.
Well, I would question that, right?
Okay, well, first of all, you'd need a demonstration of light bending around a ball. Have you got that?
Yeah, a ball, but a ball is like, how large of a ball, right?
Oh, let's say 39.59 miles in radius.
We know that refraction. Yeah, try that one.
Yeah. I mean, we have
got a
built our whole
demonstration.
physics. We've built our whole. I think when you look out at a sunset, when you look at all the refraction that takes place in that picture, when you look at a boat going over the horizon, yeah, I think, and the distortion on the bottom of the boat, all of that information that you're getting from your eyes is an example of this refractive nature of light.
Yeah, well, where's the physical curve then?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't it be there?
Where is it?
No, you see. Look. If there was a straight
you claim
curve,
it's bending around a curve. I just want to know where the curve is.
I know, but you're going to keep interrupting me. Let me make my point, and then you can talk about that point. Okay. My point is that if there's 130 miles, okay, of a slight curvature, right? We're at the end of that 130 miles. Technically, you're looking downwards. Something is dropping off. You really shouldn't see something at the end of that. Okay, but
do you know by how much?
Light. Yes, light from that object. It doesn't matter by how much. Light from that object is going out in all directions. Okay, some of that light is going in an angular direction perpendicular to the curve relative to where it is. Right, relative to where you are.
Can we have a demonstration of that?
Well, hold on. Let me I'm displaying it to you through words, right?
I understand it, mate. I understand.
You said that curve, though. What curve? Can you show us that?
I'm using it as an example, right? As an explanation, and I don't see why this isn't possible. So I'm trying to put it out there to you guys, and then maybe you guys could say why.
What if it's just a flat surface and the light's going straight?
Right. You can say forever, right? You can say what if it's just a flat surface, but I'm also saying instead.
You're just saying what if it's a globe?
Right. And can we talk about that?
Now, where's the proof of the globe? That's what I want to know.
You don't want me to talk about the situation.
What we're doing is, right, so you're saying light bends around a curve. I want to know what it's bending around. It has to be a curve. So where's the physical curve that the light is bending around? It's a simple question.
You've been asking me how it could bend around a curve.
Not how. I'm not saying how. I know how. I'm asking where the curve is that it's bending around.
I'm saying it's what you see when you look out with your eyes.
You see a flat surface.
It's flat. Then.
Yeah, we don't see the geometric consequences that we would expect of a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. We don't see a geometric horizon. We see way further than that should be. So I guess you're talking about light refracting around that curve so that it looks like it's flat or something. Is there any evidence that it's actually doing that, starting with evidence of the curve itself?
Of course there is. It's the definition of refraction.
No, it's not. That's not what I asked for at all. The definition of refraction, that would be the law of refraction. That would be Snell's law, and there's nothing in that tells me that light is bending through air over a curved surface of the Earth.
It actually scatters.
Yeah, that's just wrong. So what I asked for was a measurement of the globe, direct measurement of drop over distance, i.e. curvature of the Earth's surface, preferably a body of water, because that would be equipotential to gravity.
I see what's going on here. Well, you guys aren't really entertaining me, to be honest.
We're not trying to entertain you.
Well, could you entertain me and provide me with measurements of what I asked for? It's only fair. I'm entertaining you, so come on, pay it back.
Yeah, the only...
I said that you aren't, but...
The only argument...
Well, entertain me anyway, please.
You talk about looking onto a horizon when you look right and left. How come you don't see drop?
It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
I know.
Before we get too far away, Angle, can we just see about his curvature measurements? Because he seems pretty convinced that light bends around a curved surface of the Earth, curved surface of oceans. So just wondering who measured that curved surface so that we can have the first principle knowledge that that's happening.
He's already by your side.
I was trying to explain that. I was trying to create a model for that with words.
No, not a model, please. Don't model it. I want direct measurements of the thing in question.
Well, models require direct measurements, by the way.
It's explaining how it is very, very possible. Okay,
no, that's a conceptualization. Listen, Santiago, hold on there. I'm not asking for a conceptualization. I'm asking for direct measurements of the thing in question, the Earth itself.
What do you mean direct measurements?
By anybody?
Well, I don't know. Is that Chinese?
Sounds good right now.
Direct measurements.
Yeah. So when you open your eyes and you look at something, right, that is a direct measurement, is it not?
No.
No.
Then what would be?
Direct measurement of drop over distance.
Yes.
That's just an observation. Open my eyes and seeing something is just an observation.
I can look at a square table from the right angle, and it doesn't look like a square. I would have to go up to the table and inspect it further. So it would require me to inspect this further. So yeah, direct measurement of drop over distance is what we're looking for.
If you want to go with observation, just opening our eyes, looking out and seeing something, we don't see that curve, and that's why you've gone to the refraction excuse. That's the whole reason you're talking about refraction, is because we don't see the thing that you're telling us to open up our eyes and see, right? So you wouldn't even need to talk about that. You'd just say, go to the beach, check out the geometric horizon at the ocean, man. That's all you'd have to do. Refraction wouldn't even have to be a topic. So I'm just wondering who measured this thing at the beach that you say light is refracting over?
No, you sound really cool when you say that, but really, refraction, it takes place in every measurement that you're possibly taking.
Dude.
Okay?
I don't
There's
care.
no
How was
There's
the
no
direct
direct
measurement of Earth?
There's no direct measurement that you will ever find that proves something flat that doesn't take into account refraction.
You're obfuscating from the fact that somebody has already claimed that the Earth is curving, so you need to verify that.
Okay, so you're saying that you're talking about measurements put onto us, right? Flat measurements, and you're saying we're not accounting for this thing that you say is going on. Okay, well, the thing that you say is going on.
I'm saying that we're here together, right? No, sorry, Heretic, you were just calling me out for talking about refraction. I'm saying
you were calling
it doesn't
us
matter whether I'm measuring the Earth is curved or whether you're measuring the Earth is flat. Refraction is the most important thing to get straight.
Okay, yeah, cool. But in order for you to have it straight, we need to have a demonstration of that curve that you think light refracts over in the first place. Or else how would you ever know it's doing that? If it hasn't been measured to be there, you got no reason to think that it is or that light's refracting around it. So where's that?
Sure.
Or you can go back to saying use your eyesight.
Let him answer what Heretic said.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, right? There is a model, right? It's how it's there is a physical.
Okay, Santiago. Based on what measurements?
No. Based on having light in a laboratory on a tabletop, right? And this is the behavior of what it does, okay? And understanding that, you extrapolate it to a picture, right? This is a model, right, of what it could do given this atmosphere, given this shape of the Earth, right, and where the light will go. Okay, it is a model. Okay,
could do.
Absolutely.
Could do. Okay, so could do. We're talking about hypotheticals.
Now look, man, I'm trying to lead.
Listen, you're not answering the question though, and you're going on a pretty long tangent while not answering the question. Because I didn't ask for hypotheticals about what light could do in the atmosphere. Didn't ask for that. I asked for direct measurement of what it is doing, starting with the curve that it's supposed to be bending around.
Right. So let me finish. So when you shine a light, okay.
Finish not answering the question.
I am. When you try to take a direct measurement of that light, even if the Earth was flat, there is refraction taking place. Okay. So therefore, even a laser. No, look. You shine a laser at 1 mile. Okay. If you shine a laser at 10 miles, the light that you're getting from that laser has spread. I don't know how many feet. But
I don't
10,
care.
12 feet. Right?
I don't care.
Use a collimator.
Yeah, that's not an answer to the question.
So there's no way to measure
it is.
I don't get it.
It absolutely is, because you're asking for a direct measurement. Okay, you're asking for a direct measurement of curvature.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And even if you were trying to, I'm telling you, even if you were trying to show direct measurement of flatness, you would not be able to.
It's a reversal. I'm just asking for the measurement.
The measurement of the ball in the first place if light is always refracting.
Actually, precisely measure flatness with the laser.
Dude, how did you get the measurement of the ball that you're claiming is there in the first place if light is always refracting?
He's a lunatic, man.
Hold on, let him answer.
Hang on,
All right, fine. Sorry.
Answer what?
How'd you get the measurement of the ball if the light is always refracting?
A measurement of the pole?
The ball.
Oh, the ball. No.
Yeah.
I'm talking about measurement in general.
What?
No.
Why?
How did
I
you
asked
get
you a
the
question about a
measurement of the
specific
ball?
measurement. So why are you answering with measurement in general? Just give us the specific
Because
measurement. Does it not exist? Is it that hard to directly answer the question, the very specific question I asked? Is there no specific answer for it? Is that why you're tap dancing around it?
No, because you're being kind of a hard ass about this question, but really when you apply it to things of the flat earth nature, the flat earth community, it's the same issue.
Why are you doing that?
Because you're asking for something even more ridiculous, right? And I'm saying, I'm strongman you saying,
I agree with you.
But they gave us a measurement, though. They gave us a measurement.
That can prove that it's flat, right? You can't, because
I just sent you, I sent you laser tests over 120 kilometers.
And I don't have to anyway, because axiomatically it's not what anybody experiences. When we go to the beach, we don't see the geometric horizon that should arise from that globe that we've been told we live on, right? And that's why you guys have to start talking about refraction. So we just don't see that globe in reality. So I don't really have to do anything, because you're the one in here telling us that what we see isn't what it actually is. So you got any proof of that or not?
No, because I was saying the same exact thing as you. I was saying, go look with your eyes.
Taking
right?
the middle ground fallacy, dude.
What you're seeing, right?
You're studying the compromise between two positions, dude.
Just let him answer.
But it's light being refracted around a curve, and you see it as, a straight line of sight, perpendicular direction. But it's not.
Yep.
The light is actually coming from a place where it's tangential to where it curved from.
How do you know
where that? Is the curve measured that it's going around?
All mirages work.
How do you know that?
It's like saying, I've got this zigzag. I haven't proved the zigzag, but I know the light is going over the zigzag because I can see it.
No, it's like saying, right, if light were being curved, right, you would only see the top of that curve. That's the light that would reach your eye.
Can we have a demonstration of this?
Now, that's all that I'm saying. So you could say that.
Can we have a demonstration of it? You're making a claim. You're making a big claim. So do you have a demonstration actually proving this point?
I think that light is being curved based on these.
Hey, dude, what's your proof that the light is being curved over a curve?
What's your proof, man?
That's a burden reversal.
Yeah.
You're the one saying that what we see isn't what we actually get. You're saying that what we see is something other than what it actually is, right? And then every single time we ask you, well, how do you know that? You just go, well, prove it is what we see it as. That's stupid.
Well, no, I'm saying that this is the nature of light, right? This is how it behaves. Right?
Yeah, we're not asking about light. We're asking about the physical ball that it's going around.
No. I'm talking about the physical nature of light, right? Which you guys are using for your own purposes when you want to, and in other circumstances, you're totally disregarding it. And
no, all as we're asking for is the physical ball that you're claiming the light goes around. That's all. I don't care about the light.
Yeah, dude. You haven't given us anything to disregard. Listen, I've been asking you for the measurements that validate the things that you are saying about what light does over the earth, right? And you haven't given me anything to disregard. So what are you talking about?
I'm not an angry person here, okay? I don't want to get into
no one's getting angry, man.
Look, every answer you give.
I don't like these. I personally don't. I'm not interested in these types of conversations. I've done them for months. They're not interesting.
Then why do you do them for months, and why are you still here doing them? Just fuck off if it's not interesting. Because we just want one thing that you can't seem to provide us. So I don't know.
I didn't mean to get into this topic, or to this type of argument. But it's it's reacting to a lot of you guys' attacks, right? That has led me to this.
Okay. It's another feel. Hey, the feeling server's down the road.
Classic Clan, you've been pretty good. You've been pretty good.
Here's the thing.
Yeah, but Santiago, you haven't been very good, though, because you keep saying things and then you try to bullshit your way around it when we just go, well, how do you know that? That's all we're asking is, well, how do you know that? You say that light was tangential to the curve of the Earth where it traveled from to reach your eye. Right? Okay, so there's supposed to be, geometrically speaking, a tangent point at 1.2 miles for a 1-foot observer. Instead, I see what you're calling a tangent point out at 10 miles, right? So I'm just asking how you know that 10-mile tangent point is an illusion, and there's actually a physical geometric 1.2-mile one there. I'm just wondering how you know that.
Heretic, I tried to explain my view of it, right, based on my knowledge of physics, but I was interrupted over and over and over again by more attacks, more questions, right?
You're
So I
not
wasn't
answering.
even able to make that point.
You're not answering.
Again, like what you're saying
That's
right
not
now.
an answer. That's
Do you
not an
want me
answer.
can I go back and try to explain the point that I tried to explain 10 minutes
No,
ago?
can you just answer the questions that we're asking? Because I'm interrupting you right now because once again you're responding completely non sequitur to what I just said.
Because I'm making a point that you are interrupting me, right? With
No,
more
you're not
attacks.
making a point. I asked you a pointed question. You went off on a ramble, not answering it, right? That's why I keep cutting in. If you
I'll
would
go
just
back.
if you just answered the questions I'm asking, I would just shut up and listen.
I'm going to answer it. Okay. There's a 130-mile distance. Okay. There is a slight curvature over those 130 miles. Okay. Something is viewing from one end, and there's an object at the other end. Okay. Now, with just pure imagination, if this imagination was going out in a straight line, it would not be able to see what's 130 miles away underneath the curve. Okay. Because the Earth drops a little bit, you can't really see what's there. Okay. But the way that light behaves is that object is shooting light out in all directions. And some of those light waves are going perpendicular for it, tangent to the Earth, right? Which means that for the other person, they're going up at this obtuse angle into the sky. Okay,
dude, this isn't an answer.
You're doing it
Question I
again.
asked.
You're doing it again.
No, you're doing it again. Be quiet,
No, you're
Santiago.
doing it again.
Be quiet, Santiago. You're doing it again. Because I asked you a pointed, specific question. Like, for example, I see a 10-mile horizon where, geometrically speaking, according to you, if the Earth is what you say it is, there should be a 1.2-mile horizon. You say that light took a deflected or diverted path around that curve, so I saw it as something other than what it is. All I asked you is how you know that.
I'm explaining the model, right, which is knowledge. Which knowledge? I understand that knowledge can be wrong.
How do you know what I just said?
I'm trying to explain it to you. And you
How do you know that things are something other than what they appear to be to us? How do you know that? How do you know what they actually are instead of what we see them as?
I don't.
Okay, thank you.
After all that.
Okay, are we ready to switch topics now, or what?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, Santiago, for just
I think
answering.
so. Yeah. He just admitted after an hour that he doesn't know.
Well, I appreciate it nonetheless.
No. I question knowledge at all, but you guys aren't really even interested in any knowledge whatsoever.
Well, I am. If you would have just given me the answer, I would have been really interested in that. But you did give me an answer. I don't know it's valid.
Your own subjective point of view, whatever
I'm
the hell
not.
that may be.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
It's completely backwards. That's you've got it completely backwards.
Looking into it, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing, Santiago. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. I'm looking into it. I'm seeking the objective knowledge that you claim to have. That's what I'm doing. That's why I'm asking you these questions, and that's why I keep interrupting when I get an answer that isn't actually an answer.
All right. Yeah, let's move on.
Are we ready to switch topics?
Conversation. You're not interested in actually any other thing other than what you want to say.
You don't need to psychoanalyze me. Okay, he left.
I'm just going to
Did he leave just now?
Yeah.
I'll just summarize what happened. So he's trying to explain light around a curve that the curve he hasn't proved yet, but keeps on explaining light bends. But it bends around a curve because we can see it at a further distance than what it is predicted. Therefore, light curves around a ball because we can see further than is predicted.
What is your profession?
Old friend, I brought more soldiers.
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
Scott Mackey.
Proven it's obstructed yet. So far you've just inferred it's obstructed.
Yes, that's correct. That's what I'm doing. I'm inferring it's obstructed by looking at it.
So you don't see sun in the photo?
Right, so the conclusion would be if object goes behind obstruction, right, then I won't see it. Therefore, the Earth is a globe because the Earth is obstructing it. That's circular and fallacious.
No.
And empirically inadequate because we see the sun in the photo that I posted, which the other guy sent to me.
Yeah, but we all know that in about 15 minutes it'll be gone.
That's fine. No, nothing wrong with that. The
We
point
all
is
know
that
this
we put
about that particular moment?
Yes, we do.
How do you know that
But
about
yeah.
that particular moment in that photo?
Because I've seen it 1,000 times.
You've seen that single moment 1,000 times?
I've seen
So
1,000 sunsets.
okay,
and they're
that's
all
great.
behaving
So
remarkably the same.
Let's progress so we can answer the question for Gregory. So put that argument in a string that doesn't follow the form of the formal logic fallacy affirming the consequent, and then you won't be critiqued by Gregory for using that form.
Yeah, I don't care if I'm critiqued by Gregory, though, so you can critique away.
Okay, so I didn't say whether you're critiqued by Gregory or not. I said the form. Yes, there is a consequence that Gregory critiques you for it, but I'm just saying, why don't you just present it in a form that's not a logical fallacy?
Such as?
I don't know, dude. That's
Demand that AI do your task for you.
Oh, look, I'm not unreasonable if you could present a logical, necessary conclusion where the premises carry the conclusion to a necessity, right? And it's not in the form of a logical fallacy. Look, I'm open to review that, but when I ask people for that, instead of getting that, what I usually get is, oh, that guy's an idiot, right? So, I mean, when you're ready to provide that, I will. You ping me, I'll review it, no problem. If you're not ready to provide that, then by all means, if you don't want to, that's up to you. It's your personal choice to use your time. It's fine with me.
So we're standing by.
I don't understand what the task is at the moment. I watch something go behind something else. I think I'm legitimately concluding that it's going behind that other thing.
Affirming the consequence.
So you don't understand the request to give sound argumentation rather than fallacious argumentation? Okay.
How is watching something unsound?
Okay, which is not what he asked you. So either you're unable in spite of your best efforts to understand what he just explained to you at least 3 times, or you're invincibly ignorant voluntarily. Either way, this is not good for you.
Why is it not good for me? I mean, you guys watch something happen with your own eyes and you deny it. How's it not good for you?
You don't know why it's bad to be invincibly ignorant voluntarily or be
Wait a minute.
incompetent to think soundly.
I don't think I am.
Who's denying what they see with their own eyes? Who's denying that?
Do you guys see sunsets?
Yes, but what is a sunset? That's what's in contention. See, you say I see a sunset, therefore I see a sun going behind Earth curve. Those are two different things.
Yes, I know. But do you see it going behind something when it sets?
No.
What do you see?
Nobody does.
What do
Nobody
you
sees
see?
it going behind something. The spatial relationship information isn't present to determine that it's going behind anything. You'd have to be seeing it as a side view in order to determine that.
Really?
I'll tell you what I see. I see a portion of the sun circle become unresolved in my field of view in the final rendered image. That's what I see, and that's honest.
You see a portion
Now,
of the
what
sun
inference
circle
is-
become unresolved? What does that mean?
Yes. I can't resolve it in my image anymore. It's lost. It disappears. It's not apparent anymore.
So there is a time in this set where you see half the sun, right?
Let's just say there's times within the entire portion I'm looking at the sun where I can't see the entire sun. Yes, that's true.
Yeah. And what it does is it goes from the full sun to a quarter of the sun to half the sun to whatever, right? That's what you see?
Yeah, and there's other videos that I've seen, not with my own eyes, mind you. I can't remember when I was in the desert, but I've seen videos from similar deserts where the sun just goes into a small thing above and then disappears from the field of view, never to be seen again.
But you also seen the same thing happen to the moon too, right?
Not quite similar, but not quite the same, yeah.
How's it different? Every time I've seen the moon set, it looks exactly like the sun setting. Part of it will be gone, then more will be gone, then more will be gone until it's all gone.
But yeah, in that
Right?
manner, yeah, sure.
So
What do you think's happening there?
Is the question, why do things disappear over the horizon, our apparent horizon?
No, the question is, why do things disappear in that manner? Everything else I've ever seen disappear in that manner, where part of it's gone, then more of it's gone, then more of it's gone until it's all gone. It's
Okay.
always been a case where they're going behind something else.
Well, what about the
Right?
law perspective?
Absolutely, and that's fair.
What about the law perspective, though? Wouldn't you say
The law
that
pers-
things also
You just
disappear over the
categorically
horizon?
deny that, Beasticles. Can you believe that?
The law of perspective does not work that way. That's not how things disappear in the law of
Explain to us the
perspective.
law of perspective. Explain to us
they
how
just-
perspective works, please.
They just get smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't resolve them anymore.
Exactly. So
But that's not what I saw. It's not what you
Okay.
see.
Okay, I'm about to post an image for you, and you tell me what's happening here. You tell me what the sun went behind, okay? You ready? Let me know when you're looking in the chat.
Well, I'm actually putting away dishes right now, but
Oh, so you can't see it, and you're not going to be able to tell me what the sun goes
no,
behind,
I'll
right?
look. I'll look. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Tell me when you're ready. Okay, here we go.
I'm ready.
What is the sun going behind?
Oh, I don't know. It's dark.
Well, watch the whole thing. What did it go behind?
It stopped. Oh, wait, hold on. It was
Those
dark.
can't
It kept moving on me.
Yeah. It kind of looks
Okay,
like
there.
it's being sucked into itself for those
Yeah,
who
it
can't
does.
watch.
It does. See how it's disappearing, looking like everything going behind something.
doesn't look like
Have
it's
you
going
ever seen
behind
it?
anything.
Yeah,
though.
I've seen that. I just want to say for the guy who posted it, I've seen similar disappearances of boats on my local lake, which is about 330 meters across.
But did anybody observe there a circle getting smaller and smaller?
Anybody? Oh, that doesn't look like that. No. In that
Okay,
image,
so
no, it doesn't.
Yeah, so nobody saw a circle getting smaller and smaller, did they? Which is what the law of perspective would dictate, right?
The law of perspective
Oh, yeah,
dictates that the object, which may or may not be a circle that gets smaller and smaller till it disappears.
You said it just disappeared.
You know what I mean.
So
Don't play the game.
obviously it got smaller and smaller till it disappeared. You didn't watch it very closely.
But it was not a circle, right? That thing is far from a circle. Got a flat bottom. How would the law, according to the law of perspective, how would a circle disappear according to the law of perspective? What would it look like as it's disappearing?
Getting smaller and smaller as it goes further away.
And it would look like a circle the entire time, right?
And?
Yeah, until it falls below the resolvability
This
limit.
guy's another obfuscation artist. I don't know why you're back again.
Is that what you see? Did you see a circle getting smaller and smaller?
What's your?
It's rather ovular shape. So what? And?
Angular
So you just denied your own premise, right? You said it could be.
No, friends. The law of
Anything other than
perspective
blueprint,
in
this is an
regards to
obfuscation.
linearity. Fair, but the law of perspective in regards to linearity is an ideal model, right? Like, especially if you're trying to use like lines you draw, like an artist would draw. Okay, light interferes with itself, and you have angular resolution limits of the optic and the wavelengths and all that things that you have to take in as compounding factors. It's not simply a straight ray linear relationship in reality.
So are you going to focus on
the disappearance phenomenon that we observed, or no? Scott Mackey.
Well, but we've agreed that this image, or what we just saw, does not confirm the law of perspective, right?
But I didn't ask you that. I asked you, are you going to focus on the phenomenon of the object, the sun, disappearing? Yes or no?
I thought I was focusing on it. What do I need to focus on specifically?
It disappeared,
Right. So when we observe the GIF that Radwin posted, the object is obviously not behind some other non-transparent object when it disappeared. You're going to account for that or no?
It's not going behind anything.
Well,
all right, Gregory, I got another one that you might not have seen.
But
how does it go behind something? It just disappears. It doesn't go behind, and you could see the horizon line below where the sun is. You could see it. It's not going behind it at all.
Absolutely. Before he replies, Gregory, watch that other video there that I posted. It's a little bit different than the one our other friend posted there. It's very short. I think it's a minute.
I'm watching now.
Yeah, what I find interesting is you all find these one video that seems like an anomaly. You ignore the tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands that are not anomalous.
Well, do you see the location that AI posted? Do you see how it's in Africa, right, near the equator? Now, if you were more north, let's just say in Ireland, right, you wouldn't be that the sun wouldn't look like that. Get what I mean? It wouldn't appear to go that small and disappear behind the horizon, right? It would be at a different angle because it'd be closer towards the north. Just like how you have like that movie 30 Days of Night, right? Like there's certain places on the earth where the sun looks different depending on where you are. So yeah, not every instance of every sunset's going to be the same. It's ridiculous.
But I mean, it could just be easily arbitrated by demonstrating the direct surface measurements of the radius in question, and then you wouldn't need to worry about what the sun's doing because the sun ultimately is an optical effect. So if you just measure the object in question directly, yeah, but it's fair to argue back and forth. Both sides need to appeal to optical effects for anomalous data, regardless. So the most concrete way to arbitrate the proposition flat Earth versus globe is just to measure the ground, and that is the only single logical contingency of a necessity to the shape of an object is the object itself, not ancillary viewpoints or objects that are not fixed to it. So that should be where the ultimate argument is, not interpretations of sky phenomenon. And with that, I'm going grocery shopping.
The problem is the fact that the measurements of the ground are also affected by optical effects.
Yeah, speaking of grocery shopping, everybody should be growing their own garden. Don't spend hundreds of dollars on like fresh soil and stuff, because you should be able to keep your own soil. Composting. A little bit of manure sometimes needed, but not always. No-till. Because tilling just disturbs the natural habitat and ecosystem under the soil. Worms, fungus, you want those to live there. With your
There's
garden.
plenty of people talk shit in here. If you need to harvest, if you need to harvest, there's loads of shit that gets spoken about in this server. For sure.
Can't really hear what you're saying.
What about now, bruv? You hear me now?
Yeah.
What about now, bruv? You hear me okay now? 1, 2, 1, 2.
They hold sentence?
Yeah, I was actually over in
it's
the
not better.
other and 24/7. I never meant to come over here, man, so I'm going to go back. Pardon?
So AI, did we already establish that we've shown empirical data that disproves the affirming consequent, the affirming the consequent
Talking about
logic
my
sequence from Scott Mackey that the sun is only
audio,
obscured by the supposed spherical
that's not
surface of
bad.
the Earth?
I'm having
Oh,
issues.
shucks, AI is not in here.
My fucking
Spec, you're having
Wi-Fi.
connection issues. You're
Is
cutting
it
out
more?
all the time.
Quetzalcoatl, were you talking to me?
No, I said Spec. He's cutting out.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the appeal to sunsets is an insufficient appeal to to prove that we live on a ball with a spherical surface.
It isn't.
Okay, how
Because
can we
the-
approve? How can we prove it to you then? What would we need to do to prove it to you?
Why do people ask that question? Do you never study logic?
Give us a task.
Like, why do you ask, how do we prove it to you? Like, persuading me doesn't mean that you sufficiently proved your position to be true. You can persuade me, and your
But you're the
position is
person
still
I'm
false.
talking to. But you're the person I'm talking to right now, and so that's
Regardless.
all I care about the moment. So you don't have a way, right?
No, your attempt to appeal to tell me how you can persuade me is irrelevant. So you
but I
persuading
just-
me doesn't mean that you've proven your position is true.
But you just reject every bit of evidence that we provide you. We say it's insufficient
But I don't.
for some reason. But you do.
Well, if your presentation is insufficient, then yeah. And if I recognize it, I'm not going to accept it, of course.
Well, how about geodetic surveying then? Would you accept that?
Okay, explain the logic sequence.
Look, my position is simple and complex at the same time. If you're not gardening for your own food, then you don't know how your food grows, you don't know what's involved, and you don't understand all the life is beneficial to you all around you.
Okay, so Scott Mackey, explain the logic sequence. So your next appeal is to suppose a geodetic surveillance.
It's
So
not
go
a
ahead and
logic
explain the logic sequence.
It's an engineering sequence. People go around and they put these theodolites in places, and they measure the angle of inclination, and they measure the scan, the sideways, and they point at other objects, and they put all these things together, and then they do the math, and they figure out the exact size of the Earth.
Did you
then
say
it's
angle of
simply-
inclination?
Yes.
You measure angles with at least two lines, correct?
They measure they do, yes.
Right. So, like when you use a protractor, right?
Yeah.
The angles from 90 degrees or 180 degrees.
Yes.
That's on that flat baseline, right?
No.
No, it's on a curved baseline.
It's off plumb.
It's off plumb. Is that a curved baseline or a flat baseline?
Plumb. It's straight down to the middle of the center of the Earth.
So it's a
Plumb.
flat baseline, straight, right?
No, it's plumb. Do you not know what plumb is?
Are you trying to make sense? What is plumb? Is it a flat baseline or a curved baseline?
Just tell me you know what plumb is first. What is plumb?
Can you answer my question?
It's not a baseline as you're thinking about it, at least as you seem to be saying.
It's not a baseline. Which line is it out of the two?
Plumb is straight down. It's a straight line.
Straight down.
Straight down.
Straight down to what? A flat baseline or a curved baseline?
It's just going with gravity.
But you're trying to measure angles, yes?
Yes, and we can measure an angle off plumb, right?
So when you hang the plumb bob, it's hanging on a straight string, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Right, not a curved string.
Yes. Is this difficult for you to grasp?
You're measuring angles from the surface, correct? The surface of the Earth, right?
No, we're measuring angles off the plumb bob.
Off the plumb bob.
Yes.
Can you show me a demonstration of this? Because it's not making sense.
Well,
I
sorry.
posted it for you in text. What he's talking about. It posted exactly how they do it. So they got these weird fucking curved triangles and shit they use.
I mean, surveyors have mastered this technique, and they've been using it for hundreds, if not thousands, or hundreds of years at least. And as a result, they know where everything is. Pretty cool.
Inclination from a vertical line?
Yes, of course. If you have vertical, you can assume horizontal is 90 degrees off of that, right? That's the definition of horizontal, 90 degrees off vertical.
90 degrees off vertical, right? Not from vertical.
What's the difference?
Right. So you just refuse to acknowledge that you're measuring angles from that horizontal baseline inclination. Right? You don't have an inclination moving away from a vertical line.
Sure we do.
Moving from left to right of a vertical line, that's not inclination.
It's the same numbers, though. It's the same math.
Talking
I'm
about
sorry this is
vertical
confusing
lines
for you. It's not really that hard, though. The same math.
That was a cacophony. There's no sense to what we just said. Someone's gonna have to yield and let one person speak.
Oh, is someone speaking? Is someone muted? Shit, sorry.
So they walk out on the surface of the earth. They have a plumb bob. They hang it. Then they supposedly measure an angle from it.
Yes.
Right.
That's correct.
So explain the logic sequence again.
That's it. There's no
You
logic
might as well
to
write it down in the open chat.
Is somebody else talking right now?
No.
Okay.
We're
I mean,
analyzing.
if you want, you can always go take a surveying course, right? And they'll explain this to you in every last detail. So if you can just do the math, some basic trig, you can do surveying yourself.
We're analyzing.
And you don't have to trust, and you don't have to trust anybody.
So that's why it's so quiet. We're taking notes on you.
Cool.
So Scott Mackey, please write your logic sequence in your appeal to geodetic survey in your attempt to prove that the Earth is a ball.
The Earth is a globe.
My logic sequence is people go out and take measurements.
Please write it down. I think you're avoiding writing it down in the open chat so that we have an objective record to not make any mistakes about what you said. I'm not going to play this game of can we struggle to remember history.
Well, fine. Don't play the game. I don't care.
So if you want to do what is most conducive to completing this discourse, please do so.
Oh, I'm under no illusion that this discourse is ever going to complete.
So you don't want to complete this discourse. You just want to fill the air with bloviation. Is that right?
Well, actually, I don't think it's possible to complete.
Can I got my check?
No matter how well I.
Okay, so then there's no point in having this discussion. Then you can't improve your position because the discourse can never be completed, can it?
No, I can't prove it to you.
Speak, we hear you now. Yeah, speak, we hear you now. Yeah.
Yeah, thank fuck.
Yeah. All right.
Having issues, man. Carry on, I just wanted to check I could come through then, man. On you go.
Okay, continue, I guess.
Here's the thing. If I had a proof for
So write down your logic sequence since your argument is obviously so rock solid and we're so stupid. Just write down the logic sequence if you want us to know the truth, and then we'll examine it. In your appeal to geodetic surveillance.
I don't think you all are capable of knowing the truth. There's something blocking it in your minds, and I'm not sure what that is.
Okay, well, whether we are or not, please write down, please do your due diligence and do the procedure of proving your position is true and your appeal to geodetic surveillance
What do you guys always say? I'm not going to do your work for
What
you.
is geodetic surveillance? What is that?
Ask Scott Mackey. He's the one appealing to it. So
Surveying. He's trying to say surveying.
You get paid for the survey?
yeah, surveillance, surveying.
I believe what he's asking for is that you put your argument into words that we have a record of. We don't need to go back to record the videos, and now we can look. Oh yeah, that's what you said.
But there are entire.
Yes, he has it.
There are
Very simple
courses
demand. That other gentleman that just spoke got it. So go ahead, Scott Mackey. Please do so.
But there are college courses that teach you how to do this. And you think I'm going to be able to do it on Discord by writing a few
I didn't go to
notes?
college.
So after the past 5 or 6 replies, you're effectively telling us you're not going to do that, right?
Scott, no one's asking you to teach a course. Just take 1 or 2 formulas that are pertinent to the discussion and put them into writing.
I mean, just say them in your logic sequence in the open chat and your appeal to geodetic surveillance.
But if I wrote down the formulas, you guys don't understand what the variables are, how to derive those variables, and how to measure those variables, what's the point of?
So how does our inability to understand your argument absolve you of the burden of argumentation to prove your position?
Scott, like I said earlier, if that's you in your picture, I'm half your age and I know all the formulas you're talking about. Make your argument.
Yeah, let's speak to him then, because Scott's a waste of time. He's been coping for days now.
Tremendous waste of time.
Yeah, let's
I'm
move
not
on
on
to
Scott's
someone.
side, so I'm not going to speak for him.
Well, move on to someone who can have the discussion, because Scott's an absolute waste of time. He's a grown man who's too emotional to actually have the discussion.
Have you all played Starfield yet?
That game. You're not ready for that game.
No, but I've seen it advertised on fucking every
Play
bus
that
that
game.
goes
Right.
past.
The game will blow your fucking.
Yeah,
is
shitty
it,
reviews though. It's not that good at launch.
What is it? Is it like a first-person shooter or what?
Like a third-person MMO.
Oh, fuck.
Float in space. Space is real, remember?
I wonder if you can get it on the iPad.
You know, Star Wars, Star Trek, Stargate, Starfield, Star Child, Star Stuff. You know, it's all about the stars. Amazing they don't just leap right into astrology. And of course, you know it's the fundamentalist scientists who made the game. Right? That is their shit. That is what they want. That is what they want. So how dare you come along and scrutinize their worldview, including their cosmic paradigm? But they could do it to everyone else, though.
How do they explain gas balls in a vacuum in that game?
That's a good question.
He made an idea called force the line and torque the line. Torque the line failed because there's physics problems involved with the catenary effect on the line, so he's going to stretch a line through water. But he found out that the force is necessary to make the line mean anything over a great distance is practically impossible with his budget, or anybody's budget for that matter. So then he came up with force the line, which is essentially make a rigid structure, you plumb and level it, and then you attach panels to it that are true to the original with certain amounts of precision over a large enough span to where you can just look at it and see the Earth curving away or maintaining parallel to it. And that's what I was roughly talking about. Now, yes, that is pie in the sky, right? Not practically going to be done anytime soon for various logistical and financial reasons. However, you could essentially make a lattice structure similar to that, like they do in graphics programs, right? If you make a rectangle that's rendered, it could essentially be a bunch of triangular points. And the triangular measurements between points can prove that the overall rectangle is true, right? So you have a true 90 degrees and you could essentially create a floating point of drones, at least in theory, minus wind and all of these things, to have like a constant measurement with interlaced drones floating in free space out far enough where you could say, okay, the ground is going away from it or not. I thought that was interesting because it would be theoretically affordable because drones aren't that expensive compared to a solid structure that would take umpteenth amount of construction.
I think the best part of the Force Aligned thing was a lot of the globalists had claimed flat earthers are, as their only proof of the globe, that flat earthers are uneducated and they don't know what they're talking about. They're Dunning-Kruger, all these things. So when you have a guy like Brian Mullins, which, master's degree, engineering, gainfully employed, it really was like putting salt on the wound because all their proof of the globe had just vanished.
Remember back in the day where they would always say this field has 0 flat earthers in it. So there's 0 flat earth pilots, there's 0 flat earth engineers, there's 0 flat earth this or that. It's like any time a flat earther comes out in those fields, they're castigated, blackballed, blacklisted, ridiculed. It's like, okay, maybe that's why nobody's coming out. Look at what happened to Mullen. A dude literally went on a psycho campaign to try to get the dude delicensed and fired from his profession, which feeds his family. I mean, despicable.
And it's weird when he justified it all the way up to George. He justified. He said he thought he was doing public safety, a public safety good, because if there's an engineer who thinks the Earth is flat, they could design something that could cause harm to people.
Yeah, that's stupid.
And you're like,
that would only matter if accounting for an alleged globe mattered in any construction project, which it doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
That's the best part too. So it's like this person could use all the same math, all the same processes, all the same materials, but if one person thinks the Earth is flat, then it's a danger to society. If the other person thinks it's a globe, then it's okay.
Yeah, because if you think the Earth is flat, you can't do the equation for downward force upon a steel structure because you just have to forego that because for some reason it axiomatically means you're conceding to a globe, and if you don't believe in a globe, then you can't do that math. It's like, good grief. Down is down, okay? Everybody knows down is down everywhere we go. You don't need to believe in a globe to believe in down. That's just retarded.
So that's the best part when they all their claims, instead of talking about the globe, they want to talk about flat earthers, and they plant their flag there. Flat earthers are 0 flat earth pilots. There's 0 flat earthers with above a 3rd grade education. So as soon as you show one, you say, "Hey, I've got a 4th grade plus education," then
hey, do you remember that Dutch female pilot that her story was basically, I've been flying for 20 years, and I believe she said she was using a mechanical gyro on a certain flight, and for some reason she had access to it where she noticed that it never flipped upside down, even though she went across allegedly a quarter or a half of the globe that's allegedly to exist. And she's like, wait a minute, if my plane is doing an attitude adjustment in free space around a large portion of an arc, my gyro should be opposite, but it's not. And then she had a light bulb moment. And then I believe after it was known that she became a flat earther, or at least was positing the idea as being like a serious question, all of a sudden she was blacklisted and blackballed. It's like, gee.
There was a pilot who was just on Looney Tunes who is a trainer, a guy who trains students, and had been doing so for a very long time. Everybody knew he's a flat earther. Somehow the globalists caught wind. Like, here's a pilot who's a flat earther. Can you real bad faith? Hey, can you come to my channel and talk about flat Earth? And all they did was just mock the guy for being disabled because he's in a wheelchair. They mocked him for his speech patterns. They called, once they found out what airport he was at, there was a letter writing and calling campaign to say, hey, you got to pull this guy's street.
Creed, we have SIC. She's agreeing to stop the LARP and the Troll Carrying Act, and she's gonna have this conversation with adults. Okay, So
Okay.
she's a glow believer or a cartoon. She said she believes we live in I don't know, in some type of ice world or something. But hopefully, when she's unmuted, she's willing to have an adult conversation about this. So
Is
let's
that
try this one more time.
the giant
Just
ice
a
ball
quick
theory?
question before you go there, because you guys were talking about different fields. Are there any astronauts who don't believe in a globe?
Yes.
Well,
Hold on. There's at least one Russian cosmonaut
Okay.
who said that the Earth is flat. And then there may not be any United States astronauts.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, most astronauts don't even leave Earth. They stay within low Earth orbit at best, which isn't even sufficient to see the Earth in its entirety. So, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily. I mean, they may say, "Oh, look, I look out and it appears to be Earth to me." The portion that I'm looking at, but they can't see a sufficient sample size to ensure 100%, even if they were speaking entirely accurately and didn't have any orders or, secluded information that they're not allowed to give out. So I don't know.
A weird kind of little conspiracy you got going on there with.
Yeah, not conspiracy.
Like you didn't question her at all about the pilot who just told a story about some fucking gyroscope, but here we are. Like all I did was ask about the field of astronauts, and you're like, "There's a cabal." And
No, there's not. There's some of the astronauts. I got videos.
Hey, bro. I said that the people claiming, right, to be astronauts. Sorry, not that they're claiming, you could validate whether they're astronauts or not. I'm just saying that they're not in a position sufficient to answer the proposition definitively. Okay, that's all I'm saying. So, for example, different people, like let's say Neil Armstrong, for example. Neil Armstrong is supposed to have left the Earth at a distance sufficient to the test to say, I see the Earth in its entirety. Okay, so someone like him is going to have a weight greater with the ability to arbitrate the proposition if you believe what he says versus somebody who just went in high altitude. That's all I meant by all of that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Now,
you
speaking of that, of the astronauts that left the Earth when they came back, they don't exactly have concurring stories, and a lot of them look like somebody kicked them in their soul. So I don't know if I trust them entirely.
But you'll
You see what I'm
trust the
saying?
pilot talking about some fucking gyroscope. That's what I was.
Oh yeah, well yeah, a gyroscope is tangibly
Just some girl,
accessible on
just
the
some
ground.
girl says her gyroscope
just
didn't
some
turn
girl.
upside down, and that's enough.
Yeah. Those aren't analogous, bro.
Yeah, you messed up because she also faced all these
Claiming-
consequences.
Yes, listen,
She took a
claiming
hit.
to go to a place, right, where less than a dozen people have gone in antiquity, versus something that's tangibly accessible to the common man, like a gyroscope. Okay, those are apples and oranges.
And even better too, it's like some of the astronauts talk about. I've posted 2 videos that Scott Kelly said the world looks flat. The longer you spend, the more time you spend in space, the longer you spend in space, you start seeing just a flat world underneath you. It's just small and flat. And people don't realize that at the height that they're at, you don't see the curvature of the Earth. I guess the poor guy spurred out, huh? Look how powerful
Look,
it is.
I mean, in principle, yeah, hold on a second. In principle, okay, if you leave the Earth here and you go over a certain amount of an alleged globe Earth and you follow an arced path, which you necessarily must do if you're in an airplane and you're maintaining altitude, let's just say 30,000 feet, you're going to maintain that altitude. In order to maintain that altitude, the attitude orientation of your plane will ever change to follow the alleged equivalation of the forces of gravity vectoring down, which will always change relative to your previous position. That means that of necessity, your plane has an ever constant change in attitude to follow the arc. That means that if you have a mechanical gyroscope spun up when you leave the ground and you arrive at a different location having followed an arc path, your gyro, if it doesn't have self-correcting measures to keep it horizontal to the plane, right, will roll back on itself. She just noticed, or claims to have noticed, that the gyro didn't do that, and that made her curious. Why didn't it do that? Because if I'm traveling in this manner, my gyro should do this, but my gyro did something else. That's not an unreasonable thing. Keep in mind, the burden of that story was to just illustrate that at least one pilot, right, made a conclusion that the Earth is not the globe that we've been told. So it's not the case that there's no such people in these particular fields.
So why do you
Another one, Dr. John D., right? He's a PhD in optics, right? He went out and did some tests, and then he concluded there's no curvature. He did it with multi-band colored lasers to mitigate the excuse of refraction over the distances he did, and he found that the curvature that was alleged to be there, at least in his conclusion, right, from his summation of his knowledge of optics on the PhD level and his field test, he made the conclusion that the Earth curvature that they claim is present isn't present. So it's not the case that the summary of flat Earth proponents are the dregs of the retarded sub-IQ parts of society that people would like to believe.
So what do you think this pilot woman said when the other pilots told her that, or explained the phenomenon to her?
Which is what?
What
was the
phenomenon?
phenomenon? Yeah.
Well, this whole gyroscope thing that you guys seem to think that you're paying attention to this one woman and ignoring all the other pilots who say that, you know, the gyroscope does change, because you can find thousands of them who say it does, but you're paying attention to the one woman who says it didn't. Why?
Yeah, but what do you mean the gyroscope does change? In what manner?
Pilots, every other pilot in the world will tell you that it does. The gyroscope registers the attitude change.
Okay, but in what manner? Because there are different types of gyros that have different self-correcting mechanisms. So, for example, some of them have pendulous vanes which will not allow them to flip over on themselves. In general flight, don't get me wrong, in extreme flight, with extreme Gs, you can force it. But in general flight, just, you know, raising an altitude, maintaining your cruising altitude and landing, the gyro would never flip over on itself like would be necessary if you have a constant attitude change, because the pendulous vanes force it to follow the vector of down.
So what was this pilot claiming then?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll find her video and I'll post it in here.
All right.
Yeah, it's easy to find. There's a whole like Quora thread about it. Pilots of America. My gyroscope says the world is flat.
Well, we have it over in 24/7. If you could look it up if you're not doing anything. I'm driving, so I really can't do it at the moment.
I was banned from 24/7 7 minutes after I joined that server, so I can't go there.
What did you do wrong?
I told him Catalina Island was not San Clemente Island, and they said prove it, and some guy started counting down, and he says 10, 9, 8, and then I was gone. I never tried to go back, and I never will.
Probably meme war.
Yeah, that sounds like a meme war.
Yeah, it's like if you make a
Let me ask
claim.
you this question: how long ago was that? Just out of
About
curiosity.
3 years, 3.5
3
years.
years. So that could have been that was probably Eric's. So we had a guy back in the day named Eric's, and he was just brutal. He liked to hang out in the introductory section and just give extreme ultimatums to people so he could have bans. Like his goal in life. Yeah, his goal in life was to have the most bans on any social media platform and get in the Guinness World Book of Records.
Yeah, he's in the meme list video, man. That's everybody thinks that like there's been like 4 or 5 million seen that video. I mean, you
Yeah,
just go
exactly.
like they all think flat earthers are toxic like him just because of him.
Yeah, have you been to space to see? Have you been to space to see the whole Earth in its entirety? It's proof to me it's a globe. Let me know in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're gone.
That's what he did. Yep. But this was just identifying an island that I grew up next to.
Yeah, how come you didn't present that then?
Because he didn't have enough time, dude. Weren't you paying attention?
Yeah, he's like, hey, he just did. I grew up next to that island.
Justin was trying to take second place.
I said that. He didn't care.
Okay, your first story was that he started counting down and you didn't say anything and just took the ban.
It sounds like Meme War Vet to me.
Ah, boy.
He might have known you from somewhere too, because a lot of globalists get modded to globalist standards when they leave
Not
globalist
possible. It's
places.
the first time I was ever on Discord. I just
You're not
realized.
banned
I
anymore.
heard
Do you
it
want,
existed.
do you,
banned. You're no
do you
longer
want unbanned? I can have a look in the
Dude, it's
ban
fine.
list now.
Already
See if you're-
unbanned. Already done.
Oh,
Ah,
okay, easy day. Now you can go look
but
up all the
I was
content.
banned, right? Why do you none of you guys go over to Gem Serve anymore? Argue with them. There's a whole bunch of people. I'd be glad to argue with you guys all day long.
Toxic, man. There's pure toxic people.
Well, yeah. Why do we have to go to Gem server? So
You don't.
You guys-
I mean, I thought you why you don't.
After
Because
hearing
you-
that story,
we
after
want,
hearing
we
that
want
story about
Gem
that guy,
server. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
so I was just gonna say, after hearing that story about that guy that supposedly was a flat earther and was just banning everybody from your main Discord, I'm trying to figure out if
Well, Eric's he
So
talking
I wanted to
about?
ask if you guys. So I wanted to ask you guys if you think there are people that troll you and try to say they believe what you do, but then say really dumb things.
Yes.
I had a
Oh,
guy the
yeah,
other
that's
day
fine.
that told me that evolution was disproven if you couldn't prove you know, the curvature of the Earth, and I was just like, what the hell, dude?
Bro,
Like
see
that's
over
such a
in
red herring, you know?
see over in VC checking and 24/7. It's like a sport catching these motherfuckers that are bullshitting. Man, I can tell as soon as they start speaking if they're lying or trolling or they're here for a joke or whatever. You can hear them smiling when they're talking and stuff. I've got it done to a fine art, man. I can catch them straight away.
We had a guy that was with us for like 2 years, being like, you know, not the best debater or informed, but seemed sincere, right? Kept ranking up, but he couldn't quite get to the rank where he really had access to the logistics of the background of the server. And something happened before he got there where he basically revealed himself. And then after that, he just spurred out everywhere from then on. But yeah, so they're getting themselves into flat Earth for the intent of causing havoc or presenting a situation to where it can be mocked more so than usual, right?
Miggy got them. That was one of the best things. You know,
And look, I'm
Miggy's
sure there's
really-
people that do it transversely. There's plenty of yeah. We have it recorded. It's pretty hilarious. But
Yeah, and I've been on Gems multiple times. So has AI.
I mean, don't get me
AI
wrong.
used to run the
There's
Bible
flat
section.
earthers who are definitely
I used to go all the time, but
not right in the head that try to do weird tactics.
no. See, the last
Like,
time I
one of
was
the
over
most
there,
famous ones is Right the Hand. If I've ever seen him, where he was talking crap about he could beat women up like crazy. And then a real, yeah, and then we used to have Gem Panda and his guys over. Yeah, we used to have debates. Like they would come, and we would do Friday night fights.
Hello, my friends. How are you all doing?
Used to be pretty fun.
So, what's everyone's actual opinion? Do you think the Earth is flat, or is it a bit of a piss take? What does everyone think?
Hey, can you hear AI talking?
into a room.
There's no
He's
AI.
Okay, what a moron.
I had to drop out as well.
It
I
was
couldn't hear
basically
someone
all fun
speaking
and
as well.
games, and we were all intentionally evil and malicious things to the people in Arson with romantic
can hear me now.
intentions to try to get them to go back to the globe Earth. And after that, we just realized that they're all, and so we just stopped hanging out. Yeah. Why would I want to hang there? Yeah, probably robot. No big deal.
No, it's okay. It's not that bad. It was you were robot a little bit, but it was still eligible or
Bro,
eligible.
who are you speaking to? Because I can't hear anyone.
Oh, AI.
You need to leave and come back because it's AI. And yesterday I couldn't hear people, so I had to close the app and then reopen the app in order for it all to work again.
Let's explore the claim that Scott Mackey made. If the Earth is a globe tard, no flat earther goes to Gems. I go to Gems almost daily.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now, brother?
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
I just wanted to finish up in case anyone missed it. It's like a lot of us that were at 24/7 stopped dealing with Gem Panda and the main actors there and wanted to disassociate with them because in the background there was a lot of scandalous, malevolent, and evil intent going on towards members of our server. That for certain
sure.
reasons we can talk about generally, but it basically convinced us that they are human garbage and there's no reason to associate with them, and so we just stopped.
Yes, yeah, man. I left the server fucking over a year ago, probably.
Yeah, when the very
I literally had to be on calls, okay, with women telling me about how Globers from there were trying to romantically manipulate them to convince them to go back to Globe Earth to win a bet. And I actually was in the room when they were talking about the betting, right? So a lot of these guys, including some guys that you wouldn't even think are that way, are they're just pieces of shit. That's the only way I can describe it.
Yeah, Twitwit.
Snakes, bro, snakes.
Twitwit really exposed that. Once Twitwit, she got sick of the Gem Panda people too, and she came over to the Flat Earther. She said, "Hey, I got to tell you a bunch of insider baseball. I want to let you know what happened in all these back channels, all the things they said, the schemes they planned. You know, like they'll pretend like they're talking to you. They'll pretend like you're human. In the back chat, they're organizing.
I'm gonna need you to
things.
shut the fuck up, bro.
That was Twitwit. Was that young girl
Yeah.
that used to just debate them constantly? Was that
Yeah,
Twitwit?
Twitwit. Yeah.
She was hardcore, man. She never gave a fuck. She was
Yeah,
right.
she kind of learned her lesson. She was like, wow, these people are really bad. And she went on Geels and did like a whole hour-long presentation about like, hey, this is what they're doing. Okay, they want you to die. They want you to shut up. They're planning. They're constantly planning and scheming.
But what are they without us, bro? What are these anti-globers? Anti-flat earthers without flat earthers? Like, if we weren't here, what the fuck are they going to do?
Yeah, it's really a TMZ BuzzFeed. That's what Gem Pandas is. It's like fans. They're all fans of Flat Earth, and they are conspiracy people too. They just want to have control at the same time. Or is that AI trying?
AI, you're ridiculously roboting. Huge robot. So, Crit, who are the people that Twitwit talked about?
Yeah, you can go back and listen to it if you want. Just go word for word and just listen to the whole thing. Go talk to Twit. She's actually been, I've seen her a couple times on Modern Day Debate Chat. And get right from the horse's mouth. Get all the slimy details, all the details about everything that was happening. And it was kind of good that the whole server kind of imploded there. And, like half the people, like they had a lot of changeover. And there's one good thing I've given props to Gem about is he really helped kind of clean house there. And he got rid of a lot of the really toxic people.
Who did he get rid of? I don't know anybody's got rid of since Twit was there. I'm genuinely asking.
Yeah, and I'm generally telling you that you could look into this yourself.
Well, Twit doesn't talk to me anymore. I wonder if she talked about me.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was getting to, that maybe you probably could figure this out. But it wasn't you. Not that I remember. Yeah, because it was mostly about people who were mods and,
So I'm not a mod there, so.
Yeah. There was basically a channel that they had that only they could see, that they were kind of like planning, like, hey, how do you use these Discord mod perms to act like you want to talk about the topic, but you're constantly doing things to the person with these perms to make it seem, and shutting them down, make it look like they keep disconnecting, things like that.
How long ago was that happening? Because that has not happened in the 3 years I've been there. Hello? Can't hear anybody.
You may restart.
Oh, there you go. No, I heard you. Did you respond?
Let's shut it down, dude.
Because, to be honest, all it is the Pete and Johnny show these days, so it's not worth being there, which is why I'm here listening to you guys. But
That was the best part too. You're like, hey, you should go to this server to talk about flat Earth, and you don't do that. That's what always I find funny when people give advice that they don't follow. It's a real interesting peek into their worldview.
how so?
Yeah, think about it for a while.
I'm trying.
Okay. How about give me one thing that it would show? It would show that they have done what? Have not convinced themselves even to do what they think they should do?
But
follow that. Let's follow it, right? So
I'm
you
trying.
tell me
I'm
that
trying really hard.
I should what? I should do what? I should cut salt in my diet. Then I see that you're not cutting salt at all. Or
But I never
should
said you should.
No, just follow some. Yeah, you said earlier that we should all go to Gem Pandas right now
I
and talk
didn't
about
say
there.
that. I didn't say that.
All right,
I
what'd
asked
you
you
say?
why you. I asked you why you didn't.
I don't. You never see me in Gem Pandas before.
I wasn't talking to you specifically. I was talking to the room.
Oh,
Saying, why
okay.
didn't there's guys? Why does nobody show up? Because there's nobody there at Gem Pandas anymore arguing about the flat Earth. And there's all kinds of people there who would love to argue with people about the flat Earth.
That's another thing too, where it shows us contradictory worldview. They went there to argue about the flat Earth, even though Jem said, "Hey, this isn't just flat Earth. It's flat Earth, but really kind of conspiracy theories." Then they get mad when no one's talking about the flat Earth, and then instead of actually just talking about it themselves, they spurg out.
Well, they spurg out because Pete's just talking crazy stuff.
Or also with each other too. That's the whole thing about the role that they give. I wonder, do you got that? They give
Do
a
I
role
what?
to the globe people who they deemed a liability to the globe. I don't want to say it because in this space it'd probably be offensive.
Which one?
Because
Oxford?
of the, yeah, there you go.
That's offensive here? Huh.
Yeah, just for a few different reasons. So Scott Mackey is. I'm surprised you're not. I'd be. I'd be like for sure. Maybe did you leave the server? Oh, you must have left the server and rejoined. Okay.
Why? I was never an Octard there.
Yeah, because you said you've been there for 3 years. It says you
Yes.
joined October 15th.
Yeah, I left it after
Oh.
Jim yelled at me.
Yeah. Okay. So Jem yelled at you, and you left it, and then rejoined, and then got your roles reset. I mean,
Yeah, it was about Pete and Johnny taking over the server, and I was getting just bored with listening to them, literally talk schizophrenic stuff. And I don't use that term lightly. Pete's literally schizophrenic.
Hey, Crit, I've
And,
been here 10 years longer than you have, sir, so should own up to your respect for your elders.
Okay, Roger, boss.
Just saying. I mean, I've been here for a long time.
I said Roger, boss.
Well, no, I
Okay.
respect you too. I mean, I respect everybody on the server. I think everybody deserves respect on the server. I think everybody here is a intelligent, well, potentially intelligently, rationally minded thinking person.
I wouldn't go that far, to be honest. But a good portion of them.
Yeah,
So what
there's a good
happened this
portion.
morning? Why were you mad at me this morning? What happened?
Well, I thought you were a globetard, so it's okay.
Oh, I gotcha.
Well, so you're an anti-global then?
Yeah, I'm anti-Glober, I'm anti-Satanist, I'm anti-New World Order, anti-Bill Gates, anti-Ellen DeGenerate, anti-Whoopi Goldberg, anti-Antichrist.
Okay. I'm just saying that I enjoyed it. I like when people send me DMs like that. But I know I can see it probably comes from a misunderstanding.
Yeah, it usually is a misunderstanding. That's usually what they find actually statistically within problematic problem solving and critical thinking skills and solutions and such manners.
Here's
Such
one I just I just was going through some of the other ones that I had saved here. You're dumb fucking conning thief. You're on my shit list. I'm gonna make sure you're banned for good.
I've just been trying to use push to talk.
Those are good
and I
ones.
was
Those are
fucking
good
muted. But I say what I was trying to say, bro, since I knocked myself on mute by accident. See, when you said about being anti-globe, like, I'm anti-globe, but I'm not anti-glober. Like, fair enough, some of them are assholes, but most of them are just fooled by the same story we were fooled by, man. So,
Oh yeah, for sure.
I
Like
don't
I went
hold
through.
it against them.
Well, no, I went through the same thing they did in a sense because I was once a globe head. I was once thinking that I wrongfully blindly believing that I was on a spinning insignificant space speck, but then I realized that I was on an immovable, created, designed, especially exclusive plane of existence in which is immovable, right? So there's no way. I mean, that's what I found out. What I found out in my experiments is that there's no way you can move the Earth unless through an earthquake or a volcano, or some type of comet, I suppose, or whatever falls from the sky that we think we know falls from the sky, but really isn't necessarily something
No,
falling from the sky. Like, for instance,
no,
some
I
things
just
are considered sprites, and some things are considered comets, or whatever people want to call them. But like, there is natural phenomena that is supernatural to some degree that has supernatural explanations. You know what I mean?
I was just saying that it doesn't make me anti-glober. Like, I'm not against these people, just because they're a glober.
Yeah, I'm not against necessarily globetards. I'm just against the whole mentality of being a globetard, like the idea that someone is on an insignificant space speck. I just don't think that is necessarily provable at all. I think it's totally
No, of course it's
irrational.
not. But
Yeah.
that's the thing. I just don't hold it against them. Like it's not like a fight against me against them. Like I'm not. I don't fucking. I actually feel sorry for them if anything, bro. Because they fucking. I was in the same shit. Someone took the time to tell me. They took the energy, and I was fucking. I thought it was hilarious when the guy told me I was tripping balls on a blotter. It was not LSD. It was a thing called M-bomb, and I was tripping it. My mind. We had music pumping on my iPad in the 24-hour gas station, and we're talking about the Rothschilds and 9/11, all that normal conspiracy shit. And he just came out with, "Oh, there's no space." I'm like, what? And he's like, there's no ISS, NASA's not in space, blah. And I'm fucking pissing myself laughing at the dude. They're like, what the fuck? I'm like, gravity, Einstein, regurgitating all this garbage that I thought that I knew. And then a week later, I was like, right, I'm going to prove NASA's in space. And that was like almost 10 years ago. So if you search for fake NASA, you bought legitimate content. If you search for flat Earth, you got legitimate content back then. But bang, as soon as the first video came on, NASA fucking fell apart for me, man. I woke up the next day and I knew that the Earth was not what I believed. I never knew the Earth was flat, but I knew everything I'd been believing was fucking garbage just by discounting NASA.
Oh, it's so much easier. It's so much, well, I wouldn't say easier, but it's so much more thoroughly validated that the refutation of a globe Earth is there because, like, it's so much easier to say that, like, oh, this refutes that, but then there's what's more accurate, like what's more naturally phenomena within the accurate reproducibility of experimentation, right? Like, and like, from what I've seen from experiments is that no experiment shows any curve from what I've seen, and no experiment shows any spin. Yeah, basically no experiment shows any spin from what I've seen from what I've experienced. Like
we'll not get experiments for the shape just because like experiments are establishing cause and effect. So we'll not get experiments at least for the shape claim. That would be like an observation or like laser test stuff like that. But yeah, it's definitely an experiment when it comes to shape.
So when you guys watch them launch rockets into space, how is that not an experiment?
It's not. I mean, you're not manipulating anything, are you? You're just
there's no
observing.
manipulated variable. There's no way that you could like make a hypothesis out of that. Like, how can somebody like how can somebody make a hypothesis out of, oh yeah, I'm sending this one astronaut or this a few astronauts into this orbital realm that exists
Pro
outside
tip,
of,
Jay. Pro tip, Jay. Ask him to give you the hypothesis. Go ahead, Scott.
or yeah, what's
Guys,
the hypothesis?
I did the experiment with the pendulum myself. How can you explain that if the Earth is not curved?
That's not an experiment, a pendulum, bro.
You know the one I'm talking about, right? You
Well,
start
it's what
swinging
calls.
it, you wait some time, and it always goes the same direction.
Right, but do you have to start swinging it, or does it start itself?
You have to start swinging it so you can get the
It's the
momentum
same.
going.
It's the same with the so-called scientific focus pendulums that they've got in like observatory places and shit. Like they start them and they keep them going. They put energy into the system. They use magnets as well, supposedly.
But do you know what the claim is with the Foucault's pendulum?
Yeah, that
Well, it's the Earth.
the inertia caused
Yeah, I
by
know,
the
but-
Earth spinning gets it to go all the way around, and that's I don't know what other explanation you have.
Well,
If you have one, tell me.
I agree.
Is it the tension on the rope? Like,
Like,
see
no.
this? Like, what kind of on the rope? Is there some kind of issue? Like, I don't know, like, all the variables. I've never done it myself, bro. So I couldn't really tell you.
But just what is the claim? Whether we watch it or not, what is the claim they're saying about this? What's the significance of Foucault's pendulum?
That shows the Earth is spinning because
I know. I you know. I know. I want to know if
But
this other guy we're talking to
there
knows.
should be drift. There should be drift if the Earth is moving. The different,
And
for,
what
but,
if-
but then
and
they're
the
saying
drift
that
is what?
all the atmosphere is supposedly moving with the Earth, so it's supposedly one reference frame. So they kind of pick and choose whether it's one or two.
Yeah, what is it? Is
So-
it the Coriolis effect or is it the?
Yeah, that's what it would be.
Is
You're
it?
gonna need
Oh, yeah.
inertial and non-inertial reference frame for that.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah,
but do we all
where's the
agree that-
non-inertial reference frame for the Coriolis effect?
do we all agree that the pendulum does not swing back and forth in a straight line? It kind of drifts, right? We all agree to that? It drifts?
I've seen videos where edited videos like what can I say unless I've did it myself, bro. I've been like,
But do we agree it drifts? Can we at least, as human beings talking to each other, can we agree it drifts?
people claim that it drifts. Like I've seen Fight the Flat Earth claim that it drifts, and I've seen what looks like it drifts on the paper because it's like ink that's constantly as the pendulum swinging. It's like marking ink on the paper on the ground.
Yeah, it's kind of
so
drifting
you
a
can
little
see it,
bit, right?
but like so. I mean, for all the validity, watching a YouTube video is. So go ahead with what you're going to say.
Well, but I just want to know if we can first agree that it drifts. It sounds like you're saying yes, we can agree that it drifts.
I don't know about
Yes?
all that. Sounds
I
like
don't know,
that's
man.
by magnets when it's marking a pen on paper. How do you account for all that resistance
What resistance?
when you're drawing on paper? He said.
But is it not just dropping it on it with the swing? It's the momentum of it is making it pour out. So there's not like any friction involved. But I suppose there is liquid inside the ball or the pendulum.
Oh, so it gets lighter. Oh, I don't know.
I suppose that might affect that if the ink's coming out, it's getting lighter. That might affect the drift slightly as well. So I don't know. I'd have to do it
But
myself.
Let's just see if we can agree on what we see with our own eyes. Apparently, you guys have never seen one of these. I have been to one of these observatories, museums. Well, I don't know where this is. L.A.
Well, I've seen them on
I
screen.
watched one go. I sit there for like a half hour, and I could see it drifting.
Is that Coriolis effect?
That doesn't matter yet. I just need to agree that it's drifting first.
No,
Do you agree
that
it's
would be
drifting?
Coriolis. If it's drifting, that's Coriolis, is it not?
We're not there yet. Can we first
Well,
agree
we
that it
kind of are.
drifts? Does it drift?
Nah,
Yes
well,
or no?
I've seen it on TV, bro.
Okay, so you
want me to say
agree
yes,
that
I'll
it
say
drifts.
yes.
Wait, by
I've
drift,
seen-
do you mean that there's a magical force called gravity acting upon it?
No, that's not what he
No,
means.
I just mean drift.
Oh, you just mean like the inertia of the spinning Earth? That's what you mean?
That would be the non-inertia, and it would be in an inertial reference frame with respect to that. Just
Yeah.
maybe let Spake do this.
No, I've not done it myself. I don't want to put claims to this bullshit. I don't know.
But we can
No,
see.
but I've honestly never seen the pendulum experiment. To be honest, to be
Okay.
fully
No,
honest, I've never seen anybody prove that we're spinning by a pendulum. I don't even think that's even possible. To be honest, I don't even think that's logically possible.
Well, there's another thing
No,
called the Elias
that's a
effect, and
question.
people dispute it, but it's, you mean, you can like look it up, the Elias effect, and it supposedly during eclipses these pendulums swing differently. Supposedly, I think it's
Oh, so there
Elias,
might
ALIAS, I think.
yeah. Oh, the Elias effect or something like
So,
that.
so would you also agree that this drift depends on the latitude?
I don't know, Rob. There's unknown variables in this that literally you could never know. So
Well, but they
like,
have,
it's not an
done this, right?
experiment where you're out in a college.
But this is an experiment people have done. Thousands of people have done it throughout
It's not an
history.
experiment, no, bro.
How's
It's
it
not an
not an
experiment.
experiment?
Bro, it's
Independent
not
variable is
natural for
latitude.
starters.
Why does it have to be
It's a
natural?
man-made.
Why do experiments have to be
It's,
natural?
bro,
Should be
it's
based on
natural
a
science
natural
we're dealing
observed
with.
phenomenon. Like, what's the observed phenomenon in nature that we're trying to test for with this pendulum?
The swinging of the pendulum.
Yeah, but
Not a
where
thing in nature. You're
does
trying to
that happen
establish
in
the
nature?
rotation of the Earth in nature, right?
Not yet.
So in nature, you don't see swinging pendulums. So
Not yet, but he's about to. He's
There are
about
plenty
to.
of swinging. There are pendulums swinging in nature all the time.
So
Any
bro, an experiment, you need to be able to see some. Sorry, bro. I'm saying you need to see something in reality, form your hypothesis, construct your experiment. Like, so what's swinging in reality that you're trying to recreate in this quote unquote experiment? Because it's not a scientific experiment, man.
It is exactly a scientific experiment. The independent variable is latitude. The only thing that changes in these experiments,
where do you
latitude.
see pendulums swinging in nature?
No. You're
Why do
trying
you
to
guys need to
recreate
happen in
something.
nature?
Well, I can get you citations for how to construct an experiment. They're for MIT and whoever else. They're on 24/7 if you want. Or if you're a member there, just go to pinned messages in the live stream. There's fucking pages of it.
And who wrote that?
Well, there's all these top supposed science authorities.
Okay, so do you suppose
They're
that the
hostile
people
witnesses
who,
for us, basically,
so,
like
so,
NASA.
do you suppose that the people who wrote that would agree that the Foucault's pendulum is an experiment?
It doesn't fall under the strict guidelines that I think has to be a scientific experiment, bro. Wait till I pour my tea.
Do you think the people who wrote that believe there are strict guidelines?
Just making my tea, bro. Yeah, I mean, like, how to construct an experiment as far as, I mean, I only found this shit out when I joined 24/7 and I started looking at all the citations that we're using that come from the globe side. Like the supposed acceleration and deceleration of the globe on the elliptical orbit. Like constant turning, like we can give you citations for all the claims that are made, if you want to call them claims. It's not us making them, man. But this contraption is definitely not a scientific experiment as far as I see the guidelines.
What do orbits have to do with scientific experiment with Foucault's pendulum?
No, I was just I was trying to liken it to the citations we've got for shit like just like that. That like if you're saying that that's Earth's spin at only 1,000 miles per hour is affecting it, would the orbit of the Earth round the sun, with the 60 odd thousand miles per hour that's supposedly doing, is that not going to affect the pendulum as well? Or one of these atomic clocks when they
1,000
supposedly
miles an hour
prove
only happens at the
time
equator.
dilation. Right, but that's also supposedly travelling at 60 odd thousand miles per hour around the sun. So surely that would affect it. If something like 1,000 miles per hour is affecting, and you're seeing results in this quote unquote experiment, then surely the 60 odd thousand that we're barreling through space and the 500,000 that the sun's dragging us, and then we're blown away from the Big Bang towards the Great Attractor, but none of that's affecting experience, let alone a fucking pendulum, bro. But I'm going to pour my tea.
Well, all we
And
have
yet
it for
with
an
all
independent variable is latitude, and we wouldn't really say that
Yes.
latitude is the cause of the effect, would we?
we would actually.
So latitude is causing it to do that?
Based on everything we know about what a latitude is, yes. Based on the angle that it would be on the sphere, we can then predict the rate of precession. Yes.
Okay, so the underlying cause then, in your interpretation of all this, is rotation.
Yes.
So there must be two reference frames.
There must be two reference frames. Sure, I guess.
Does the atmosphere spin with the globe?
Yes.
Well, then whatever the pendulum is doing is not caused by Coriolis or rotation.
Why not?
Coriolis effect requires two reference frames.
Well, no one's ever saying it's done by Coriolis, right?
Which atmosphere
Yes, it is.
that I posted is the
That's-
one it's spinning in?
It has
Which
to be.
the atmosphere for you.
That's what it would be. If it's deviating because the Earth is rotating with respect to it, then that's Coriolis.
These are different forces, is what he's not explaining. These are different forces that are affecting on different things.
Yeah, that's very helpful, Epsilon.
No, it is helpful because it's the truth. These are different forces affecting
It's
different
very, very enlightening. Thank you.
Don't just use Coriolis and then grab it. Like, don't just use words. I don't know what to say, but
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Well, right. So take your own advice.
So what is Coriolis then, do you think it is?
That's an apparent deflection in an inertial reference frame observed from within a non-inertial reference frame.
And why does it happen?
Fictitious force. It's literally called fictitious.
Yeah, no, but why does it happen? What is it
Why
about a
does
sphere
the
that
thing not
doesn't
happen? Because it doesn't happen.
But people
There's the evidence.
cartoons
That's
about
the
it, and they say it happens in a cartoon, therefore it happens in reality.
No, it's not a cartoon. What cartoon references Coriolis effect?
They say snipers have to correct for it, but any army people that we've had in here, and we've got AIs, ex-army, don't know if he still is in the army, in fact, but like wind speed and like all the other factors, like they don't even, it's not even in the sniper's handbook supposedly. So all we've got is toilets flushed the wrong way, and what do you call it, tornadoes.
No,
So
so
I'm
Spade, the only thing that I was saying is that what they were talking about before, that the guy was referencing something that has to do with two different forces, and I was just correcting that. Coriolis effect has nothing to do with like just atmosphere. It's you can't just use these things interchangeably and think they mean the same thing. That's all I was trying to say.
I wasn't talking about what you said, bro. I was just making my own point, but I don't think Coriolis is a thing.
Well, it is a thing, just not with respect to the Earth. You can have Coriolis with respect to a merry-go-round.
Yeah, it's a nice
Yeah, if you
optical
took
trick.
like
If you want to
4
do it as a university with university students, that's a fun trick to do.
Are we like watching a little Dark Age edit?
I mean, you guys believe in flat Earth, so you guys are probably more close to the Dark Age than I would be. So maybe.
Well, the Dark Ages weren't as dark as you think they were. There was advanced civilizations that existed.
That's why they're called the Dark Ages. Why do you think they're called the Dark Ages?
because
Lack of
it's
history,
not
bro.
revealed what was actually happening back then.
Yeah, lack of
full
recorded
extent
history.
that it actually was.
Bro, the guy. Man,
Hey, so
hold
why
on,
are
the
you
guy
trolling
said
right now?
he-
Because the Dark
listen,
Ages
bro,
as a term
bro.
has been disproven and no historian uses it anymore. That's
Yeah,
something
but
you
you
find
can't see
from
the
a
guy-
book written before in the 90s even.
Listen, the guy says we believe in flat Earth. Like, we don't believe that the Earth is motionless. That's not a belief, bro. It's like your height. I'm 6 foot. That's not a belief. That's a measurement. So flat Earth's not a belief.
Yeah, flat Earth is measurable. Like I could literally go out right now. I will never find a curve. I bet you. How much you want to bet? You want to bet $1 million or $1 billion? Because I'll
trolling. What are you
never.
gonna do?
I'll go in debt for the rest of my life just to show you that I'll never, even if I'm wrong. Because
You're
here's
trolling.
the thing. The thing
Tell
is,
us what experiment you're going to do.
here's the thing. If I go out and I find a curvature throughout my whole entire rest of my 70 years of existence, you know, then in that 70 years, if I find a curvature, then the Earth is obviously a globe. But if
Sure.
I don't
What is
find
what-
if I don't find the curvature at all, throughout my entire next 70 years of existence,
Does that mean you're
Well, the
10
thing
years
is, the
old?
thing is, the thing is. So wait,
What
Cheeto.
experiment are you gonna do?
Hold on, Cheeto. You're a flat earther. What I would say to that though is that what happens is that the only way that you yourself would be able to experience this curvature is through using mathematics, which you also wouldn't, or a lot of flat earthers don't believe in because it's not.
Why?
You can't see it with your own eyes.
It's a straw
Why
man.
can't I just look at it?
No, that's what you guys do. You guys say, "Well, mathematics don't work." It don't make sense.
You guys, you mean like you
No,
guys?
flat earthers.
No,
No,
me?
flat earthers think that
Stop
mathematics
lying,
don't
bro.
make sense.
Right, so,
I'm gonna
so
just
why
put you
not
on mute.
prove
If
it?
you keep straw manning like that, I'm just muting you. Because
Why are you lying, bro?
Nothing to offer.
Okay, correct me. I apologize for
Or
lying.
present
Yeah,
some
they're just all about
evidence.
flat
Present,
Earth, huh?
if you've got mathematical evidence, if you class that as evidence, why not present some? I'm sure there'll be people
I
in the
mean,
room
can you?
wanting to
We
go through
can
some
find.
with you.
We can. I sent it yesterday. You can find the radius, and then there's also an equation to find how we.
Yeah, I
measure
know.
the
We know
concept.
you can do math to
Who
calculate
measured
these
it?
things. What measurements
Yes.
are those calculations based
Okay,
on?
I can show you. I can show you what those measurements are. It's the same measurements
Yeah,
that
okay,
allowed us
show
to
us those.
find
That's the only thing
Neptune.
we're asking about. That's
Okay,
the
how
only
do
thing
we?
we're
Okay,
asking about.
guys, for flat earthers, how did we find Neptune, or is Neptune not a real
Okay,
planet?
he's already off on another tangent.
Yeah, he's spurred out.
Okay, let me go back to what you're saying then.
Is Neptune
it's just, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
just go
so
back to
on
what I'm
Earth,
saying.
but that's what I'm saying. We found
It's like the
Neptune through
air, bro.
mathematics, and you guys don't believe in mathematics.
No,
so it's
we don't.
useless.
Okay, this guy's insane. Dude,
Yeah,
the
he lost
measurements
his
that
mind.
the radius calculations are based on, what are they? Can you answer that?
He lost the plot. We showed him yesterday or a couple days ago that Galileo discovered Neptune.
That's not.
It doesn't matter anyway. It's a complete
Galileo did not
obfuscation from the question he was just asked. What measurements were these radius calculations based on? He starts talking about Neptune. Like, dude.
Okay, what they were based on are. So you're saying it is mathematics, and you're
Oh
trying.
my
You're, okay, hold on. You're asking me.
Bro,
You're asking me how did.
who
I'll say it
measured?
again.
Where
I'll
did
say
you
it
get the
again.
numbers from?
Yes. What measurements did we get those numbers from? Please respond to that.
Okay, so the way that we were able to come up with something called a radius is because we started with something
Holy
called
fuck.
arithmetic, and then we were able.
Bro,
Oh. Nah, you're not the one. Let's move on.
he's talking at his fucking arse.
Yeah, here's the best part. Like, he could go to astronomylive.com magazine. They have an article published by Joe Davis. Who discovered Neptune? The story of Neptune serves as a prime example. Neptune's. So I'm saying he lost the plot. He doesn't even know the narrative that he's preaching.
It's irrelevant,
Someone coming
though,
in
right?
here and talking about, oh, I want to tell you about this new religion. A guy walked on water and turned loaves of fish and bread. And you're like, oh, sure, what did he say? Or where did he live? Or you should ask him some very basic questions about the story. And they don't know anything about it at all. Like, nothing. Like, you can really get better answers from this guy on just my basic knowledge of the heliocentric model. His information is misinformation. He's pushing misinformation.
So, Crit, how do human beings measure large things?
Like, well, what's your definition of large?
Mountains, for example. How do we know? How do we know the elevation of a mountain?
Well, the way I measure my penis is from the crack.
It's always
All right.
you guys. It always goes back to Dick. You notice this, right?
From the gooch.
It wasn't
Yeah.
for me.
For the
I
globalists,
asked you
they
a question.
always go back to it.
How do we measure large things like mountains?
Like, measure it how? Measure it as in his height?
Dude, yes, elevation. We're two
Okay.
human beings, you and me, and we're sitting around together, you and me, and we're saying, how do we figure out how tall that mountain is? What do we do?
Yeah, I mean, there's depends
I'll
on
tell
your
you
method.
I'll tell you the very first thing you're going to do is observe a mountain.
Okay, and then what do we do? What's the next thing we do?
Well, can we get that far with the globe is what I'm going to get at.
Yeah, you go steps. Yeah.
Can we
Like-
observe
Okay, so
this
how-
globe that we want to measure? Yeah, you're going to do an angle measurement, but can we do step 1 for the globe?
It's bigger than a mountain, so we have to break it into smaller pieces.
Can we observe an arc segment?
Yes, we can observe. We can observe the curve. We can observe small pieces adding up to the curve. Yes, we can definitely do that.
Okay, have you heard of Brian Cox?
No.
All right, he's like kind of like the Neil deGrasse Tyson of England.
Neil deGrasse Tyson in England.
Yeah, I used to call him the Bill Nye of England.
Well, I mean, he was just going to tell us where he observes an arc segment. That would have been
Why did you go away from the simple question? You and I standing there, we want to measure how high an elevation a mountain is. What do we do?
Yeah,
Don't run away from this.
Observe
First
it.
thing you
Don't
do
go
is
too well.
observe a mountain to know that there is one to get the height of. So
And then what's the second step? Why do you guys never want to go to at least the
I already
second
told you
step?
you're going to do an angle measurement. You're going to use an
Okay.
elevation angle.
And what does that consist of?
There you go, Scott. Here's Cox explaining to you how do you know the Earth is a globe. Everyone knows, right? Everyone knows the Earth is round, but how do you know it? He'll tell you how you know it. You know it because you believe somebody told you, and you believe the story. You believe them. I don't. I don't believe them.
Yes, but what we do is, for the mountain, right? As someone just said, we take an angle of elevation, right? But what do we do on that? We're using optics, right? We're not dropping a line. We're not, constructing a straight beam going to the top of this mountain. We're looking through an instrument that we can measure the angle of elevation, right? So we're trusting optics in this situation, correct?
Yeah, I'm just wondering why you went away from the optics of the curve that you're going to be getting measurements for, though.
But we are trusting the optics in this
Well,
situation.
you're talking about how we derive the height of a mountain, and nobody asked anything about that, right? So, we went step one. All right, you observe a mountain. You know that there is one to get a height of. So I'm just wondering where you observe this globe or arc segment thereof, so that we can begin doing the same process with that.
Well, what I was going to ask is, if we trust the optics in order to give us elevation of a mountain, do we trust the optics in order to give us the angle to any other object? So from mountaintop to mountaintop, for example, do we trust the optics to give us those angles?
So it doesn't sound like we actually observe a globe or an arc segment anywhere to calculate the dimensions of. Because you just keep talking about mountains, which I do know we definitely observe, and they do exist. So we at least know that there is something tangible there that we could try to work out the dimensions of. But that's all you want to talk about. You don't
Why
want
do
to
you guys
talk about
wanna
where you
run
actually
away?
observe this globe. Well, you're the one running away, because what we're trying to get
I'm trying to get you
is how
there.
this radius was derived, right? So you're relating it to a mountain. We
I'm
know
about to
that
tell you.
we know that there is a mountain to get the height of, right? So how do we know that there
I'm
is a globe to get a radius of? You keep running from that and then
I'm
flipping it
about to
onto
tell
us
you.
like we're the ones running.
I'm about to
Math.
tell you.
He's afraid
But I
of the
need to have-
math.
But I need to have it on every step.
Show
We
us.
we can look at maps, take the angle elevation for each one to each one, right? Reciprocal angles. And we can look at the measurements and we can assume that if those plumb lines from which we took each respective angle of elevation were parallel,
Oh, why would they be?
if the Earth were flat, they would be, right?
Oh, right. So plumb lines. Wait, so
down
plumb
in
lines are you saying the plumb lines are straight?
Right, yeah.
Okay, so
Nobody
the
ever
Earth,
said plumb
so
lines
the
are
Earth's
straight.
definitely not a globe, then, right?
Why would a plumb line
Well,
have anything
are
to
you
do
are you
with
arguing for a
the
perfect
Earth?
sphere, Mr. Scott Mackey? Is that what you think the Earth is?
Oh man.
Oh man, well, I don't know if you've looked at what
Why-
these geodetic surveyors that you keep invoking came up with, but they
Yes.
definitely don't say that this potato Earth thing that you think that they found out we live on has straight plumb lines. Don't know if you knew that or not.
No, they definitely say they have straight plumb lines.
No, they definitely don't. You're definitely out of your depth. They curve and they deflect every which way because the
Plumb
mass
lines
of the
curve?
geoid, the potato Earth thing that you think. No, I don't think they do. But in your
No,
religion,
they
they do.
don't say it either.
So if the
You-
if the
you-
Earth
you-
if the Earth has straight plumb lines, like you just said they did, you already defeated the thing that you're trying to prove.
Yeah, that clearly shows you don't understand what they said. You read something and misunderstood it.
Well, what is that I misunderstood? Tell me.
That's
Tell
what I'm
me.
trying to help you
Tell
with.
me
The
what I
fact
read
that
and
you think
misunderstood.
that
Tell me what I read and misunderstood.
you said geodetic surveyors claim that plumb lines are curved. No,
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they
No,
do.
they don't. Show
Yeah,
me.
they do. Do you think it's a perfect sphere?
It doesn't matter. They're not
No,
curved.
it does matter because the
Why?
density distribution of the potato Earth thing that you think you live on warps the equipotential of gravity. So then the plumb lines are curved every which way, depending on that
No.
equipotential. Yes.
What do you mean by
Yes.
curved? What do you mean by curved?
It means that the plumb lines are deflected. They're not a straight line like you said they were. They're wavy.
How do they
And they're
determine
randomly
plumb? How do they
wavy too,
determine
so they
plumb
never would
lines
be
are wavy?
parallel. They never would be parallel.
You don't understand anything you're talking about. It's interesting.
Oh, really? Tell me where I got
Yeah.
wrong. Yeah, tell me what I got wrong.
You got that image?
How would a geodetic
Yeah,
survey possibly
Okay.
It's
determine
memes
that a plumb line
geodetic
is
forward grid
wavy?
on the other server if you want to grab it.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah.
how would they determine that a plumb line is wavy? What'd they do to
The
determine that?
mathematical consequence of having a potato Earth with unevenly distributed mass all over it. Remember that part?
Yes,
You don't think
but
it's
that
perfectly distributed mass everywhere, do you? So then why would a plumb line be straight down to the center of this thing? The barycenter of it isn't even at the perfect center, which it would have to be for all these plumb lines to be straight and radial like you're imagining them.
Well, whether it's pointing to the geometric center is irrelevant because that has nothing to do with whether it's wavy or not. You said they're wavy.
Yeah, because it's perpendicular to the equipotential of gravity, which itself is wavy. Of course,
How
this
does
is
that-
just in your fairy tale. I'm not saying
How
this
does-
actually happens, but this is what
how
you
does-
have to believe.
What do you mean by wavy?
Wavy?
Yes.
I don't know. Go Google that word.
A wavy is going back and forth, a single line going back
Yeah.
and forth, right?
Yeah, go like that. Yeah.
How do they determine that a single line, a plumb line, goes back and forth?
Because the equipotential of gravity is itself wavy. That would be the horizontal vector, or I mean the horizontal. Yeah. And the plumb lines have to be perpendicular to that at all points. So everything is deflected and wavy every which way.
Oh man.
They're not straight. So as soon as you say they're straight, you already defeated the paradigm you're trying to argue for.
Yeah, it's your story, man,
No.
not ours.
Yeah,
Well,
but
you can
don't
say
understand-
nuh-uh, but
you don't understand our story, which is
I do.
why-
You
No,
don't.
you don't.
I'm telling it to you. You're refusing to take it in. So it's clear that it's you who doesn't understand and are projecting.
The image is
do you
coming
think-
in a second.
So
Okay.
do you think if we got
Scott,
these geodetic
listen.
surveyors in the room with, they'd agree with me or they'd agree with you?
Well, I'll just post their own citations if they disagree with me, and then they'd be disagreeing with themselves.
We got the image incoming right now. Okay, so we're gonna look at to see what your definition of these words are,
And so
and
there's
it'll
no
show you why
possibility
you've been
that you
disqualified.
misunderstood what they said.
Yeah, we'll go.
No,
through
I
it.
didn't. No, I didn't.
How do you know that?
Equipotential surfaces that gravity forms are themselves undulating and waving due to the random and uneven distribution of mass, which then bends the plumb line. Told you this I don't know how many times. They say it has to be perpendicular to that wavy equipotential surface of gravity everywhere at all points. So it's
How does
deflected
bending-
every which way.
All
It's
right,
not
here it
a
is.
straight line.
Yes, it could be deflecting in a straight line.
Now
Why
mix
don't you
that in with
understand
your
that?
bendy line of sight. Now
There it
mix
is.
that in
We're-
with your bendy line of sight, man. You've got nothing.
There it is. Read this. Read and weep. Figure 4.1.
Yeah, so as soon as you said straight plumb line, it was over. Sorry.
Yeah, you done. You destroyed your model. Can't measure mountains
Yeah.
anymore.
Straight plumb line that's bendy with a perpendicular that's the curved, right? Like fuck me,
Because
man. You're all over the place.
Because you guys don't understand our model.
Yeah, it says
It's
right
very
here because of
clear.
Earth's gravity field, the plumb
Okay,
line
we don't
is
understand
not.
it. We've just been teaching him his so-called model for the past few minutes. So why don't you read what I
you haven't.
posted about your or what Crip posted there about your model, and you can better understand it for us. How about that?
I already understand that. I don't need to read your
Okay,
stuff.
okay, give it to us then. Tell us what we misunderstood about that.
That deflection does not necessarily mean a wavy line. It's just a deflection
Well,
of a straight line.
look at the plumb line they're showing there. And did you read what it says about why it does that? which it doesn't, but this is just a mathematical consequence.
Let me get up and go look at this thing. What are we looking at? Just laying on
Yeah,
the
that
floor,
plumb line.
stretching out my back. What are you looking at?
That plumb line is straight, you think?
What am I looking? Oh, do I have crit blocked for some? Yes, I do.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Dude, you were spamming on gems at one time, and so I blocked you.
That's a
So I
different.
found it now. Well, it happens. It's universal, right? It carries over from server to server. You don't have to block a person on different servers.
Mm.
There,
Just
I
like
DM'd it
Discord
to you,
works.
so you have it later.
No, I got it. So what are we looking at here? As shown, the plumb line is not a straight line. Rather, it is site, but curvature and relies on gravity in two ways. Firstly, the curve starts. Okay, so this says if you move the plumb line from point to point, if you move your theodolite or your auto level, it's going to have a different plumb line. But in
Yeah.
all cases, that plumb line is going to be straight.
Not if you're on. No, not if you're on with the globe religion. I mean, I kind of agree with you. I don't really think that plumb lines do this, but in the globe paradigm, that's what they have to do.
You just don't understand what we mean when we say straight, and that's unfortunate.
Oh yeah, I think what you
Yeah, we
mean is
do.
not straight.
We do.
Because yeah,
You
going
don't.
by
Yeah.
this. Well, what do you think
Exactly.
straight means?
You take a theodolite or an auto level and you put it somewhere, you're going to get a plumb line, right? Period.
A plumb line, yeah.
You're going to get a vertical if you put something somewhere, right?
Sure.
That's all we're saying.
Okay.
Isn't a vertical? So it
Perpendicular to horizontal.
perpendicular to horizontal.
Well, horizontal is defined as perpendicular to plumb. That's how we define horizontal.
So is plumb a
Horizontal's
wavy
defined.
curved line?
No, a plumb is a direction from any point on which at which you're standing. That's what we mean when we say the word.
Will that direction form a wavy plumb line?
No, that direction is just a singular direction. A thing can only be pointing in one direction.
Yeah, okay, but if you drop a plumb line, then is it going to be wavy because of what plumb is at every point along that line?
No.
Okay, there's no globe then. Unless you want to argue for a perfect sphere, that's your only way out of that one.
Yeah. You just don't understand what we're saying.
Well, you keep
bad.
saying that, and then you keep not proving it.
The thing is that he's projecting himself as a character into a cartoon and speaking to you from the cartoon. And he said, look, in this cartoon, plumb lines are pointing towards the center of a sphere or the circle in the cartoon. And therefore, we live in a cartoon. I mean, in the sphere that it comes from the cartoon. So yeah, that's what he's doing. He's a character and
What
speaking
I'm
from
telling
there.
you is that people have went out and measured from mountaintop to mountaintop using plumb as vertical, and they can take the angle to the other mountaintop, and they go to that second mountaintop, and they go back to and they take the angle to the first mountaintop, and they can look at those angles, and the corresponding interior angles should equal 180, and they never do. They're always more than 180.
Why should they? You have to believe in curvy, wavy plumb lines. If that's the case, then why are you assuming them to be straight and that they should amount to 180?
Because that's what we mean when we say that. And if you don't
Okay.
understand that, you don't understand our model.
I do, and I've been teaching it to you for like 10 minutes, and you still don't understand it for some reason, but okay.
He just said it. He goes into the model, the cartoon, and speak from there.
I mean,
you guys need to come up with an explanation of why they're not 180 degrees.
well,
'Cause
listen, this
if they're
expecting
flat Earth, it would
180
be.
thing, though, it already defeated your paradigm because you're expecting 180 based on the assumption that the plumb lines are straight, which they wouldn't have been if your globe were a reality. So what are you going to do here? Get it together.
So do you think that plumb lines all point in the same direction?
No matter where you go, a plumb line's parallel?
I think vertical is always perpendicular to horizontal, and all verticals are parallel.
So you think all verticals are parallel to each other, right?
Yeah, by
And
definition.
so then if you pointed a measuring device, a theodolite, for example, at two different points pointing at each other, you should get 180 degrees. It's just simple geometry. It's ninth grade geometry. Parallel lines and all that kind of stuff.
Well, you never add up to a sphere. Never ever in reality. You can never add all those points, all of those lines, and there you go, a sphere with it, right?
Actually, we can and we do. That's the fun thing about
You
math.
assume they're parallel when you're measuring the heights of mountains.
No, we don't.
Yeah, you do. You need a horizontal plane.
No, we
Yeah,
don't.
so all the verticals would have to be parallel relative to that horizontal plane.
Yeah, you do. You don't get elevation angles without the horizontal plane.
And you don't understand our model.
Well, unless you have well, we do. We've been trying to teach it to you for a little while now, and you still don't understand it, but keep projecting. You don't have straight plumb lines within your quote model. So every
Yes, we
time you
do.
invoke them, you wreck yourself. I've been trying to
Yes,
help
we
you,
do.
but you're just not helping yourself.
Your misunderstanding of our model is not the same as our model.
Keep saying I'm misunderstanding it, then having absolutely no idea what that misunderstanding is.
I know exactly
Right, it's
what
just
it
an
is.
ad hom.
Yeah, it is.
No,
Tell
guys,
us what specifically has been
getting the problem
misunderstood,
wrong.
because I've given it to you now in thorough detail why you can't really invoke a straight plumb line and maintain any coherency when you're arguing for the globe. And you just keep saying nuh-uh and then not being able to elaborate.
Well, I can elaborate to anybody who can understand simple physics.
Yeah, that's a
and-
nice excuse.
Another
but
ad
you're still
hom.
not elaborating.
Another ad hom.
What do you want me
You
to do,
can't
man?
elaborate though. That's the best part. Because even if the messenger doesn't understand it, you'd still be able to articulate. This is where say a little bit of science will save you. Because what you're doing here is if the listener can't understand you, you can't talk. You are the dependent variable of the listener. You
And
should
then
be able to talk in an empty room and still be
when
able
he
to do so.
when he wants to burden reverse after making the exact wrong assumptions within his paradigm about why the plumb lines appear to do this or that, like, why don't you just bring us the evidence that they're actually deflected in reality, and then account for that and show us how you did it? Assuming that they're
Account
just
for
straight
what?
lines. The deflection of the plumb line that you would have to account for, because how do you know that you're not just looking at that? And then the optics that you're looking through too, that you always use to throw away the stuff that we show you. So, I mean, you're making assumptions based in ideal geometry, which go out the window when we show you something that doesn't match your assumptions. But
And
then
so
suddenly
you
we're right back to ideal geometry, and optics are out the window when you're making the
no,
wrong.
we're not.
Okay.
That's why the people who do this take multiple measurements from each location, because they know all these factors and they need to, when they take the average and they get a good estimate of how big the
Oh, I
Earth is, and they get a good estimate.
see.
That's how we do things.
Right.
Now
That's how
we're
we do
getting
things.
somewhere. So it's
Yes.
not a precise. It's an average.
Nobody
Do you
ever
think they-
claimed it was exact.
Do you think they
Duh.
throw out maybe like ones that are too far outside the average? Do they toss those out? Like ones that if you just weighted the averages a little bit differently, you'd get a result that equals flat Earth? Like where
No.
where a triangle equals
No.
180
No.
degrees?
No, they wouldn't.
Off by just a hair. Like
No.
like instead of a triangle being 180 degrees, it's 180.01. And you think you couldn't just weight the averages a little bit more to make that triangle just 180 degrees?
No. Just no. That's not how they do their
Nuh-uh.
work.
Just nuh-uh.
Well, you can go do it yourself anytime you want, man.
Yeah, I have. A triangle equals 180 degrees.
That's what I wanted to bring up. So, what did it actually equal if it's more than that?
What's that?
What did that triangle equal that you were talking about?
I wasn't talking about a triangle just now. I was talking about 2 points. Doesn't make a triangle. Just makes parallel lines with a transverse line through it.
That's an ideal
Look.
geometry. Are we forgetting about optics again?
No, you forgot the point you're at. You and 2 points. That's 3 total.
Yeah, but the only question we're trying to figure out is, are these two plumb lines parallel?
And they're not.
They are not parallel, I agree. They never are.
Because they're wavy lines.
They're not wavy lines. They're pointing towards the common center. A center of mass. They're both pointing to a center of mass.
So
How did
perfect
you like
here.
brain fart this? You could see it, the image, and they explain it in plain text. Like
Yeah.
they explain it in your
no.
reading level. This is
Well,
your
listen,
level of
Scott,
reading.
Scott, you are
Yes,
just denying your own religion now, dude.
But they didn't dumb it down enough, apparently.
Anti-flat
Well, they did
earther.
for me. I mean, I was able to explain it to you like 15 times, but I don't know what your problem is.
You were able to misexplain it 15 times.
Okay, what was
Yes,
the
I heard that.
misexplanation?
The line doesn't curve. I don't know why
It
it's so hard
does.
to
Look at
grasp.
the picture and then read the explanation. Well, it would, I should say. I'll correct myself to it would, because I don't think it actually does. But that's what it has to do in your paradigm.
Yeah, a real plumb line doesn't. Globe plumb lines do. They do. So this would be a contradiction.
What do you think a theodolite or an auto level measures? A real plumb line or this other thing you guys are talking about?
Real.
Okay, so we get a plumb line
Engineering.
from a device,
That's
right?
engineering instead of just a mathematical model that doesn't work.
And do engineers use mathematics?
I mean, they can. They don't need to, but yeah. The
You
first
show
engineers.
show me an engineering problem that doesn't use mathematics.
Yeah, because you'd say, "Oh, I set it up this way. I watched it function. Oh, it failed here. I'm going to just tweak this screw a little bit. Bang, it works."
That's not engineering. That's
Yeah.
tinkering.
Yeah, the same thing.
Yeah.
It's not
They
the
have to
same
use
thing.
they have to use straight line. They have to assume straight lines to then extrapolate from that curvy lines, which then contradicts their. It's counterproductive to their claim. I mean, it's
Why is it
fucking
counterproductive?
ridiculous.
Well, he
Why is
told
a
you. I
straight
told
line?
you. Everybody's told you because they're not straight on the globe that you're arguing for. The potato Earth, I should say, because globe sounds just too spherical.
So, do you guys accept that when they take these measuring devices, they get more than 180 degrees in corresponding interior angles?
No, it's not a triangle then.
Yeah, triangle.
And I never said it was a triangle.
Oh, then doesn't mean anything, right?
It's two lines, two plumb lines, with the transverse being the line going between the 2 points, and those corresponding interior angles between those two parallels should be 180 if those things were parallel. It's a theorem they prove in geometry in 9th grade.
Why are you expecting them to be parallel? We already told you that if the globe tard that you think this proves is real, that they won't be parallel. That's why it's a nonsense test for you to try to use.
Well, you know they're not parallel. They're pointing towards a common center.
Why
of mass.
would they be? They're wavy. They're
There's a
deflected
difference in the
randomly.
magnitude of the effect, right? The effect, you are completely correct that the plumb lines on globe Earth are not straight because the density of Earth is not homogeneous.
There we
However,
go.
There you go. Do you
However, the
understand-
globe model
one
also
sec,
predicts.
real quick.
Let me finish.
I'll
The
let you
globe
go.
model
I'll
stop
also
right there.
predicts.
This is critical.
I'll let
The
you
globe
go.
model
I'll
also
let you
predicts
go,
the
but one
magnitude
second.
of the effect, and that is
Okay, I'll
much
let-
smaller than the
Bulldoze
predicted
right through you.
effect
Yeah, okay,
from
quiet.
the
I'm
deviation
going to
in the
respond
angle.
to all of that in just a sec. You're not going to take over the room. But now that he said it, Scott, do you understand?
No, I think if he gave me 2 minutes to talk to him, I think we can reach a common agreement on what we mean.
Well, I mean, he summed it right up. He said, yes, the distribution of mass
why
is
don't we test
uneven.
this?
So, yes, the plumb lines do curve. Then he went into the magnitude of it. It's not enough. It's not enough. How does he know that? Do you know how much the deflections are supposed to be on the potato Earth?
Why
Either
don't
one of
we
you?
test my hypothesis and see if I can talk to him for 2 minutes and see if he and I can reach an agreement?
Fine.
Hey, Exonaut.
Yo.
Would you agree with me that the plumb line taken from any given point is considered to be a straight line?
No, it's a vector local to a point.
It's a vector.
essentially
It's
a vector field.
Yes,
But in a
it's a
vector
vector.
field, that's not a line. It's like a
Okay,
direction
sure.
relating to a point.
Okay, so it's a direction, right? And the direction is straight. Directions are always straight, right? If it's a vector.
Well, I mean, again, it's just a direction from a point. There's no line here.
Yes. Okay. So we agree. I can agree with what Exonaut's saying. Yes, it's a vector. That's the
Okay.
better term for it. It's a vector.
Okay. Okay.
See?
And those vectors.
Less than 2 minutes, and we agreed.
Okay. And when those vectors form a
Conceded
line,
that you were
that'll be a
wrong.
wavy line, right?
Well, he was using a more precise term. I should have been using vector all along.
Okay. But the plumb line itself will be wavy because of those vectors, right?
No, each thing only has one vector. Each point has one vector.
Okay. You drop the plumb line, right? It's going to be wavy, right?
No.
Well, you want
gonna
to try
have a
again,
single-
Exonaut?
It's going to have a single vector.
It's the vector
each
change.
Each point, right? So when those points are put together into a line, is it curved or straight?
No, a vector doesn't have points. A vector is one point.
Oh my God.
It's just, if you take basic physics, you understand this stuff.
Yeah,
Are we
I know.
talking
We're trying
about
to
a
get.
vector?
We're trying to connect the points to a line. I'm asking you if they're going to be curved or straight.
There's no reason to
Is this
try
about
to connect
averages
the points
again?
to a line.
This is about averages again, isn't it?
Like, I mean, does he actually not know what's being asked? Maybe the Exonaut guy needs to say it to him again.
There's simply no reason to try to connect the points to a line. A vector is what it is. It's got a direction and a magnitude. It's real simple. It has one direction and one magnitude.
Okay, if
given
there's no need to connect them, then why did you start by saying yes, 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 plumb lines are straight?
Uh-oh.
Because a plumb line is a vector.
It's a line.
It's not. It's a vector.
Vector is a point, you just said. Can you define line? I think you're going to need at least 2 points.
No, you don't.
Wow.
You don't.
So he just
For a
threw away
line?
the core of the Earth. The center of the Earth is gone.
You
Doesn't
don't need
exist.
at least 2 points for a line.
No, you just need the slope of the line.
Yeah, the line segment.
You need a point and a slope is all you need.
Exonaut also did kind of want to address what I was saying, which was that the magnitude of the deflection isn't enough to matter here.
Well, I'll let Exonaut take
how much
over.
is
Go ahead,
how
Exo.
much is the how much is the deflection?
Well, we can actually calculate it if you want, but that's going to take a little bit of time. But
Well, you should
we know-
calculate it. You should calculate it before you say it's not enough to affect what we're trying to measure.
I mean, I've used these types of models before. They account for things like the density of Earth as measured by, gravity. Like people have measured the gravitational constant across the
Show it.
surface, and
Show it.
and
So-
that creates a model from which we can say, well, the globe model doesn't only say they're going to be curved, but it also predicts they're going to be curving, not more than this amount to the inhomogeneity of materials in Earth.
That's
and then
really
you can
specific.
account for that, and it
I
does
asked you
make
what
sense.
that amount would be because you've made the claim that it's not enough to affect the measurement, right?
I mean, it depends. Depends on
You've
where
made
you
the
are.
claim that it's not enough to have any effect on what you're claiming to measure, right? So
Okay.
you would have to know
I
how
don't
much
think.
how much that
Okay, we-
deflection
we'll
is gonna
calculate
be in order to square that.
We can calculate it. Hold on.
Well, you should do that first, just before saying, "Well, it's not enough to affect anything."
Well, I mean, it is like this is a thing that physicists often do. It's like orders of magnitude difference. When there's a difference of
Is it?
like 4 or 5 orders of magnitude, I don't need to calculate the precise amount. Like it doesn't matter for the argument.
Really? Okay, you don't know what the numbers are, but you know that they're out by magnitudes.
Yeah, like that's an estimation.
Okay, you're just talking out of your ass.
Yeah, that sounds like
never
a
done that?
disqual. It sounds like a disqualify to me.
So, when these plumb lines are supposed to be diverging, right? What is the angle measurement there? What scale are you measuring in? Arc seconds, arc minutes? How much deflection are we looking at?
So what does flat Earth say? So we agree though they might diverge, right? You say, well, okay, it could also be due to the, the curve.
You're going to be measuring a deviation of. Listen, you didn't answer the question at all. You're measuring a deviation.
How does flat Earth explain that deviation at all? In flat Earth, there shouldn't be no deviation whatsoever. Not due to plumb lines being curved, and not due to there being a sphere. Neither.
Oh, maybe they do deflect, or maybe it's optics. I don't know.
Okay, but like your model says there should be no deflection at all. We see deflection.
No, I didn't claim a model, and you're straw manning, and I've asked you questions that you've just steamrolled right over, which is, what is the deflection that you're actually measuring? How much? And what scale are you measuring deflections? I think it's just going to be arc seconds, right?
The units? Why do you
Yeah,
care about
you
the
said they're
units?
magnitudes apart, so give the magnitudes for each, the deflection and the amount of divergence that you say that you're picking up from tilt.
What locations and how far exactly are you apart?
Oh, God.
What? Yeah, they're going.
Okay, you have a reciprocal zenith measurement that you can show us. All right. Pretty sure they're just measuring in arc seconds there. Pretty sure that their plumb lines have to deflect up to an arc minute sometimes, they say in these textbooks. So I just wanted to expose that he was full of shit there, but he stonewalled me.
He dipped?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He does that. He's as a guy I'm thinking of, it's like some sort of a futuristic space helmet as his profile pic.
They say that the deflections can be up to 70 arc seconds. How much tilt do they think that they're actually, quote, measuring with these tests?
Well outside the margin of error. Well
Yeah,
outside.
I think so. He said magnitudes apart. So these guys just show up and say things. That seems to be the strategy.
At least they're entertaining.
Well, it's funny how they can't even begin to perform any of what they're claiming without assuming a horizontal plane in the first instance.
Well, we saw proof of what they
Yeah.
do yesterday. There was almost nobody online that would defend the views that you guys espouse. And so there was a guy just trying to hassle the one person in here that was trying. And then he's like, I'm going to make a video, show all the flat earthers know nothing. And then I was talking to him in a voice. He's like, I'm going to put you in the video because you're a flat earther. And I'm like, bro, now you're just making up stuff.
Well, it always turns into a burden reversal, too. Well, explain this. Well, this was your claim, and you made faulty assumptions that don't fit the paradigm you're arguing for. Oh, that's dishonest to say so. Well, no, it's dishonest for you to try to pass off like straight plumb lines when they're supposed to be curved.
Oh, but see, here's the thing. You know, we provide this information to each other, and we make this world work. And we're satisfied with it for the most part. And now we're curious why you guys are not satisfied with all the work we've done.
Who's we?
What
Yeah,
part
he-
of what part of we is you?
Identify this we?
Human race. Yeah.
The whole
lots of
human
people.
race.
Yeah.
All of it.
You had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, there is no we.
Don't you claim atheist?
Yes, I happen to be an atheist, but it has nothing to do with this.
If you follow logic, the human race believes in some version of a creator. You are outside of that.
Correct.
Okay, so you can't really claim a we.
Okay, if that made sense to you, then
Oh, okay. So you get to shame people because they're not part of the majority for one belief, but another one they're doing the same to you. You decide to just wave it off, and you think that's a valid form of argumentation. You just
no,
get to insult
not at
people.
all.
Why
No,
don't you
not
go
at all.
back to the high school playground and go fight the bullies there and have fun?
See, Scott, this is a problem you have, is that you live in America and you appeal to the government the government doesn't appeal to government. The government appeals to God. You say atheist. Then they tell you, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal.
They're
endowed by
not
their creator.
religious, bro. They're not religious at all. Don't play.
So if you're not part of the we, how are you claiming you're part of the we if you're not part of the we? You can't have it both ways. You can't be a we and not a we at the same we. And even if it fits,
What does it even mean? What does it even mean?
Yeah, are
What
you
do I,
part of the we?
what do I need to be part of the we? According
Because
to your
you
definition of
identified.
we?
I didn't self-identify as a we. I identified as an I, a crit. You
Okay, what do I-
self-identified as part of a collective.
Okay, so what part of the what do I need to be a part of the collective in your vision?
I would say to be part of the collective, you'd have to have every 51% or more idea. Every idea
So
that's 51% or more to be part of the largest group of we's. You'd have to go through every possible topic, every possible thing, and to make sure you are part of the we of the human race, you'd have to be every one of those boxes. Like a fair weather fan, if you will.
You know how insane that sounds?
Why I'm asking you, why would you do that? Why would you be that insane to identify as a collective we and never even explain who this we is, other than to say all of humanity? You just identify as all of humanity. When you know there are identities that you have that put you outside the majority.
What does my identity have to do with anything?
Because it's no longer we.
We're human beings, right?
Yeah, and the humans have a certain set of beliefs, methods, and practices that you
What does that
don't
matter?
partake
We're
in.
still we. We're still all human beings, right? That makes us a we.
Then you have to throw away your atheism.
I don't depend on atheists. It's part of being a human being makes us a we.
And if
That's
you
all that
ask the
matters.
majority of people who make the
If they're
country
human
work,
beings?
who make the world work, they all identify with a creator. I'm sure there's probably more identities that you're in the minority
Who
of.
cares? They're all human beings, right?
Yeah, and your qualifier was not only do they have to be human beings, they also have to be in charge of stuff and make the world work.
I never
Two
said
more
that.
qualifiers. Yeah, you did. You said because
No.
the problem you have with flat earthers is they deny all the work we have done.
Yeah, you guys are included in the we.
So I can deny the work that I've done myself. Wow. See how this is what this topic is so powerful. Once you boil it down to logical syllogism, it's deeply contradictory. It's so contradictory. You get some P and not P. Be going the same. I'm a we who also denies a we.
No, you are a person who denies the work of other human beings.
Which I did.
Yeah. And why would you
Well,
do that?
that's what you've been doing, Scott.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I
I've
did-
denied
yeah,
my
I-
own work.
yeah.
So I did something, and I denied that I did that. That I didn't
No,
even
you
know.
didn't.
I said, even though I told you, expert, from my point of view, as an expert in me, I had no part of a Nixon era space race. And you'll tell me, yes, you did. I go, no, Scott, I'm telling you right now, 100%, I was not involved with that whatsoever. He says, but you're part of a we. I go, can you define this we? He's like, certainly. This we is all the people who are in charge who make the stuff work. And I'm like, okay, so not me. He goes, yes, you. Come on, man. You got, like, what are you doing right now? How can your logic be this bad? And it's just because of this topic. If we switched other topics, you'd be able to form some sort of logical syllogism. But because the topic is around, or periphery around the flat earth, somehow you just shit your brains out and you just do schizophrenic babbling, to coin your phrase.
So, Crit, do you think if we got 100 people in a room and they listen to you and they listen to me, which one of us do you think they would think is schizophrenic?
You.
I mean, you did say that
Identifying as a we.
I mean, Scott is on the record here saying you don't need 2 points for a line, for God's sake.
Scott,
I
how
didn't
about
say
this?
that.
We walk
I said
into
no
a
need 2
room,
points for a
right?
Yes, you
vector.
did.
How about
You
this?
don't
We
you don't
walk
need
into a
points
room,
for a
okay, a
vector.
room of 10 people. They ask us, "Hey, Crit, what is your favorite color?" And I say, "My favorite color is purple." And they ask you, "Hey, Scott, what color is your favorite color?" You said, "We favorite color blue."
I would never say that though.
Yeah, because you identify as a we, motherfucker. Shit, what the hell's wrong with you?
I'm sorry that English is so difficult for you.
Do you
really am.
identify as an individual or as a collective? Which one? Are you
I
a
am
person or collective?
I'm a person, yes.
Okay,
But
so
I am part of a collective.
okay, you're part of a collective that
Yes.
that you can't articulate.
No, I can articulate. Human race.
Or in that head.
Was that?
How many people do you have in that head of yours?
Just one as far as I know.
But it's a we.
No.
So it's an I.
I am an I, yes.
Okay.
But I am part of a collective.
So now rephrase your claim, if the Earth is globe tart, into an I claim instead of a we claim.
How so?
Denying all the hard work that I have done.
I
And we'll
didn't say
say,
that.
oh, yeah, but you said we have done.
Okay, would you
So
be
you
more
know that you're
satisfied if
not
I
a
was-
we.
Okay, okay. I think I see what your sticking point is. You have a problem with saying we. How about if I said
No,
instead
I have
of
a problem.
we?
You can say we if you want. I think if you say we, at least be able to identify this collective you're speaking for. If not, I'm just going to call it schizophrenic. 'Cause
Nobody
you got,
other than you cares. This
Should we
is a
ask
you
the room?
problem. Yeah, ask the room. See if anybody else cares about this we problem that you seem to be having.
So okay, sure. Anyone else in the room think it's funny if
Yes,
someone?
yes, I do. I don't like when you use that we because it sounds like you and I don't like, if there's like a pedophile saying we, I don't like it.
Yeah,
Okay.
and it also sounds like you're trying to just take credit for things that you had absolutely nothing to do with.
Okay, there's
I'm
2 out
not-
of 10
okay.
feedbacks. Can we get 8 more?
So how about if I rephrased it and said instead of we, I said other human beings have accomplished. Why are you denying all the work that other human beings have accomplished?
You are.
Well, human beings are actually monsters
that
by
interesting?
definition. So I'm not a human being because I didn't came from apes or rocks. I know that. So you're saying human beings. You're talking about a
Let's cut to
fantasy
the
group
chase.
of people.
Let's cut to the chase. What he's really trying to say, he's trying to put himself in the cloak of authority, right? Because you never say, we commit so many crimes. You usually say, we have caught criminals, right? You don't say, oh, we molest children. No. They say, we have found that others molest children. But when it's like, oh, we make lots of money as America, right? Oh, yeah, I'm the rich one. Do you see the difference and
Well,
where
isn't
you
it
would apply
positive?
it? So he's trying to cloak himself in the authority that we did all these calculations, we humanity, and you are wrong.
So you're gonna pick and choose when it's we and when it's just him, sort of like they pick and choose when the horizon is geometric or it's just apparent.
I have
And
never claimed that I've done any of this work.
Then you're gonna bring up straight plumb lines, which don't exist in your paradigm anyway. Ham wave all optics and just make an argument from pure geometry.
I have never claimed that I've done any of this work. I've stated on many occasions that I have not done any of this work because it's not worth my time.
So not we, then.
I trust my fellow human beings. Now,
Well,
whether
trust
you want to
me
call
then.
them a we or not.
Well, go ahead and trust me then, because I'm your fellow human being.
Well, that brings up a conflict, though, because I have direct contradiction between what they tell me and what you tell me.
You're contradicting what they're telling you, though. That's the weird part.
And they are more persuasive.
But you're contradicting what they're telling you. So how did they persuade you?
They are not.
Not me
You
telling
think
you
they-
that I don't think plumb lines are curved and wavy like
You-
that.
you think-
That's
you
your
think they
geodetic
are.
surveyors saying that.
No, that's your misinterpretation of what they're saying. And I
Okay,
can live
what's
with
what's the correct interpretation? What's the correct interpretation of those wavy curved plumb lines that they're offering explanations for in their textbooks?
that
and
for
their
any given
papers.
point, for any given point, there's one vector, which is plumb.
That's not sufficient. That doesn't explain why the plumb lines are actually not curved like they're saying they are.
Well, that's because you don't understand what a vector is.
I don't think you understand what a line is, guy who says you don't need 2 or more points for one.
I never
We're
said that.
beyond the point
Yeah.
of just talking about a single point. We're talking about the line that those points make.
But
Maybe you
nobody
don't know
needs,
what that is.
nobody needs a line in order to do these measurements.
Okay, but that's
What you
what
need
we're
is a vector.
talking about, if those plumb lines are curved or not. And you're
But they're
trying to
not.
say, no, those lines are all straight and radial to the center of the Earth, which would only happen on a perfect sphere. That's your whole argument. They wouldn't be.
So, but this is an interesting thing that these people who write these books and write these papers don't understand. Everybody's going to be reading them and don't realize how clearly they have to write in order not to be misinterpreted.
Okay, so
by
what's the
people
correct
who want to
interpretation?
misinterpret.
Okay, what's the correct interpretation of what they're saying there, which is verbatim, plumb lines have a curvature to them due to gravity?
What it means is that if you move from each of those points down those plumb lines, down that line, you would have a different vector of plumb. That's
Yeah,
what it
we
means.
already know that.
But that vector is the one vector, no matter where. If you're there, you're at that vector, right?
Yeah, we already know that.
So what's the problem then?
I don't know. You keep saying that we're wrong and that they're wrong in the plumb lines being curved. Well, you're saying that we're wrong and somehow they're right, even though
Yes.
they're saying exactly what we're saying.
Well, language is strange that way. It needs to be interpreted. Even the simplest
Okay,
things
well,
need to be
here's what they
interpreted.
said verbatim. The
You
plumb
you
line has
you
a
you don't
curvature
understand.
to it due to gravity. What's the correct interpretation?
Well, the correct interpretation is they're not using a plumb line when they do their measurements. They're using a plumb vector.
Okay, and that vector is displaced all over the place.
No, that vector can only be pointing in one direction. The
Okay,
definition of a vector. Vectors are a point and a direction.
so you're not drawing any lines when you do reciprocal zenith angles.
We're not drawing any lines. We're using the vector as a line.
Oh, okay, well, that's going to be more than
What?
1 point, though. I don't know how you're
Can I
going to get
ask a
angles
question?
without 2 lines, at a minimum.
Well, that's a
Yeah,
you
go ahead.
problem.
Can I?
I understand what they're
Well,
doing.
what's a me problem?
just
Do you know how to get it? He's just said it's a me problem that he's
Yes.
going to need 2 lines to get an angle.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
well, I
seriously.
want to know which came first, the vector or the curved lines.
Question doesn't even make sense.
How was it established? Nah, yes, it does.
How
It
was what
does, sir.
established?
Either one. Which came first? Which was established to be the case first, the vector or the curved lines?
What curved lines are we talking about?
Oh my
The
goodness.
curved lines of the vertical, the deflection of the vertical. You're claiming represents a vector.
How do you
So-
think they determine that curvy thing?
That's
With
what
gravity,
I'm asking you.
their assumption of
Yeah,
gravity.
each one: Earth's surface, the geoid, and referenced ellipsoid. When they layer all 3 of those together and then draw the plumb line through it, that's how they get a curved line. The 3 models do not work together. It makes
Yeah.
a plumb line that curves.
Well, and this is how
That's the
incoherent
problem.
he is. He wants to bring this down to talking about just a point in space when the entire argument he brought up was to do with angles, which are based on 2 lines at least. Not just a point in space. You're going to tell us how you're going to get an angle just from that?
You know, if we have 2 vectors, we can figure out the angle between the vectors, right?
You're going to need lines to do that.
Actually, we don't.
Really?
Yes.
No, yes, you do.
No, we don't. I've done it before.
This
Everybody's
is-
taking physics.
So you're
Everybody
the guys who
takes
like to bring up grade 5 geometry all the time, right? You might want to revisit that.
Everybody who takes intro physics in college has calculated angles between vectors.
I have a
You're going to
question.
need
Give us the-
lines to do that.
No, you don't.
Give us the definition. Give us the definition of an angle.
I have a question, guys. What happened to refraction and diffraction? It was such a big issue the other day, and now there's no talk about it when we're trying to make straight lines that we can see.
No, that was part of it already. When at the
You
very
guys- you
beginning.
guys-
oh,
You guys
go ahead.
already want to go after he said that you don't need lines to measure angles or to acquire angles?
He
All you need is a
absolutely
vector.
most certainly does.
You just need slopes.
He's not going to let go on that.
You
You,
need
you
slopes.
just said
That's it.
you need slopes?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So not curves then.
I wasn't talking about curved, was I?
Oh, you're going to need to.
I feel like this would be a welcome to flat Earth, but we don't want you, Scott Mackey.
Well, good.
You've said so many utterly insane things. You've said that you don't need 2 or more points to form a line. You've said that you
I never
don't
said
need
that.
lines. You don't need lines to
I never
acquire
said you only
angles.
2 more points to form a line.
Yes, you did, and it's on record, and we're going to clip it
keep
out,
needing me to
and we're
say
going to
that.
play it till the end of time, Scott Mackey. And you're going to be
No.
in here saying, "I never said that," and we're going to have it on record with you saying it. So keep denying it.
Okay. Hope that makes you feel better. Help you sleep at night.
Wait, so actually I was wrong. So are your slopes curved?
Slopes are not by definition curved. Slopes are straight.
Yeah, they are. Curved is slope.
What? Not in physics, it ain't. Not in
Yeah,
mathematics, it
curve
isn't.
is slope. Yes, it is.
You can find the instantaneous slope of a curve for sure just by taking the derivative of it. But I mean, that's what a derivative is, right? It's the instantaneous slope of a function.
It's a
Yeah, and
deviation of slope. That's what a curve is.
this is why interesting when you guys reference calculus too, because Newton, supposedly invented calculus.
Uh-huh.
So you could do some calculus problems, figure out who's smarter in calculus, and whoever wins this calculus battle, they have to decide if there's a God or not. And since Newton had wrote lots about God and is smarter than you'd have to then concede that your atheism is out the window.
Well, why?
Because you'd have to believe him instead of you. Because you're all based on some sort of level of intelligence, proves right and wrong. The
No.
smarter someone is, the more right they are.
Nope. There's been some very, very smart people who believe in God. But Newton was a bad example because he was kind of crazy.
Because he was
Everybody
drinking
knows
mercury.
that.
Shit.
Well, Newton thought that
Well,
his own concept of gravity was crazy.
yeah, he said, don't attribute it to me. Attribute it to somebody else, not me.
Whatever. But going back into these great men thing, a lot of you guys keep going back to that.
Because you prop these people up as somehow divine in nature.
I did not
Wait.
mention Newton.
You mentioned Newton. No, you mentioned Newton, not us.
Well, he mentioned calculus, which invoked me to mention Newton.
Well, you didn't have to do that.
Oh, wait. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
If he didn't. Okay.
Yeah, it was kind of on me. Talking about how you can you can make a curved line straight using derivatives.
No, they don't make the current line straight. You can figure out the slope at the point. And that's probably how they create those curves that you're looking at. The plumb curve is they probably go to each of those points and they get the vector at that point, and then they tie them all together.
No, they don't. It's
They
just a
have to
mathematical
assume-
consequence of the model.
Yeah, there's no measurement involved.
It's yeah. I mean, it's all conceptual. If you have gravity pulling the Earth into this lumpy spheroidal thing, then the mass is all uneven, and that's warping the direction of plumb.
Of course, it will. Yes, there you go. Good. It's warping the direction of plumb at any given point.
Yeah.
And so if you drop down on this theoretical potato that you like to call it,
Yes.
as you further and further down, the plumb line would change. Yes.
There you go. You got it. You got there.
I knew it all along.
What type of line is that? Is that a curved line or a straight line?
But at any given point, you only have one vector.
Gonna need more than
No,
one
with
point
a
for a
vector.
line. Gonna need lines to make angles.
Coming back to this line thing, we don't need a line for a vector.
You need a line for angles. You need 2 of them.
No, we don't.
Show me an angle without 2 lines.
It's
Show you two
insane.
I can show you the angle between two vectors.
Yeah, you'd be drawing lines.
Go and point
No.
go and post that for us. Post
I
it,
just do the
please.
mathematics. I don't have to draw a
Post
single
us
line
an
to figure out
angle.
the angle.
Post us an angle. Post us a visual image of an angle without lines. Do that for me, please. I beg you.
Space between two intersecting lines. I don't know why you say stuff like that. And I was just kind of kidding about the clip comment earlier, but dude, what the hell?
Because I've actually done it in physics class, where we've just been given the vectors, and we calculate the angle between them. Do it all the time.
Show us what it looks like visually.
Yeah, I just want to see an angle acquired without any lines.
I can give you two equations, and you can calculate the angle between those two equations. That doesn't require a line to have numbers, right?
You're
so if I gave you
insane.
something,
That's
so if I gave you something,
the angle
in the
between
form of-
two equations.
Yes. So funny, you guys are laughing at these things that they do in physics and they do in mathematics all the time. And you think it's crazy. Shows me you guys never had physics or mathematics, which is kind of sad.
The fact that
Meanwhile,
you
when
just
you
keep using
measure an
ADHOM
angle-
after ADHOM shows me that you still have no globe proof. It's kind of sad.
Well,
and then meanwhile, when we measure angles in reality,
Yeah.
we use straight lines.
Yeah.
When we measure angles in reality, we use straight lines.
So
Not
what does a
equations.
theodolite? What does a theodolite use to determine plumb? Does it drop a line? Hello.
No, there's like a mercury bubble or some sort of thing inside that's calibrated, which is why they got to be calibrated.
Yes. Is there a
You have
line
to-
involved?
You'll see it on the, that's what it's interesting. We see like Jesse Gordon or B-ball walk out there and say, "Look at this photo I took with my auto level," and you're like, "Dude, the calibration is like 8 years ago. You think it's been
Okay.
banged around and bounced around, moved in and out of storages? I got this auto level discounted at Club Med for $9.99. You're like, dude, those things cost like $100. If you got one for like $10, it's probably not working correctly. Okay.
Yeah, perpendicular to horizontal. Yeah,
is
they drop
there a
line
line involved?
perpendicular to horizontal. Yes, horizontal being obviously necessary.
Do these devices have a line in them anywhere that they're using to calculate plumb or figure out plumb?
That they drop perpendicular to horizontal, the horizontal plane we live on. Yes.
So you think this device has a physical line inside of them?
Just you're telling us. He just told you there's a bubble involved. I know that the people do drop
there's-
lines
there's-
to
there's
establish
actually
love.
not.
So
Because I
then
can-
why are
I-
you
I-
asking?
Just to see what you guys know.
He just told you it was a bubble, didn't he? You said you asked him if there was a line in there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you'll get these
well,
little screws. There'll be like screws on the tripod that you'll slightly turn and then make sure.
Well,
that
listen.
But even
to
if there
this,
were
to
a
get
bubble,
Elijah
it's still not
caught
a
up.
line, is it?
Elijah, just to get Elijah caught up, he's arguing that you do not need lines to acquire angles.
Actually, he said that an angle is between two equations.
It could be. Yeah.
That's crazy. So the only reason you can get, oh my god,
Not all
That's-
angles, but you can definitely figure out an angle between two equations. We do it all the time.
Mm.
And this one I do say we because I used to do it.
yeah, but if it's anything in relation to the Earth, you're gonna get probably something plumb perpendicular to horizontal, or horizontal, which would be perpendicular to plumb.
Okay. We agree. Horizontal is pretty good in a plumb. But folks here seem to think you can't figure out what plumb is. I think you can.
Not without. I mean, not without You know, I mean, it has to be, yeah, down
90
vertical.
degrees of parallel,
Elijah,
which
we
would be a
just need
straight
a
line.
vector. We just need a vector. We don't need
You need
a line.
But otherwise, what the hell are you doing? Okay, one line, that's nice. Then what?
No, a line. A vector's not a line. Apparently, you don't need lines. You just need vectors.
Vector's a theoretical thing.
Vector the direction, but okay, so you have one of those. Then what? Is it in relation to anything? Like, I don't know, the Earth, perhaps?
Well, that's the question, right?
Not for me.
Are plumb lines parallel?
Of course they are.
Simple question. How would we verify that?
Because we live on a horizontal plane.
So you're assuming the answer. How would we do it if we wanted to try to verify whether any two plumb lines are parallel? What would we do?
Verify an axiom. You don't try to verify or prove axioms. They just are.
Why is it an axiom?
What do you mean? Why is it an axiom? So we have a horizontal plane. So we have vertical and we have horizontal. They're subsequent to each other.
And so if we could demonstrate that the plumb lines are not parallel, would that
when we build houses and everything, you know, obviously we're not using bubbles for no reason, or we're not using levels for no reason. It's just the nature of our reality. You get a level, and then you get
The
something.
nature of our reality.
So, but if we could demonstrate,
What do you mean by that? What does nature of our reality mean to you?
What do you mean? What do I
Scott-
mean by that? I just explained it.
You muted Epsilon for no good reason.
That was well.
Well,
yeah.
because if he doesn't know something, do you keep asking over and over and over again, taking no answer? Or do you just put yourself on mute and listen until you get it?
I thought we weren't talking about lines, Scott. I thought we were talking about vectors.
See, this is what's funny. In my worldview, if
didn't
I'm not
need lines.
tracking a conversation, I listen until I get it. His worldview is to filibuster the conversation with questions and take no answer. And then say he doesn't understand it because of you. Your fault. So put him on mute, let him listen for a while, or not. That's why. Do you get it, Scott, or not? Is that part too much to understand? Let's see if he got even that basic level of logic.
You're talking about Epsilon right now?
Or just in general. If somebody doesn't understand a conversation, should they A, filibuster the conversation, asking the same question over and over again and take no answer, or B, put themselves on mute and just listen for a while until they start to get it?
If those are my two options, I'd go with B.
Okay. So you did redeem yourself a little bit. I thought for sure you were going to say A. Because Brenda did that once to me. Brenda's like, I go A. I go, why? Why would you do A? Right? Because I got to know the answer. I'm like, okay, put yourself on mute. Maybe the answer will become apparent. But they have the answer right now. I go, but you're not taking the answer. So how do they have the answer right now? You know, he went back and forth like this. I'm like, geez, Brenda, you're just like being contrarian at this point. But now I got you, though. I can say, hey, Scott Mackey got it. You put yourself on mute, listen up, and maybe it'll become apparent.
Okay. So
God
back to the
bless Brenda.
conversation. If we can demonstrate persuasively that plumb lines are not parallel, what would you conclude?
Why would they be? They have to be wavy and random in your religion.
Only if he also accepts all of the geodesy stuff that he was claiming earlier. You have to throw that away first, and then present a perfect sphere, and then have parallel lines that draw directly down to the core of the sphere, and then show they're not parallel. They're all like slices of a pie, if you would. So he's got a lot of work to do. Number one, he's got to come up with
He needs
Oh, go ahead.
There we go. No, go on. I was.
Oh,
No,
I was gonna
sorry,
just
I
double
didn't
down.
realize.
I was gonna say he's gonna have to come up with a new model
Yeah,
because the current
exactly. He
model
needs to.
isn't. Go ahead.
He needs to redefine plumb line as plumb vector.
Well, I told him the way out.
Get working.
The way out, he's going to have to argue for a perfect sphere with evenly distributed mass.
Oh yeah, that's a good one too. That's another way out.
And yet none of you want to even begin to address how come any plumb vector, we'll call it a plumb
He's not
vector, call it a plumb line,
listening.
how none of them are ever parallel. Why are they
He's
never
not
parallel?
listening. We don't know what you're talking about
I know.
or why
That's
it matters.
I know. That's unfortunate.
No, because first of all, if a plumb line is perfectly, hold on, sorry. Oh, Jesus Christ, guys. Oh, they're chasing me. Go ahead, talk. Forget it.
Is somebody talking?
Yeah, it
No,
was
sorry.
Elijah.
I know.
Oh, I
where
heard
come-
Elijah, then he stopped.
Oh, okay. I thought he was talking to someone off mic. Are you busy, Elijah, or are you with us?
Yeah, I was, but I just died.
And I'm just wondering why none of you ever want to deal with the fact that these plumb lines are not parallel.
Well, I mean, how wouldn't are they all directly vertical?
Yes, they are vertical to their specific location. Yes.
I don't know what that means. They're specific to their location. Okay.
And they all
Then
seem
that
to
means
point
that
to it.
then
They
that
all
means
seem to point
that
to a center point.
then that means that they're all paralleling.
It would
You're
be on a
asking
flat
why
Earth.
aren't they?
It would be on a flat Earth, but they don't seem to be, which is why we conclude the Earth's not flat.
No, they are.
But
That's
they're
what
not.
that's what co-altitude is. You can't have diverging zeniths, especially in navigation. So I don't know why on earth they would then be
Why are we talking about
not
zeniths?
because you have a co-altitude, because you have two lines that are going up to the star 290 degrees from you, the observer, and from the GP. Both of those are parallel. Also, the parallel planes that you have to have for the LOP, same thing. So I don't know why all of a sudden when goobers drop these lines, they're not parallel. I just don't get it. I don't get what you're doing that
I
you're
know.
not getting parallel lines. Could it be because you're working with a model that you don't have, which is a perfect sphere?
No, it could be that we do the measurements. Well, not we, I shouldn't say we, that geodetic surveyors do these measurements. They take the data and their data does not
Calculations, you mean?
Yes, they do the
Okay,
calculations and their calculations do not
calculations.
indicate
That's
parallel
why.
plumbs.
That must be why.
So you
Difference
think they're
between a
wrong,
measurement and a calculation. I get it now.
but we have to do calculations for big things, don't we?
Okay.
I mean, that's the only way we can measure big things, right? We measure pieces of them and add all those pieces up and we get the big picture.
No,
Am I
you gotta
correct?
measure. You gotta measure an area first, and then you can calculate what you would need for the area. Like my room or my house, it could be X square feet, and then I'd be able to know how much flooring I would need. But I need to know the area first.
But how do we do the big stuff like mountains in the earth, and canyons and all these?
Oh,
How
like
do we measure the big
well,
things? Yeah.
well, I mean, not to hit you with a red herring, but the way you would determine the height of a mountain is to use trig, which would require a flat plane because you need a 90 degree to the base of the mountain.
And so how are you using this trig? What are you doing? Using optics?
Very, very tedious.
Yeah, I know. Education is a hard thing. Takes time,
If we're talking
patience.
about measuring an altitude of a mountain with trigonometry, we need 90 degrees underneath that mountain, straight down to the surface of the earth, and then 90 degrees to you. So you can then measure the elevation angle up to the top of that mountain, and then you can do your calculations. But the requirement for a 90-degree triangle is obvious.
Isn't it? Sorry, isn't it in respect to sea level?
But here's the funny thing, right? If you do that trig and you go, say, 50 miles from the base of the mountain, and you calculate an elevation based on flat lines, and then you back up 100 miles and do the calculation again. Then you back up 200 miles and do the calculation again. Guess what happens?
You don't take account for refraction. What?
Guess what happens?
You don't take account for refraction. What?
You don't get the same elevation.
No shit,
It-
because
it-
you don't
it-
take account for refraction, and when you do, you superimpose a ball
Ah.
there of it.
Yeah, it's weird how they argue from ideal geometry when we're not talking about black swans.
But do you guys understand that you don't get the same you don't get the same elevation from each of those points, right?
It's like you
Using
missed
the
what I
trig
said.
you just agreed to use.
It's like you missed what I said.
Yeah, you said something about refraction that you have no reason to assume is playing a factor.
Oh,
Wait, excuse me? What did he say? I mean, what are we talking about?
We're talking about elevation angles up to mountains and going 100 miles away and then not converging with the same altitude, because in this instance, we don't have to take account for the fact that we're observing through 100 miles of atmosphere, so don't have to take account for refraction.
But if you move away, I mean, what difference does it make? You
Yeah,
still
that's
gonna need,
interesting.
you're still gonna need to create a 90.
I know. But the interesting thing is, and when you do all those 90s, right, you calculate your distance away from it and your angle of elevation. You move 100 miles away and you calculate your distance from that, being 100 miles, and you calculate your angle of elevation. Then you move 200 miles away and you calculate your angle of elevation. They all point, all those maths, those three different equations, give you a different altitude each time.
A different altitude of what?
The top of the mountain.
Hmm.
They don't yield the same number.
Why?
With respect to what?
With respect to your trigonometry that you just accepted as a valid way to do this. You just simply do the math and they don't give you the same answer.
And who's done that? I'd like to see that.
Sorry, these
People have
questions
done that
my
hundreds
friend,
of times, if not thousands of
I'd like to
times.
see it. I'd like to see it.
I'd
What
like
they
to see
do.
it done.
But
I'd like
you
to see
could
it
if you
done on
wanted to.
different.
Since you haven't,
I'd like
you
to
don't
see it.
want to.
I'd like it to be done on
You know,
different
because
days.
you could be done at you could be at a different elevation. See, the thing about a mountain is, unlike the celestial bodies doing actual trig, your
Uh-huh.
elevation matters. So how do you know that your elevation didn't change instead of the mountains?
Oh, that's a good point. But you could also take an elevation looking from the point A, 50 miles, to point B, 100 miles, and see if there's an angle of inclination there. And then you could do the same thing from point B to point C and say if there's an angle of inclination there. And you could put them all into your mathematics, right? And you can figure out
Excuse me,
everything.
but how do you know? How do you know that when you move 100 miles away from the mountain that you didn't change in elevation, though?
I just told you that. We
Not
can look
that.
at point A and look at point B and see if it's higher than each
Sorry,
other.
being as I know a little bit about this, could you tell me why on different days the mountain's altitude seems to change? Is the mountain getting taller and smaller on different days, or is that because of the atmosphere that you're looking through?
There is
Oh,
sometimes that the mountain can appear to change. Yes.
Oh, from the
Thank-
same? You mean from the same point, Jedi?
Yes.
Yeah.
From the same point.
Yeah, that's
Again,
true.
so
True as well.
So on different days, the altitude of the mountain will appear to change because of the
Yes.
atmospheric conditions between you and the top
Yes.
of the mountain. So were you suggesting that the mountain is growing taller and shortening on different days of the year? Or is that
No.
because of the
That would be
atmosphere that you're
silly.
looking through? And you will remember that 5 minutes ago I said refraction that you wanted to ignore.
Well, but you were implying
and
that
refraction,
you were
refraction or
implying
not,
that
refraction or not, you're still dealing with a plane. You still need 90 degrees to the base of the mountain.
yes, I know, but if we do that math, it doesn't
You say
work.
yes, I know. So then that's sorry to interrupt, but that's the end of the point. You need a 90 degree, which means you need a line from you to the 90 degree angle to the top of the mountain, sir.
Except
Like
that math doesn't
your
work.
red herring, aka the yeah, but doesn't change that.
Your math doesn't work then.
Excuse me. So
Your
then, how
math
did
doesn't work.
Eratosthenes? So then how did Eratosthenes get the height of the mountain to determine the radius of the Earth using the geometric horizon on no Atmo day then?
I have no idea what Eratosthenes did, and I
So
don't
then,
care.
did I say Eratosthenes? I meant Al-Biruni.
Yeah,
I'm
Al-Biruni.
sorry. How did
Al-Biruni.
Al-Biruni get the height of the mountain using the method that I'm talking about to then go to the top of the mountain and then use the geometric horizon again on no Atmo day to get the radius of the Earth? How do you do that?
I don't know. I don't know anything about this guy.
Okay. So let's back it on up. So the
Well,
thing you said that
who's
I'm
Al-Biruni?
correct for telling. So let's back it on up. The thing that you said that I'm incorrect for telling you is actually the method Al-Biruni. So he's incorrect.
I don't know. I don't even know who Al-Biruni is.
Oh yeah. See now, I don't know. Now things get all. You're just a weird little man.
And this is part of your heliocentric rhetoric as in regard to the measurement of the radius of the Earth. It wasn't just Eratosthenes with sticks and shadows. There's a gentleman called Al-Biruni who went to the top of the mountain after figuring out how tall the mountain was using trigonometry, and then using the geometric horizon noticed that it dipped and therefore declared that the Earth was a ball with a set radius of 3,959 miles. Don't you know your own rhetoric?
Apparently not. No, I never heard of this guy.
Okay, well maybe just a very quick Google search. You can find him on Wikipedia.
I can't.
Nice.
Come on, Scott. Are you fucking around, dude?
He is fucking around.
Dude,
Like he got caught out there. So when I called him out for his red herring, he said, "Yeah, but." And then on top of that, hold on, sorry. So I called him out for his red herring, and he said, "Yeah, but," which means he conceded to my point, but then tried to move beyond it. When in actuality, he doesn't even know that Al-Biruni used the same method. And like, where do you think we're getting this shit from?
There's globalists who name themselves Al-Biruni because they got triggered that QE pronounced it wrong.
Al-Baruhif, right?
Yeah. And you guys think like you've never heard of this guy. You completely new.
Where would I have heard of him?
That's not even important. That's
Yeah,
not
whatever.
The bottom line is you're wrong.
I'll go to Gems and see if they know who Al-Biruni is.
Okay.
Go to Gems and stay there.
Well, I mean, if you guys
They
don't
got
wanna,
their show.
have your
Yeah, hey,
positions challenged at
hey,
all, sure, I can go away.
Scott,
I mean, if you guys want to have
his
echo
show's
chamber,
gonna
talk
start.
amongst yourselves, yeah.
Wait, I think his show started already. The Gem
So-
Panda Sunday roast. It's been going on.
I figure you guys want a dissenting voice in the room. But if
So
you don't, I
Scott-
can leave. I have no problem with that. I don't
So
want to be there.
Scott,
I'm
when
not
we're
wanted.
talking about a scale of hundreds of miles, how come you ignore the atmosphere and make an argument from ideal geometry, but then you do exactly the opposite when we're talking about a scale of like, I don't know, just 10 miles?
And it's a red herring because 100 miles away, you're gonna have to do trig again with a horizontal
know.
baseline.
I agree. And if you try to do that, the math doesn't work.
So then, what are they doing if they're not doing trig?
They're making some adjustments based on the shape of the
So
Earth.
are they still doing trig but making adjustments?
Yes.
Oh,
Then
well,
why are
hold
you
up.
lying?
Sorry,
That's
would
what
that
they-
also
that's what they
mean that
do.
the Earth changes on different days because we conceded earlier that the mountain will appear on different days to be shorter and taller? Is that because the radius of the Earth is changing?
No.
Right then. So what the hell are you going on about? Because you keep ignoring the point that on different days the mountain will appear to be a different size depending on the atmosphere that you are looking through, but you're just going to say, no, that's because of the curvature of the Earth. So therefore, being as the mountain appears to be smaller and bigger on different days, that's the radius of the Earth changing, according to you that's whistling past this point.
I haven't whistled past anything.
You have, mate.
I haven't.
I've just
You are right
pointed
now.
out. And over the last 7 minutes now, we conceded,
I-
on different days, on different days, that mountain will appear to be a different size. Is
Yes.
that because the radius of the Earth is changing?
No.
What is it by then?
Probably atmospheric refraction.
There we go. Thank you very much. So when you turn around to us and say the math doesn't work, yeah, that's because of refraction. You then clarify the actual height of the mountain some other way, but ultimately, you've got a problem. You
Well,
keep
but how about
whistling
if-
past refraction and heretics point of ideal geometry, which you will ignore with regards to the black swan over a distance of 10 miles. That's
How about
not
if we-
ideal. Legit. Is the mountain getting
Sorry,
bigger
I
and
could
smaller
not.
because the radius of the Earth is changing over a different month?
Clearly no.
Thank you. Fuck off to Gems.
But how about if we had a way to make an adjustment so that the maths always worked?
But it's crazy because I mean, again, he keeps on. But yeah, like we began on reciprocal zeniths, yes.
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 Right. And what does reciprocal mean? What does reciprocity mean? Because I did try to introduce the language of co-altitude, a co-relationship. What does reciprocal mean?
Back and forth, as far as I know. In algebra, reciprocal was perpendicular, was it not? So the opposite inverse of the slope.
Know what an area of equal altitude is?
But see, with reciprocal angles, we don't need co-altitudes. They can be at different altitudes.
What makes them reciprocal then?
The fact that they're pointing at each other.
They're not pointing at each other if they're divergent from each other.
They're not pointing at each other if they're divergent from each other. What does that even mean?
You mean pointing at each other to the center of the Earth if the Earth were a perfect sphere?
No, reciprocal.
So where are
angles
they
means
pointing at?
each
Where are they
other.
pointing to each other at?
You take one theodolite, put on top of a mountain. You put another theodolite on top of another mountain, and you point each of those at the other one.
Oh, so it's really a misnomer then, because it wouldn't be a reciprocal zenith angle. It's a dumb name.
Okay, what should we call it? So we can
I
have the
don't know. Why don't you ask McToon, the person who came up with it?
Why is it the
It's
dumb
just
name then?
it's reciprocal
I just
angle, but they throw in zenith to try to make it seem like you're measuring up to the sky instead of measuring down.
No, zenith doesn't mean measure up to the sky. It just means measuring up and down to a particular thing. Could be in the
You
sky,
can
could be
do-
on the ground. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, reciprocal angles are fine. You do them in land navigation all the time. That if you know, hey, I'm at a spot I don't know, but I can see the mountaintop, and that mountaintop has a 45-degree angle from my
Proven
compass
and
coming.
constructed yet.
So then I could just draw a circle around the mountain with a reciprocal angle of 45, and I'm
So far,
somewhere
you're
in
just
that
further
circle.
constructed.
Then if you got
Yes.
another location,
It's
you say, hey, there's a lighthouse
No,
over
hold
there.
on, shut up.
Okay.
No, not you, man.
Oh,
Because
okay.
you're talking about a circle of equal altitude, aren't you? Something that's going to be parallel
Yeah,
to
that you would
another
use.
circle.
What is
Maybe
parallel
that's why he's like,
circles?
"What are you talking about, man?" But keep going.
They call it
What's a parallel circle?
resection. Using resection.
I want to know what a parallel circle is. I've never heard of that. That's a new one.
Oh,
for me.
okay, hold on. Let me drop it in the chat for anybody who doesn't know that you're bullshitting.
We're indulging his bullshit, though. That's the problem.
Thank you.
This is what Scott wants. Scott wants just the bullshit to be flying.
Yeah,
Because
but
none
this
of
will
the
be
new
good.
people are going to have a
Let
clue.
me drop this in the chat. This will be
He
good.
likes to be the center of attention. That's why he got mad at the other two guys, because they steal more attention than he does.
I got mad at who?
Yeah, we'll cap this point off and
Pete-
then
Pete and
move on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even see what else we need from him. He said that you don't need 2 or more points for a line.
Johnny, Pete and Johnny.
He said that you don't need lines for angles. He's just said so many crazy things that
You
I mean,
don't
I'm
need
good.
2 points for a line.
I
Yeah, he
never
said that. Yes,
No,
he
I never
did,
said
and it's
that.
clipped, and now he's
God.
gonna lie.
Look, all
Yeah,
right.
I heard
so
him
check
say
it out.
something.
You said you don't know about parallel circles. Okay. Let me just read the end of this. No, actually, you know what? I'm gonna read the whole thing.
Okay.
The whole thing, but
I'll read it with
to
you. Does it
ensure that-
zoom in? Okay.
Why is he talking? Why are you talking?
I don't know.
A
Why are you
spontaneous utterance.
I'm sorry. I
No.
thought it was an intellectual conversation.
Yeah, but no, why are you talking when I got the citation I said I would get because you said you didn't know what a parallel circle was? Why are you talking now? Why are you quiet now?
Which one? Do you want me to talk or want me to be quiet? I'll do whatever you would like.
No, I want you to tell me why you were just muttering through me.
Because I was saying
That
I'd
was
read along
me.
with you.
That was me saying that.
No, you only did that once. Anyway, whatever. Okay. Are you guys ready?
For what?
For me to read this, the thing that I dropped in the chat, because he
What is
said he
this?
didn't know. He said he didn't know what parallel circles were. He never heard of it. So I'm going to give him one particular instance in where you have parallel circles.
A circle that is parallel to another circle?
Mm-hmm. Can I read it? Is that fine?
It's a lot to read, just saying. It's like
Can I read it? Is it fine?
it's about 5 paragraphs, so I would say no.
I'm not reading all of it. Can I read the part that I'm citing? Is it fine?
Yes, Elijah. This guy can be put
Jesus.
on mute if he can't handle it.
To ensure that the object is at its lowest possible point, the sextant is rotated along the axis of the telescope, and the time of measurement and altitude are noted by measuring the angle theta of a known star from the horizon and using a book containing known reference values for the star in question at the time of measurement. It is possible to determine the distance r along the surface of the Earth to the point at which the star is exactly overhead. From this, a navigator knows he is on a specific circle along the plane of the surface of Earth of radius r, known as the line of position. He does not know its direction from this point. However, by examining a second star, a second radius can be deduced. The navigator now knows he is at one of the points where both the circular functions meet. In the case there is only one real route, he knows his position, although this is only possible if the radii are parallel. You're welcome.
You said the radii.
Yeah, of the
Of the
circle, not
circle.
of the circle that he's created on the parallel horizontal plane, not of the Earth. The circle he has created, where he is at the central point. Welcome.
Okay.
Yep, you're welcome.
So what you're basically
Critical
saying is
hit.
the circles are in the same plane. All right. Makes sense.
Oof.
And so what do you
All
conclude
right,
from that?
moving on. What's up, Wolfgang?
Yeah, what's up, boys? Sorry, I was just jumping in just because I'm listening in and out, but this guy's not here to have an honest conversation, obviously.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes, really.
Yeah. Scott, let me ask you this as a side
Yes.
point.
Yeah.
Do you believe that people have landed on the moon?
Yes, of course.
He's like Bob's cousin or something.
What makes you believe that?
Oh, I thought you was asking me.
Oh, no.
Honestly, I trust the people who told me they did it. And I watched the moon landing when I was 5 years old or whatever it was.
Okay.
That's why I believe
Fair
it.
enough. So just because the government said so. Did you
Government
believe
and a whole
that?
lot of other people, yes.
Did you believe that Iraq had WMDs when the U.S.
No,
government said
I did
Iraq
not
had WMDs?
believe that. No, I did not believe that.
Why didn't you trust
Why
those
not?
people, but you trusted the other people?
Because I had really good evidence to believe they were wrong. I had other sources that were giving me really good evidence.
But they
Like
use
who?
satellites to pinpoint where the WMDs were.
But they didn't.
But they did.
Why didn't you bring up the evidence? Why didn't you bring up the evidence for the moon instead of saying because I believed?
You said they gave you really good evidence. Who gave you good
Mhm.
evidence? What evidence? Of what?
Reporters were telling me, reporters from magazines like The Nation and In These Times and Z Magazine and
Okay, yeah,
all
but
these
what
other magazines I was
evidence?
reading.
I asked what evidence, though. Not who
Oh,
told
the
you
evidence
what.
providing what was counterclaims by the CIA. The CIA was having an internal debate that was publicized, and most of the information that was being produced was from this Office of Special Operations, something like that. Dick Cheney's little thing that he made up, and I found the curveball to
Is
be
all
less
of
than
your evidence
persuasive.
conversations amongst superpowers? Just before you continue.
Is all my evidence no, they were by reporters.
So you had the
And
UN
somebody,
weapon inspectors who told you, no, there is no weapons of mass destruction.
that's another reason I didn't believe him, because I had Hans Blix telling me that
Yeah,
we haven't found anything, and
but you had NASA showing they had photos of it. So who would?
I saw it and never saw any NASA photos of it.
Dude, Colin Powell presented them to the General Council. What the fuck, dude? Hans
No,
Blix
he-
was
he did
considered a
NASA.
quack. He was considered a NASA denier, conspiracy theorist, quack, because he was denying photos from space.
He wasn't among my peers.
So if you saw the NASA photos, would NASA be lying, or what? Would you believe them?
If NASA showed me some photos of nuclear centrifuges, to create nuclear weapons, yeah, I'd believe them, but they didn't. They didn't.
Well, it would just be buildings they're showing you. Wouldn't
Okay.
Yeah,
they show you
exactly.
the
Yeah,
inside
they
of
show
it.
photos of buildings.
Oh,
and
okay,
somebody
you're
can tell me
saying.
what's inside of them,
Yeah, I
but
get you're
NASA
saying.
can't tell us what's inside those buildings. That was Dick Cheney and Paul Wolfowitz and all those other morons.
Yeah, what
So
about
you're
the
saying
sample?
that? So you're saying that the U.S. government told a lie to invade a country?
I don't know if I'd call it a lie. I think they believed it, and I think they were very wrong. And it turns out I am correct, or the people on my side were correct, and they were incorrect, as they admitted.
But you don't think there's any element of anyone just wanting to go and invade a country, so that's why they push this narrative?
No, I think that might be the core of why they were wrong. They may have really wanted it, and the confirmation bias was weighing heavily on their decisions.
So you're saying this country, this government, misled the public in order to garner support for destroying a country and killing millions of people, but you trust them when they told you that they went and flew to the moon?
They're not the same people.
Right, so what makes you trust the older people, not the newer people?
The
It's not
newer, the
newest-
older
nothing
people
to do with
bombed.
older or newer.
The older
Has to do
people
with
Right, but you
bombed
would have just
Cambodia.
you wouldn't have had the access to the level of information that was being spoken about with regards to the Iraq war as there was with the moon landing. So wouldn't it just be a case of you had much less information to go on back then?
I disagree. I think we would have. The New York Times was doing really good work about the Vietnam War at the time and showing how the Vietnam War was going really badly. That was at the same time. So there was all information out there, and they were talking about bombings in Cambodia when Nixon was denying it. So the information's always out there.
So
And
do you
the
think
press has the
Vietnam?
information.
So do you think the Vietnam War was a justified invasion, or do you
Absolutely
think
not.
that was shady?
No.
Okay,
That
so then
was-
that's the same government as the one doing the moon landing, right?
Yes, I know, but the reason I think they were shady because I was getting, I was, 4 or 5 years old at the time, but I can look at the New York Times articles later when I grew up, and I could see what they were saying at the time.
Okay, but when you said the new
Gulf of
government,
Tonkin ring a
you
bell?
don't trust the newer government, but you trusted the older one. But now you're just saying you didn't really trust the older one because you knew they were doing shady stuff in Vietnam.
No, but it wasn't the government putting these; it was NASA, and NASA wasn't lying about Vietnam.
So NASA isn't part of the government.
They're a different part of the government. Government's huge.
The executive branch.
Okay, so you know specifically that people in NASA, the part of the U.S. military, were trustworthy, but the other part of the U.S. military that were going into Vietnam, they weren't trustworthy.
No, I've just seen zero evidence to suggest to me that NASA's not trustworthy. Where I've seen plenty of evidence to suggest to me that Nixon was not trustworthy.
Have you looked really hard for evidence about NASA being trustworthy or untrustworthy?
It depends what you. I don't know. I guess not. But why would I?
Yeah, why would you?
Because I think somebody would have
trust them.
No.
Well,
I
you
trust
said
everybody else. I
just-
trust everybody. Well, I do trust them. True, but I trust them because nobody else who would love to break a story like this has broken such a story. It would make their careers
I
to
think
show
you'd
that
find
NASA.
quite a lot of people were calling out NASA.
Dude,
Yeah, whatever
this is the
they
best
present.
part. The 1960s, the atheists kept taking NASA to court over and over
What
again.
is you and the atheist, Crit? Jeez,
Because
get your
it's
ass.
an identity that you like to associate
It has
with.
nothing. It has nothing to do with their belief in a God. This has nothing to do with that, man.
Yeah, it
Let
does
go.
because
Let
they
him
told
finish
Let it
about
go.
his explanation then.
Okay.
Let him finish what he was
Go
going to
ahead.
say.
NASA
Okay, sorry,
said
my bad.
NASA said that God picked America to win the space race because God loves capitalism. NASA said that they gave the glory to God. They read from Apollo 8. NASA said they're going to take communion on the moon to celebrate Christmas. They did all these things, and the atheists were irate. Okay, they took NASA to court over and over again, saying there was no religious freedom. This was a separation of church and state issue, and they had to prove it. So the judge in the court said they kicked it down to the lower court. Said, well, this would have to be something you'd have to look at the lower court, who then said no jurisdiction, because they would say that even if humans leave Earth, but they never prove that they left Earth, they would still have their human rights. And then the atheists were like, well, I thought that only applied inside America. A whole bunch of stuff came out of these court cases. You can look it up. One of the most famous atheist activists there were. I'm drawing the blank on her name right now. Madeline something or another.
Albright.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, she's the one who led this charge. She was like the biggest Apollo. I mean, you got George Carlin, the same time frame, said there's no way Nixon put people on the moon. I can't remember the exact joke he said. Like, Nixon couldn't even put something, like, I can't remember exactly. It was something on the quote with, like, he couldn't do stuff here on Earth. What makes you think he can do stuff out in space? It was just a big flex. It's like, here, watch me. I can pick up the green phone and I can lock someone's heels on the moon. The whole talking point was like same thing Obama tried. I got a phone and a pen, and I can just make things happen because I'm the most powerful man in all of creation. He didn't do shit, dude. He lied about it. Nixon lied about every single thing he did. The Apollo program was no different. Bush lied about every single thing he did. The photos from space are no different.
Hagee, you're done?
Yeah, did you get that or not?
Okay. It's a good thing Nixon was not a NASA astronaut. We didn't rely on Nixon to actually build these spaceships.
No, he was just in charge of the whole program.
It's irrelevant.
Astronauts don't build spaceships.
Yeah, remember the astronauts gone wild. I'm just a passenger on the flight.
Well, now that you derailed that conversation.
No, it's the same one, dude. It's about blind trust in the executive branch. Your worldview is contradictory. At one hand, you'll be like, I trust the government. And the next hand, you're like, I don't trust the government. And you're like, well, okay.
You're skipping the whole part about the reasons why.
Okay, what's the reason to trust NASA and not trust NASA?
I just told you. I've seen no credible information to show that they're lying.
The weapons of photos of weapons of mass destruction in Iraq.
We've been through that. Just a second ago, all they could show was buildings.
There's more than just buildings, dude. I posted the link from CNN. They had trucks. They had like the launch platform, the outdoor. They had the mobile, decontamination facility. All this stuff was labeled. The best argument I heard against it was NASA just took the photos. The intelligence community put all the label. They're the ones who put a little pin. Called, hey, that's a launch vehicle.
This
that right there.
This literally what gave us the green light. NASA.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was just kind of to show and to highlight that your level of trust that you're placing here isn't one based really on evidence. It's one based on emotion, where you'll trust the government in one aspect and deny them in another based on your emotional connection to the story, not because of the hard facts as they present themselves.
And what about what I said was not based on hard facts?
Well, your determined trust in NASA during the Apollo missions, when at the same time pointing out that the government at the time was shady with what they were doing in Vietnam, but you've compartmentalized your trust to the very specific portion of the story that you really want to be true, that you won't allow yourself to be skeptical of, as you confirmed. You didn't really say you investigated it much. Whereas the
If
rest, you're
anything-
like, yeah, I can be skeptical of that. Because you're protecting a
anything-
worldview and a religion. That's really what this whole kind of cope that you're doing is about. It's like the
Well, what-
worldview religion aspect. It's not about the facts or the physical reality. It's deeper than
now I
that
think-
for you.
I agree. Now I think we're getting to something. What worldview religion do you think I'm trying to protect?
The heliocentric
Heliocentrism.
globe.
And how does that serve me?
Well, it doesn't actually, Scott. You just seem to be under the impression that you want to maintain it anyway.
But why do you think I'd be motivated to protect it?
Fear, probably,
Of what?
primarily.
Fear of what?
That you're wrong. No.
Losing your
Why don't-
worldview.
The
How will we
consequences.
know your motivations?
Getting mocked or ridiculed. Got a very
He
thin
suggested
ego.
he suggested I was motivated by fear.
Yes.
It's
Maybe
also
you're-
sunk cost.
Maybe you're afraid of losing your worldview.
And
Yeah,
why would that
and
bother me?
what the other worldview might entail.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah,
you're,
and
maybe
develop
you're
our
married to your
trust.
worldview and you love it.
What would that entail? How would my life change if the Earth were flat? You think?
He cares.
Well,
How you're-
that's up to you because the Earth doesn't really change. Nothing in like objective reality
Yeah.
changes. Just you do.
And so, what would be my motivation for hanging on to a globe Earth then, if nothing changes in my life?
Well, maybe you're married to
Your-
it.
I would say your
Good
ego
question.
doesn't want to let you realize that you've been fooled your whole life.
But finally, Scott, you're starting to ask yourself the important questions that you should be asking yourself. So well
I've
done.
been
You're
asking
making
these
progress.
questions. I've been asking these questions for over 40 years now.
Wow.
And,
This is still
I-
where you're at.
and I've changed my opinion on a great many things.
Do you got one example? Just to
Used to
see
be
I can
Republican.
follow it.
I used to be a Republican when I was younger.
Wow. Who doesn't change from
Yeah,
conservative from liberal?
I used to believe in a God.
No, he's saying he's gone from like yeah, he went from conservative to liberal is what he's saying.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
It's like the reverse.
And so can men have
And-
babies?
And to be fully honest, I'm pretty sure I used to be very racist, and I've been working
Okay,
on
but
that
about
for
the-
a good 45 years
globe,
now,
though.
trying to
No,
beat
you were
that out
just
of
a
me.
bigot. That's all. You were a bigot. Because you
I
still
was.
are.
I
So
was. It's true.
It's just racism is just like a subset of that.
Hey. I mean, when I was growing up, when we did eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch something by the toe, we didn't use tiger. And that was disgusting now that I think about it. But that's the neighborhood I grew up in.
That's a Mandela effect.
It's
So
not.
can,
I know what we
would
used
you
to say.
agree? Would
Just
you
kidding.
agree that men can have babies then? Are you with that party?
That's a definition argument.
No.
So do you agree or
No.
not agree?
Nobody thinks biological males can have babies. The question is biological male the same thing as man? And people are saying no.
What do you say?
What do you think?
I think gender is something that someone can choose.
Oh,
Okay.
It doesn't make them any. It doesn't change the biology one bit, right?
Just take what he said and make what you will of it, and let's put
Yeah,
a pin
let's
on
leave it on that. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, that's the end of that
You wouldn't ask
chapter.
a biologist to see who's male and female? What?
It's not the topic. We're on Earth.
Yeah. But
I'm
see,
still
but
waiting.
So let's
you guys
let's
are
get you
aware that
person for Earth.
but you guys are aware that we do think you guys suffer from all these things you're thinking. You're afraid of something, right? We a lot of
I
us
dare
think that at
say
some point.
that
back
is
to this
something you tell
weed.
yourself, Scott. But
Yeah, I know.
That's the
yeah,
same
we know.
thing
The only thing I'm
the
afraid of with
guy-
you.
That's the same thing. That's the same thing the guy said in the anti-flat Earth video when he is talking about philosophy and where we go wrong. And literally he said one of the things that they go wrong is looking at something, and because it looks that way, therefore it is. That's exactly what you guys do with Sunset, that's exactly what you do with the horizon. Well, it looks like boats are cut off, and that's because it is physically blocked. Because that's what
And
it
why
looks
should
like.
I agree. That's what we do. Why would you do anything else?
The only
No,
thing
I'm
I'm
just
afraid of
telling
is
you.
that
I'm
one
just
day I
telling
stop
you that.
questioning everything.
I'm just telling you that it was, somebody that was a globe earther, who's talking about philosophy and pointing out where we error in logic. But it's not actually us that does that. It's actually you guys.
And so what do you do then? How do you not err?
Not that. I don't look at stuff and go, whoop, there it is.
What do you do then?
Not that.
Okay, so what do you do? Let's not say what you don't do. Let's
Not
talk about what you do.
that. Not
See,
that.
this is what I find interesting about flat earthers. You never say
Okay, I
what you
use
do. You
the
always say what you
scientific
don't
method
do.
to establish cause and effect relationships, which has nothing to do with affirming the consequent, begging the question, or reification fallacies. Now what?
Okay, so when you see the boat go over the horizon, what do you do?
It's not science.
What goes on in
That's
your mind?
It's not science.
Okay, what is it
being
then?
Sorry, being as I know myself that I can make things disappear from the bottom up on a known flat surface, I'm not going to just assert that the cutting off of the bottom of objects can only be seen because of physical obstruction.
Okay, so we determined there are other ways to do it. How did you determine what's happening with the boat then?
Well, you just determined that they can disappear over flat surfaces. Therefore, oh snap, there's something going on with the optics because you don't need something to physically obstruct something for it to appear that way.
Okay, so
That's what
what's
you
wrong?
learn. That's what you learn from the step of probably assuming it, like you guys do.
And so what do you do then?
We just told you what we did.
Okay, so when you say things can be cut off, what is the situation? What are the conditions under which things can disappear from the bottom up, not being blocked by something?
Well, I'll tell you my
Oh,
experience. I fell over at a skating rink and my head was on the floor, and I noticed that I couldn't observe the blades of the skates of the people on the far side of the rink. Now, this was a skating rink, a known flat surface, but I couldn't observe the blades. I could see the shoes. It looked like they were skating on shoes, but they weren't. They were skating on blades, but I couldn't see them. So therefore, I was observing the effect that I can't resolve the bottom of that object because my face is too low to the floor. Demonstrated that a known flat surface, and if I've got a low angle to it, the bottom of objects will be unresolvable to me.
Okay, so what angles did that require then?
My head was on the fucking floor, so my eyeballs were no more than 2 inches off the surface of the ice. It was fucking cold down there.
Yeah. And
So
so
being a known flat surface and I couldn't resolve the blades of the skates, then it wasn't physical obstruction now, was it?
sure, okay, I can assume that, and we can take that as a given. We'll even assume the ice was flat and not warped from the Zamboni pushing water and freezing it and making a little mound. We can assume that. But it's
Awesome.
also possible that the ice is not flat, right?
It's also possible that we can demonstrate this on other known flat surfaces as well. I'm just giving you my real life personal experience. But we can make things disappear from the bottom up if we're low enough to that surface and the thing is at distance. The bottom of that object will be unresolvable because it's probably entered an angle of 0.02.
Yeah, okay, so we can go with that 0.02 stuff, right? And so how far away would the sun have to go at what altitude to get you a 0.02 angle of
yeah, but
resolution?
isn't that a red herring? Because we're talking about the quality of your question. Now you're asking us for a quantity when we don't even know where the sun is.
This is what a lot of us do. We do try to put the mathematics and
Not we, because you said we were talking about where you go wrong, and then you said, "Well, what about us?" And here's another thing that you're trying to. We wouldn't be doing what you're asking. We wouldn't be inquiring such things because, again,
what would you be doing?
you asked for the quality of an argument, and it was given to you, and now you're asking us about the sun. Well, we couldn't possibly know. We don't know where the sun is. We don't know exactly what's going on, so we don't concern ourselves with to answer questions without adequate information.
But you do know that a lot of people out who do concern themselves with these things, and they think they figured
Yeah,
out the answer.
pseudoscientists and people who are willing to affirm the consequent, beg the question, and reify.
Yeah, they feel they're obligated to provide answers when they're not.
And so you don't think it's an interesting question to try to guess how far away the moon is?
No,
If
Why
you
not?
can, if we're
because
able to measure,
because there's no like practical pragmatism in that.
if we're able to
It's just out
measure
of
the speed,
curiosity. We're just curious creatures.
No,
all of us.
okay, out of curiosity, like I said, you asked me why. I told you why. Because there's
Okay.
actually no reason we would need to know that. Only people that need to know that are people who think they're going to the moon.
if we're able to measure the speed of light,
And so
we
what you
can.
seem to be
We
saying is you're all
100%.
interested in things you need to know.
No, I'm only interested in things that I know that I can know.
If we're able
Well,
to
no,
measure
that's
the
not
speed of
true.
light, we
I try to
100%
know
are able
something.
to identify how far away the sun is and where it is.
Yeah, we can
And-
only establish establish its angular relationship. That's it.
But we also can establish how far it is away by
It's ang-
the speed at
and
which
can
light
we
reaches us.
agree that that angular relationship does not change in the course of a night?
Like, if I'm able to measure like the light coming from the sun, I can then in turn measure how far away the sun actually is.
No, you
Anybody?
can't because you can't do trig on celestial bodies.
But we don't need to try to do an angular
You
relationship,
don't need.
right? Or an angular. What's the word I'm looking for? Angular resolution.
Can't measure the one-way speed
Okay,
of
you'd
light.
have to know the distance. How would you know the distance?
Based on the time it takes the light to get to my fucking face. I don't know, but
I don't get what that means. Because when you're dealing with angular size, then you would have to either know the distance or the size, and all we know is the apparent size.
Okay, let's go with apparent size then. So if we take a telescope or a
Well, it's not a
binocular,
real
something-
size; it's just the apparent size. So
Okay, but can we agree that the apparent size does not change through the course of a night?
it doesn't matter.
But can we agree to it though? If it doesn't matter, then you can say
because
yes,
you're
right?
trying to apply a method
See,
incorrectly. I'm trying to tell you can't do that.
I'm just trying
I mean,
to
you
put forth
could
an
do that,
observation.
He doesn't need our approval to make a claim. Just make your claim.
I just want to talk to human beings. Yeah, my observation of the moon over the course of a night, its size does not change one bit. It looks the same size throughout the entire night.
if light
You guys
travels
share that observation.
if light travels 300,000 kilometers per second, I can identify how far away the sun is just by that.
See, I don't know. You guys
If
are
it's
so
it
resistant
takes
to this.
it takes
You guys
8
got
minutes
something you need
for
to believe this for some reason. You can't answer simple questions.
it takes 8 minutes for that shit to reach the Earth. That would firmly establish
Oh
where the
shit!
sun
Do I
is
have
in
someone
relation to
muted?
Earth.
Fuck, sorry.
You've already assumed the distance before you made the calculation there.
Fuck. I had P3 muted for some reason.
But guys, notice this conversation, this particular part of the conversation started with because we said you guys just look at stuff and go, whoop, there it is. And then you said, well, what do you do? And then I responded, well, I use the scientific method correctly.
What was the last thing you used the scientific method on?
Boiling water.
Seriously?
Yep.
That's what you're going with?
Yep.
Mike, yes, mate. Sorry. Do cause and effect relationships happen in the physical and natural world? Do other things cause other things to happen?
Oh, I assume so. Yeah.
Awesome. That's what science
That's an
studies,
acronym.
cause and effect relationships in the physical and natural world. We study what causes phenomena to happen.
Well, but everything doesn't have to be science, right?
Well, if we're going to be elucidating to what causes things to happen, then science would be the tool that we can most definitely test and experiment with to demonstrate what is causing stuff to happen. Being as cause and effect relationships happen in the physical and natural world and science studies that shit, then I don't see your point. Or you're just going to deny cause and effect in the physical and natural world. Other things cause other things to happen. That doesn't happen to you then, no?
No, it definitely happens, of course.
Awesome stuff. So science studies that. That would be a useful tool to elucidate what causes shit to happen.
Correct.
Good. So we don't have to just talk about boiling water. We can talk about any other cause and effect relationship in the physical and natural world, which science studies.
I agree. So what's the last thing you studied?
Again,
right now, you.
but again, like either you disagree or you agree. You don't have to ask us what we've studied. Either you agree with the method or you don't.
I agree with the method.
Okay, so like I was talking about with trigonometry, either you agreed with the method or you didn't. You asked us, well, what about the sun? And I told you, well, you can't do trig on the sun.
We were talking about the moon.
I know, but
and
okay, so
we
that
can't
was
do
a
trig
red
on the
herring, then,
sun.
wasn't it? Because we were talking about trigonometry,
But we can't do trig on the sun.
but we was talking about trigonometry though. And so again, something that I just wanted you to agree to the quality of. And instead of doing that, you wanted to go on another goose chase.
I just want to find out where we agree and where we disagree.
But why couldn't you just agree with that? What works is what works. You want to ask us,
Okay,
well, what if I do this
worked?
thing? We already started this conversation and had it already. But you're the one that keeps running away from it by changing the subject.
What is?
Can I suggest that we give someone else a chance? Scott, you've spoken for quite a while.
Huh?
Thanks for participating. P3, you here?
What is your profession?
Old friend, I brought more soldiers.